Happy anniversary. It's the 1 year birthday anniversary of the MycoGeeky podcast. You're doing a great job, buddy, getting people talking about mushroom stuff. Looking forward to another good year of content.
Hello, everybody. I just want to throw a shout out to MycoGeeky and the MycoGeeky podcast. It's the 1 year anniversary, so I hear. That's an amazing thing, and I want to say thank you for letting Mushman be a part of it and all the amazing people that I've met because of it. So thank you, MycoGeeky, and stay groovy out there. Peace.
What's going on, Trip Team family and the MycoGeeky family? So, brother, I heard it's your 1 year anniversary, and I just want to say congratulations, brother. Happy birthday, however you want to say it. Hitting 1 year is an absolute milestone, and you should be really proud of yourself. I've been watching you, and your content's getting better and better, and I can't wait to see what you do over the next couple of years. But to be honest with you, like I've said from day one, it's the supporters that keep us going and keep us growing. So shout out to all the supporters that support amazing content creators that make amazing content. Because without you guys at home watching, liking, subscribing, commenting, sharing our stuff, none of this would be possible. So congratulations on a year. This apes for you. Cheers. Here's to another year, and a year after that, and a year after that. I love you, brother. So with that said, do good, be good, live good. Namaste.
I just be tripping up, I'm a fungi on my fungi. I just be tripping up, lions made for a tough night. I just be tripping up, going shows with mycology. I just be tripping up, out of where my body be.
Yo, shout out MycoGeeky. Congratulations on making a year of creating content for the community. It is invaluable information, for giving the opportunity for people that have passions like myself to come on and share our stories, share our techniques and our processes. Just want to say, again, thank you for everything that you do, and I can't wait to see another year of banging content. Shout out.
What's happening, Dirty South fam and Geeky fam? It's good to be back on this 1 year anniversary episode of the MycoGeeky podcast. Let's give that a golf clap. Anyways, I'm just glad to be supporting friends in the community. Keep up the good work.
Hey, what's going on? MycoGeeky and the MycoGeeky podcast. This is Aaron Hilliard from Mushroom Wonderland. I'm up here in the Great Pacific Northwest, but I still listen to your podcast all the time, and I just wish you the best in the future. Thanks for having me on as a guest, and keep on what you're doing, man. Much love. Peace out.
What's up, everybody? It's NSM. Man, MycoGeeky, you did it a year. Dude, congratulations, man. What you have achieved, it's very impressive. You should be extremely proud. I know we're all very proud of you. So keep it up, man. I cannot wait to see where the next 2 to 4 years will take us all. It's a pretty exciting time. So take care, everybody.
You're listening to the MycoGeeky podcast, a podcast that inspires people to grow mushrooms at home to improve their mental, emotional, and physical health. Most people call him geeky, and he is a passionate mushroom cultivator, advocate, and educator. Every week, he sits down with fellow cultivators, mushroom educators, scientists, and therapists to discuss the various ways people can approach mushroom cultivation and how mushrooms can be used to improve their lives.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the MycoGeeky podcast, the podcast that goes deep, so you can level up your at-home mushroom cultivation game. I am your host, MycoGeeky, and tonight it is the 1 year anniversary. It's been a year. Time flies when you're having fun. I guess that's what they say, right? I'm having a lot of fun doing this, having a lot of fun bringing people on and connecting with really amazing people in the community. So in honor of that, by the way, I almost missed my 1 year. Somebody brought it up and was like, aren't you coming up? Oh, it was Tim, a tip of the cap. He was like, aren't you coming up on your year? Thank you, Tim, for keeping me on my toes. And I was like, oh, yeah, you are. Yeah, I am. I guess I should do something for that, huh? So anyway, we're doing something for it. So we're going to go full circle. We're bringing back my first guest, Dan Rogers of Microppose. We're going to talk about what he's up to lately. He's got some cool products coming up that I am definitely excited to get my hands on. So we're going to hear a little bit more about that and what he's trying to do with Microppose right now. But before that, we got a little housekeeping to do. I'm going to formally shout out my Discord mods tonight. I always just, say shout out to the Discord mods. But I got Hyphen Ninja, I got Madam Mush, Broomstick Samurai, Coroner is just the solid bedrock of my Discord for sure. Cubert, Benson, Hail Satan, 666, Hallucin Ninja, Happy Trees, Kaz, the old school OG homie P-Funk, that's my dude right there. P-Satch, also my dude. Rizzy, my dude from across the pond. Rogelio Aguas, also my dude, full of cynicism, full of hilarity. Love that guy. Royce, where is it? Right here. Royce made me that. He is an amazing artist, and he is a special guy, a true friend. Rufus Redcap, Sean H, and Depez Cohuite. That's my mods right now. And I don't, they expect you guys to follow the rules when you're in the Discord, and most of you guys usually do, so that's great. I appreciate that. But really, I'm not in the Discord all day. And between those 18 people, they really keep that thing running. So I really appreciate you guys. Also, shout out my Patreon supporters. If you want to support me, patreon.com/MycoGeeky. It's not complicated. I got 82 supporters. I love you guys. You guys are literally paying my bills and keeping me doing this. Without you, this would have probably come to an end. So if you guys love what I'm doing, please consider supporting me. You don't got to support me for the rest of your lives. It ain't like Netflix, right? It's not a lifetime commitment. If you can support me for a month or two, great. I don't care. If you can support me for as long as I'm doing this, fantastic. Whatever you can do, great. If you can't, if you don't have the money, guess what? You still get to watch the show for free. It's all good. To go along with, keeping the bills paid and whatnot, I just want to let everybody know I am trying to get down to an event down in Mexico. Alan Rockefeller and Mandy Quirk put it on my radar. I had already been talking to a guy in Mind Spirit Contact. He's down in Veracruz, and he's playing a pretty big role in setting this up. So this is Station 1, hosted by Entheome and Mycena, September 7th through the 12th. Trying to get down there. We'll see. But my thought is, I got these hats. Everybody wants these hats. So you guys like these? They are fresh. I mean, you don't get to have an opinion about it. They are badass hats. If you guys want one, I'm going to be doing some auctions this week on Instagram. So, pay attention, tune in, and you get a chance to help support me get down there. Of course, I'm going to take a bunch of video. You guys get to see everything we're doing down there. I'm going to try to get my hands on some real live, actual Zapdocorum while I'm down there, and I'm sure a lot of other Celospe species. So, if you guys want to help pull that off and make that happen for me, please consider trying to win one of those hats in the auctions. We're going to do some other little housekeeping here. Where am I at? My friend Carla Aspisberger, she has got a cool integration therapy session coming up. Let me pull it up here. Resonance. Quantum manifestation workshop. I'm gonna tell you right now, before I met her, if I had read this stuff, I'd have been like, this lady is a little out there for me. She's a little just not my cup of tea. But I have met her, I have talked with her both on the podcast and off, and I'm telling you, this woman is so grounded, so spiritually deep, so wise. I have nothing but complete respect for her. So if you guys are interested, this quantum manifestation workshop, August 8th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. New York time, Eastern Standard Time. If you want to register, go to carlaaspisberger.com. She is taking donations. If you got no money, and you still want to do it, just send her a DM and she can probably make that happen for you. But anyway, yeah. Integration, that's going forward in the new year. We're going to do a lot more integration talks. I think we're getting to where we know how to grow mushrooms. We know how to teach people how to grow mushrooms. I think the real evolution in this community is going to be integration therapy, and yeah, that's at least for me where I'm still working. That and growing exotics. Anyway, so like I said, we're coming back to full circle. We're going back to Dan Rogers of Microppose. I have had a chance to visit his workshop, though I have never been there when he is there. So I have not yet met Dan, though I have roamed and perused his facility with my buddy Tim. We'll get there. I'll get to Lansing and get to hang out with him soon. But in the meantime, why don't we just hang out with him right now? First guest, let me pull him up. Dan Rogers.
How's it going?
What's up, man? Let me pull your overlay up to make it official. All right.
Look at how pretty that is, darling.
Looks great. Now it's just like you're on the nightly news now. All right, man. Well, I got to tell you, from almost day one, trying your products out, I already knew. I didn't have to meet you to know you were somebody who cared about mushroom cultivators, and most importantly, you really wanted to create the best for every product category that you offered. It was so abundantly clear. I had bought so many filter patches, cheap Chinese knockoff filter patches on Amazon, on Alibaba, all over the place. And then I tried yours and I was like, okay, this is the Mercedes-Benz. I'm paying attention now. For those who didn't see the first episode, shame on you guys. Why don't you just tell everybody real quick how you got into doing what you do? You don't have to be quite as detailed as the first time you told the story, but kind of give us a picture of how you got into creating Microppose.
So yeah, I landed on it on accident. So I wanted a kind of a different solution than polyfill in jar lids when I was growing oyster mushrooms. I was getting sick and tired of putting polyfill in the lids. And so I found these automobile headlight vents, and then I asked them if they could do high temp adhesive and change out the material for something a little better micron rating. And I ended up getting some for myself, and I grew a ton of oyster mushrooms with them. And then when I was done growing mushrooms, I set the filters on a shelf and didn't touch them for about a year. So yeah, I got the bright idea when I was broke one day that I should probably sell them and see if anybody was interested. So I handed out half my inventory to a lot of the mycology guys that were big back then. Only had 3,000 followers, 2,000 followers, and that was considered huge. And so I just gave out half my inventory, and I said, if you like them, share them. If you hate them, tell me what you hate about them so I can fix them later. And it just took off from there.
Man, that's amazing. I love the idea. I don't think you told us this part of it before. That it's like me back during my college days. It was like, I can't pay rent. All right, what bass guitar am I going to sell now? What what do I have of value? I love that you're just sitting around. So really, in the beginning, you just created that, or you sourced those patches for yourself as a grower. It wasn't necessarily a business. It wasn't until that day you saw them just sitting there and you said, you know what, those worked really well. Let's do something with them. So everybody loved them, right? Nobody hated them. I'm assuming it was way better than polyfill. Yeah.
Well, back then the prices were high, so people hated the prices, but they came down since sure. Back then. A lot bigger quantities ordered now.
Yeah.
But
so I mean, you've evolved since then, right? Those are the filter discs. Is that correct? Was that your very first product? Was the lid disc? Am I right? No.
Yeah, they were 19 millimeters, and then they had the adhesive ringer on the outside so that the centers could breathe. Just the what I sell now, it was a completely different composition.
Right. So now what you have, and I somebody just asked me this a couple days ago. They were like, so how long can you pressure cook these filter discs on your lids? And I said, man, I think I bought a bunch of these things thinking I was going to go through them, and I think I'm at 10 or 12 cycles, and they look great. They work great. I don't have any, nothing stalling out. They're amazing. They're also hydrophilic. Is that right?
Hydrophobic. So they don't.
Phobic.
They don't. Yep.
Sorry, phobic is not a good word to throw around, Dan. But in your case, for water, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because that's the issue, right? When you're before the crappier discs, I would have to cover it with aluminum foil, and even then it would still condensate inside there, and they would get really gummy, and they would almost like sometimes I would lose a jar or worry about losing a jar because the filter disc would come off on these cheap, knockoff discs. Yours do not do that. You put them down, they stay put. You can pour water on top of them, doesn't do anything. They're fantastic.
Yeah, the material wasn't really available in small quantities, and so I didn't really get the current model for a very long time. And the minimum order for the material that I use now is like 1 ton rolls. They do it by weight, essentially, weight and material. So I've got more material just with that 1 ton than I'll probably ever sell through, because they're just so tiny, and the amount of material gets just like miles long. So.
That's funny. Wow, you're buying it by the ton. I mean, I got a little stack of them that's probably going to last me another couple years. That's crazy. But that's how those Chinese companies are. I mean, I tried to do that with my sterilizer, and man, they just want me to order like literally 2,500 units out of the gate, and I'm not making that much money. I know.
Yeah, like I'm an end user guy. Can you just ship me one?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm willing to buy more, but no, they want to sell me a lot of the product. I just can't do it. But you are working with some of these manufacturing firms. Now, the last time you talked to me, I think you were considering trying to in-house some of it because you had a little issue during COVID, right? You had some shipments stuck in Port of Los Angeles or something like that. Is this right?
So I didn't get a lot of those held up containers as bad, because at the time I wasn't really bringing in containers of goods. It was more like pallets of goods, and so I was shipping in by boat rather than container. So the containers were the ones that were stopped up, but I was paying for express fees and just getting them in. So I didn't really have too much of a problem. But my fear is that, in the future, if we ever run into those logistics issues, well, now I'm shipping in containers. And so it's a lot, I'd like to manufacture in-house to kind of stay away from, if anything happens again, then I won't have those issues. Plus with the tariffs from the last administration, the prices of containers have been really hit pretty hard.
Oh, so. Dude. Yeah. So we have a friend, and it's like my daughter's, the obligatory friends, because the daughters are friends. Anyway,
yeah.
He was saying that it used to cost, I'm going to get the number wrong, but I'll try to get the scale right. I think he was saying it used to cost them like $1,500, $1,800 to ship a container over. And I think he said it was something like 8,000 to 12,000 now, something like significantly higher. And I was like, bro, dude.
Yeah.
How are you guys absorbing that cost?
Yeah. So for a container of like last year, it was really bad. So a container cost plus the obviously you have to pay duty fees and stuff. So duties plus the cost of the container last year. I mean, for the Petri dishes, I paid 13 grand. And and Petri dishes are a very low margin market. And so I really took a hit on the dishes, but it got pretty bad. But this year, I think now I can get a container in for about $9,500 with the price of the container plus duties and taxes. So it's come down a little bit, but it's still kind of ridiculous. It's still hard.
That would definitely have me starting to go, all right, how can we make these things here?
Yeah.
They're just too far away and too much to get them over here. That honestly has been the problem. I mean, even Lab Rats, who's killing it as far as, when they just started making those wooden flow hoods in their garage or their basement, wherever they were, I just knew the amount of work they were putting in, and I was like, man, this is a lot of work. And then the logistics of shipping it is such a pain in the butt. Yeah. I feel like that still remains an issue. It's almost like you need to have like a distribution network, have all these little local areas have, have like a little stockpile, 10, 20, 30 FFUs, because you can get a deal on Alibaba, but they want 400 in shipping on it.
Yeah, yeah, it's
At
almost
that,
not worth it. That and the quality. Like I've ordered FFUs from China before, and you know, when you're working that thing constantly, some of it's like the bent steel, like the plate steel that's kind of bent. The seals aren't very good, so you're purging air, and you got to caulk it or do something to plug the air. So yeah, some of those I've been kind of disappointed with some of the ones that I've gotten before. But yeah, they make good units from what I hear. I haven't seen one up close, but from everything that I've seen, they make pretty killer units at Lab Rat.
Yeah, so they're doing a great job, and I think they finally realized they had the volume, so they started making some pretty big batch orders through a Chinese manufacturer as well. But like you said, you got to take the time to spec out and make sure that the quality control is good and all that stuff. And I mean, I don't think I've ever heard anybody complain other than the shipping time. That's about the only thing.
Are they making big units in-house now? Because I know that they were doing like the smaller units, but are they doing full-size units now?
No, my understanding, and I do not keep up on this too much, but my understanding is that they were sourcing some, Inverco Mac 10 like flow hoods from China, and then just bringing them in big batches, like 20, 30. I think I saw a picture where the semi stopped out in front of their house and unloaded like 20 of them or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the lead time is still crazy. But that's in our community, that this is one of the problems. You want a flow hood, and then you gotta wait. It's like buying a Toyota Tacoma. You gotta wait 3 to 4 months for that thing at best, right?
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do? Hopefully I would love it if somebody decided to make that in-house in the United States. There's not much to them. There's not rocket science going on in that thing. That it's a motor.
Yeah, it's a frame, a fan, and a filter. So
yeah. I looked into doing it. The filter was the issue. Really, manufacturing a filter would have required a pretty fancy piece of mechanical machinery to fold the pleats uniformly, and so you got the flow even and all that. And I was like, yeah, okay, this is not going to happen for me. But
I would say even import a high quality filter from a foreign country, but then just manufacture the frames here. I mean, that's what Lab Rat's doing. I think it makes sense. Yeah, and the motor.
Yeah, and you could the thing that really takes up the space is the carcass, and that's all. It's just flat sheets of aluminum. You just stamp it, you break it, and put it together. So yeah, maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know. I keep talking to them about coming on, but they're too busy making flow hoods, dude. They don't have time to come on the show.
I can imagine what their house looks like. Tools and inventory, and it's just the way it is, man.
Exactly. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about all the product offering up to, but not including the most recent stuff. So you started out with the jar discs. You also had the little filter discs. What other products did you have? Products that you tried that sort of didn't work out? Talk us through that whole evolution of working through products.
I don't think I've had any that haven't worked out yet. I mean, I've pretty much had to reorder or re-up on almost everything. Maybe the 70 or 90 millimeter discs. Have you seen those?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing.
I think you sent me some, but I have not used them.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing that I probably ordered way too many, because I've still got boxes and boxes and boxes from 2 years ago when I made those. So.
Gotcha.
But yeah, other than that, everything's worked out pretty well.
Man, I tell you what, I was over there, I don't know how long ago it was now, a month or two. And I mean, like a quarter of your facility was just full of those Petri dish boxes. And now I hear they're gone. Like you did sell through them. So it shows you the demand is there. The trick is just figuring out how not to pay so goddamn much for shipping, I guess.
Yeah. So I have a feeling in the next 3 or 4 months, I should be able to make money on dishes, but sell them at around $50 to $60. I might even be able to get it down to $50 a case for 500, same quality as I just had.
Wait, what did you just say?
I might be able to get the price down to $50 a case, custom, same quality as I have now, same exact shape. I mean, I'm using the same CAD file I used for the other one. So that's a distinct possibility. I'm working on that deal right now.
For disposable. For disposable.
For disposables, yeah. And I'm going to have them both stackable and slippable so people can use them in auto pouring machines or stack them in flow hoods. So I have a bunch. And I know there's people that want like the, what are they, the grip ring ones?
They do. Oh, yeah.
Every time somebody says, well, why haven't you come out with a grip ring one? I just want to respond, you buy the fucking container.
Yeah,
but
you got, yeah.
No, but they're coming. They're coming. I intend to make a series with grip rings too. It's just, you know, it's a lot of money per container. So.
You know, it's like I've driven Lamborghini. It drives really nice. I'm not going to waste, you know, my entire life savings and my income and work double shifts just so I can, you know, drive a Lamborghini around. Yeah. They're nice. The grip rings are nice. I think particularly people that pour plates, like, I mean, of course, Tim's a pro, but some people that are pouring plates, I think they really like the grip rings. So I think the people that pour are inclined to really like those. I personally like them, but I don't care. I like cheap. I want just cheap, but not so cheap that they crack all the time.
Right. Yeah. There's a certain weight that I want those dishes to be. And if you weigh a good dish, you know, you're around 15 grams or higher, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, there's a certain quality that I'm trying to achieve with it, but you know, I'm still trying to keep the price as low as I can.
Man, if you pulled out $50, I mean, I think the cheapest I ever got some closeouts on Amazon was 76, I think. So yeah, man, if you could pull that off, that would be huge. I would probably have to devote a little corner of my shop to just buying, you know, the minute you get those in, I'm gonna have to buy like 5 or 6 cases of those right off the bat, just so they don't, you know, so I got them.
Yeah, see, the problem with putting out dishes at $60 and $50 is that you get a bunch of people that want to wholesale them, and they're like, "Okay, can you give me a discount?" And it's like, they're already at $60. So it's like I have to figure out a price point to where it's really making sense for people at the retail level, but I can still kind of give a little bit of margin to people that want to resell or use them in their own pours or whatever. So I really haven't figured out a pricing structure because the margins are so thin on Petri dishes that it's difficult to kind of make that work. So I might not do wholesale level. You know, if people want to buy them, they can buy them at that retail price point of like $50 or $60. But I don't know. The polypropylene,
man, if you were that cheap, I don't know. I mean.
Yeah, the polypropylenes will probably come down to about 120, and they're currently 180. They'll probably be about 100 to 120.
Right. That's a trick for you, and I don't ever think about this because I'm never selling to a business. I'm always selling to the end user, you know, basement culture, mushroom cultivator. And so, you know, I'm selling one sterilizer. I'm not selling 50, 100, 1,000, whereas you are actually, I imagine, because of the quality of your products, you're selling to major mushroom farms. Am I right? Like, I have to assume major mushroom farms are buying your products.
Yeah, so I'd say about 75% of my business, maybe 60, 75% of my business is B2B sales.
Oh, okay,
because I'm just a horrible marketer because I don't know how to reverse engineer the personal experience through the website, and I'm not good at funnels or optimizing stuff. But I can write an email and say, "Hey, I've got a good product. It's a good price." You know, it's a lot easier to do that for me and just make bulk transactions. So most of my stuff is actually B2B anyway.
I mean, yeah, and especially when it starts becoming the logistics of shipping. I mean, if 100% of your business is shipping a single, you know, little pack of filter patches, right? The amount of labor that goes into shipping that for the profit margin versus shipping a giant case of it, that it behooves you to do that. I mean, I know plate vendors do the same thing. Genetics guys, right? Nobody wants to sell one plate. They want to sell. They want to sell a 5-pack, a 10-pack. You know, that just makes sense. You just want to get that price point up a little bit, because to go through all the labor of putting a single plate in a package and shipping it in a way that it doesn't get damaged, that's not sustainable. And I think everybody that's trying to figure out how to make a living in this community should be thinking about, what is my all-in labor cost on this stuff? Like, I'm pouring plates for $1. Is this worth it? Like, I was talking to Tim about this. He was like, I don't know. These people all of a sudden are trying to pour plates for $1. He's like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, how is that worth your time? I go, man, it's not worth my time at $3 a plate. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But they keep doing it.
And pouring is, man, I don't have the patience for it.
No.
Like, I'm not like I have to move and do different things all the time, or I just go, my brain just goes stale.
I'm with you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah, for me, any job, it doesn't even matter. Like, I thought, in the emergency room, this is great. It's going to be different all the time. And then 5 years later, you're like, I've seen everything. Like, I've seen all this. Nothing's exciting. Like, it's almost never exciting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you and I are the same as far as that goes. Definitely like variety. I like new things to think about. That's why this works. Every week I get to think about a new guest, what we're going to talk about. And yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, I've got like a spurt of dopamine that lasts about 20 minutes on something, and then I can be really effective and really good at it, and I'm like, okay, I'm learning something. This is kind of cool. But then when that wears off, I'm like, ugh, got to get something else in there, you know.
Man, I read a book about personality types and figured out I'm an ENFP, and basically, like, we're the starters.
Yeah,
we get it going, we get people hyped up about it, and we can launch, and then we're done. Like, the
better get the team in place quickly, because you're fucking bored real quick.
Exactly. Ugh, man, it's just making me think back to when I was a contractor, and the finishing the job, like the last 20% of the job, the meticulous, tedious part. It was the worst for me. I had to just, I couldn't do it.
I think I found the cheat code, though. So the cheat code is like, if you're doing something that you absolutely hate, if there's somebody doing it right next to you, the same thing, or doing it with you, then it's like, okay, it either becomes competitive or you feel obligated to, and you just stop thinking about hating it. Like working out, I'll never be caught dead in the gym alone because I just don't have the motivation to go. But we were talking before, you know, I just got a gym partner that I'm paying to train me. Right. And now I'm just like, I don't want to go to the gym. But when I get there, I just like fucking do it. And it doesn't feel like work. It's because there's somebody there saying, get off your ass and do the thing, you know? So I feel like that's the cheat code. If I have somebody next to me saying, yeah, let's do this thing, then I get amped up too. So that's I feel like that's part of it.
That's true. Man, when I was younger, I was very competitive. In my middle ages now, I have more of the, like, I used to race my car around, and anybody that cut me off, I'd have to, speed up and get, like, no one could be faster than me. And I'm just like an old man. I'm just like, let him go. He can get the speeding ticket. I don't need it.
I'm still like that. You should see me on my bike. I'm a knuckle.
Yeah, I couldn't, man. For a while, I was driving recently here, a pretty fast lease vehicle, and I was starting to get in trouble. I had to let it go.
Speed, man, it's the spice of life.
Yeah, well, so for me, I'm ADHD, and I have found that speed, whether I'm on a mountain bike, whether I was running when I was younger, racing bikes, racing a car, drag racing, whatever, that risk, it puts you in a zone. So yeah, I respond very well to speed. I'm a big fan.
And the other, I think speed is kind of and I was thinking about this the other day. Speed to me is kind of a meditative practice. And the reason for that is when you're meditating, the whole goal is to kind of accept everything as it is, like in the now. And speed, you have no choice but to live in the present, because when you're going fast, everything is, it's very present. Like you can obviously anticipate something in the future, but you can't think about the past. You're busy fucking paying attention to the road. So it's very meditative for me to go fast, because it's like, you're just in the present right then and there.
That is so true. So I can't, even though I'm getting older, and when I fall and I take hits, it's just brutal on my body now when I'm mountain biking. But I just got to go fast all the time. And it's because I can't think about anything else. If I just go, oh, look at that pretty tree as I'm mountain biking down a hill doing 30 miles an hour, I mean, I'll kill
Yeah.
myself. So
Yeah.
it forces me to be so hyper focused, and I just need that because in my daily life, just distracted all the time.
Phones, Instagram, emails, all that other dumb shit. It's like,
just thoughts, people, mushrooms, you name it. Yep. It just, yeah. So I love those things that force me to simplify my thought process. So let's do it. Let's talk about, I am very excited about this. I cannot wait to get my hands on one. I have touched one. I have seen them. I think I watched Tim stand on one. And I'm talking about your new tubs. Let's talk about them.
So I'm pretty sure most people that are watching this have already seen like the little snippets I'm giving of them. So the mediums will be out first. Those will be in within 45 days. And I may run a pre-order on it. But the tubs will come in 3 sizes. Most people want to know the size and the specs and all that. So the small one is a 12-foot cube, 12 by 12 by 12. The medium is going to be 18 inches by 15.5 by 12 high.
Okay.
And the large is going to be 22.5 by 15.5 by 12 high, which is pretty much the same dimensions as the other guys. So,
right.
The price points for the small will be $16 or $18. The medium will be $28 or $30, and the larges will be $36 or $38. And then they'll have, I don't know if did you see the liners when you were there?
No. Oh, did I? I can't remember if Tim, I don't think so.
So we've got form-fitted liners. Yep. We've got form-fitted liners for each size. Which man, I wish maybe I'll send you some stuff so that you can look at it. I've got like some B2B video promos that show me putting them all together and stuff.
Nice.
But yeah, we'll probably release a kit and then, do refill kits for substrate and stuff like that. And obviously sell them as singles for people that want to do it all themselves. But
so first thing I just want to talk about is I purchased one of the other tubs, and this was after I had already modded, gasketed sterilites and used dub tubs, little 6-quart shoe boxes, the 20 quarts, and somebody, one of my mods, PSatch, I saw one of his grows and I was like, man, that looks great. He's like, let me send you one. So he sent me some money. I got one of them and grew in it. And man, the taping process was a little annoying. I did grow a decent flush. It wasn't my greatest flush, but it was a good flush. But my main criticism was the top of it sits inside the bottom of it. And I just, as soon as I got it, I just said, who on earth thought this was a good idea? Like, how on earth
did you get puddling in the groove?
All that stuff. Yeah. And then just the fact I grow in the basement. So for me, I have a back door to my or I have a door to my backyard. I have dogs that are down here. Like, this is not a clean area, generally speaking. So contamination is in the air. It will settle on things. And then you go to, lift that cover up and who knows what's going on. So I thought that was a design flaw. And as soon as I was over there and Tim showed me one of these things, and I saw that you did it the right way, and I was like, thank God. Okay, you guys are gonna, every one of these that you make, you're gonna sell because you did it right.
I hope so. I took a lot of time in figuring out the fitment, so I didn't want. I've noticed on a couple different model tubs that the fitment between the top and the bottom aren't very good either.
Correct.
Like there's spaces between them and so I wanted to make sure that the factory I was working with to manufacture these, we went through 2 or 3 iterations and I had to modify the molds a couple times to get it exactly how I wanted, but I'm very comfortable with what I've got now.
Now,
did you see the picture of Tim and I standing on it?
I think I did briefly, but I heard the story of it before I saw the picture of it. And I can tell you, I've held these things. They are significantly more sturdy than your competitor, for sure. They're fantastic. But I mean, the two of you stood on, was it a medium?
It was the largest tub. So the largest tub obviously is the most flimsy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we stood on it and it was 370 pounds and it didn't even flex. So
that's amazing, man. Well, yeah, so I don't know if have you seen those videos on Instagram? There's a couple like large scale growers that just have those bins just stacked to the ceiling. And I'm like, man, I don't know how they're stacking all those up there. But you guys could stack 10 stories tall. They would definitely be able to handle it.
Yeah, I feel like you could stack them as high as you could reach, even with a ladder. What I would worry about is just falling over, because once you get so high, you start getting topply. But you should be able to stack as many as you can,
For sure. Now, man, I really like, so my other critique is for a home grower that's growing, mushrooms to use as medicine for themselves and maybe a couple family members, that bin's too big for me.
Yeah.
I need a smaller bin. So you guys coming out with 3 sizes is just smart. I'm definitely trying to get my hands on a few of those little 12 by 12 by 12s. Those little, literally.
Yeah, the cube ones.
Cubes. Yeah, the cubes. Those look fantastic.
Yeah, so I mean, there's different use cases for each of them. Obviously, like for the small ones, it's great for genetic testing. So, like if you're trying to isolate genetics that you like, you just do some testing. It won't take up a lot of square footage in your lab, and then when you get what you want out of it, then you move it to full production or whatever.
Right.
Your medium tub is probably going to be for your home grower, because 18 inches is about the depth of any retail shelf that you can get from Home Depot.
Right.
And so that's probably the best one. And then the guys that are going to want to produce, I've got guys calling me for 10,000 units already. They're going to be producing in giant warehouses. Like those guys are going to want commercial sized tubs and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of those cannabis guys are really interested. And I can't believe how many people have been converting over to, cashing out a little bit, converting over to mycology. Like there's a merging of the markets. It's exciting.
Well, so I was talking to somebody not too long ago, and basically all these hydroponic stores, their sales revenues annually are down by like 40 to 50%. So that industry is pivoting hard into mushrooms. And so you got us real mycology mushroom cultivators that have been, doing it for a long time, and you're going to just have this flood of people coming in. And so that's why I think it's so important to have businesses like you, like Tim, like real people that have a background cultivating mushrooms, that love this community, that want to support the community. I think that's important. Now, it doesn't mean, you can come from cannabis and have loved mushrooms for 100 years. That's fine. But there's a lot of people that it isn't about the love. It's just, it's a business decision, and that pivot's happening, and at the end of the day, you're going to have the best product, right?
Yeah, and a lot of it's price point and product. Like you have to make these tubs approachable for people, so they can't be absurdly expensive, especially like somebody that's coming into it and they're new and they don't know, they don't have a ton of money to invest, or they haven't really gotten into it heavily. So I think price point is a good fighting factor. But a lot of these guys have great reputations to ride on. Like a lot of these substrate companies, Twisted Tree, Mr. Poopy, like they've got a great reputation. Reputation's going to play a role. So,
and you can come in and, come in fully invested, ready to spend money, thinking that you're just going to automatically kill it out of the gate. And that is not necessarily going to be the case.
No, I mean, it took me hundreds, if not a couple $1,000s my first time to get the monotub correctly. You got to wait until you get that right until you scale up. But I wasted a lot of money fucking, losing.
Sure.
So,
well, I mean, every time with those molds, right? Because anytime you're having an injection molded product made, you got to pay for the mold, and then you get the prototype and you're like, it's not quite right. Now you got to buy another mold, right?
Yeah.
So you got every mold. So if this is product development, this is the difference between trying to play pretend and actually product development, right? There's a lot of work and a lot of expense that goes into developing a quality product. Not always not going to kill it out of the gate.
Yeah, I found out the hard way that it's pretty expensive. Like it's expensive to make a mold, but then it's expensive to fill in the mold with metal and then recut it to replace a part that didn't turn out well.
Oh, just like, to fix the mold rather than
right. So
totally
like,
redo it.
Say you cut out a part and then it doesn't work in your mold and you need it gone. Well, they have to fill that back in with molten steel and then recarve it out. And that service is, that racks up thousands too. So took a lot of effort, a lot of time to get it perfect. And I think we've arrived as close to perfection as we're going to get. So,
man, they look good. That's all I'm saying. Of everything I've seen, I know so many people, they go buy a drill, they go buy the step bit, they go buy a hole cutting bit, they break a few of them because they didn't run it in reverse, or they ran it too fast, or they ran it with too much hand pressure, and they break $30 worth of tubs, and then they get frustrated and they ask why did it. Or you can just buy one of these for $16 to $36. It's just easier. Easier.
So I got to send you one. I do have some left now. I think that everybody that needs to get one or that needed to see them has already gotten them. So I do have some spare.
Sweet.
If you want one of those 1 foot cubes, I'm sure I could wrangle one up for you.
Yeah, man. That's what I want to play with. The 1 foot cube.
I have one that doesn't have my logo on it. It's got someone else's logo, but I don't want you to take pictures of it yet because no one's supposed to know about this deal.
Okay.
So when I send it to you, you're gonna be like, "Holy shit, you got that!" But don't say anything. Don't send any pictures out until it's set in stone because I don't want to jinx it.
Oh yeah, it's all good. People, man, every day, all day, people are telling me, "Guess what I'm about to do?" They tell me the whole story because they're thinking maybe they don't come on the podcast. So I hear all the stories. I can keep secrets. It doesn't do me any good to start talking about all that stuff. I'm trying to be a good host.
Yeah.
So yeah. Cool, man. Well, I can tell you right now, that's what I'm the most excited about. I think that is a big step forward. The amount of people in newbie Facebook groups, Reddit groups, etc., just talking about, there are those things that there's no product for at a fair price. And so people go, well, God, I don't want to pay this much money for one of these bins. I'm going to, I guess, try to make it. And then they end up wasting a bunch of money. It's like people with the sterilizers. Hey, dude, your sterilizer's too much money. How do I build it? I give them the parts list, or I tell them where to go look it up on Reddit. And then like 3 months later, they're like, okay, yeah, you know what? Can I send you all these parts? Because this is more work than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
People
I
just
tell you
don't
what,
think about that.
I think that the key is, and this is where I think I'm blessed, is I found a guy that can take my thoughts and my sloppy drawings and just completely turn them into the reality that I envision. And so I'm very fortunate to have the designer, the engineer behind these, making these files for me, because the way that he understands what I'm trying to come across, what I'm trying to portray is pretty astounding. So I had a lot of help from my designer, figuring these out and getting them exactly the way I wanted it to. So
that's great.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, I mean, I only had that when I worked construction. I had one guy who I didn't even have to talk to him.
Telepathic, man. They just know.
We just cohesive, just knew when I needed something, what we were doing, how we were doing it. I didn't have to say, get here. And then all the other people you'd ever hire, even if they were okay, you just have to explain a little bit more. So I can appreciate you get somebody where you're really gelling with them. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And we're benefiting. That's, so when did you say again? Sorry, I forgot. 45 days and you have mediums.
Yeah. So 45 days and the mediums will be here. I'll have a whole container.
Fantastic.
And there's some guys that want pallets, but I'm pretty sure I'll have enough to run for retail for a while. But I have a feeling they're gonna be gone pretty quick, probably faster than the Petri dishes.
I think they're gonna go really, really fast. Sorry, how much is the mediums?
A medium is 28 or 30. I'm going to try and keep it around 28. Obviously I'd like to keep the lower of the price points, but until they land and I figure out my exact costs, I'm not sure what I'm paying yet. So so
cool. I want some. I'm going to buy some. If you want to send me one for free, that's great. But I think I'm going to have to try a few out and play around because they look nice. And I love bags. I'm a bag man for sure, but man, you know what? I can't get rid of any of my tubs because there are just certain fruit I want to run in tubs. Every once in a while I just miss that pretty, sexy, good looking canopy. Gotta run a couple tubs again. So
Yeah, I feel like some of the weird mushrooms kind of like that better. Like
yeah.
like Mexicanas, Tampanensis tends to like tubs a little better. I mean, I've seen them done pretty well out of bags, but I've always had and seen better luck with some of the weird species. But philosophies will grow on anything. They don't really care if it's a tub or a bag.
They do not.
You know,
care.
but if you want a nice canopy, it's always really nice in a tub. So
yeah, and just the fruit. I mean, neglect tech with bags is amazing. Like when people go, God, how do you grow in bags? I'm like, you don't.
Well, the bags do it.
The bags are doing the work.
Yeah.
The less you do, the better. But man, they just get dirtier. They're still not. There's pluses and minuses to both.
Yeah.
I think if you struggle with contamination, you definitely should try out bags for a while. But if you got your techs down and you know what you're doing, I mean, you can't go wrong with a tub. You're going to get your best yield out of a tub. The fruit's going to look great.
Yeah, if you're looking for efficiency, I just feel like tubs produce better because they tend to be, you know, it's more surface area rather than bulk.
Exactly.
While bags, the shape of your substrate tends to favor a kind of a cubic shape where you don't really seem to utilize as much surface area. So I don't know. I always like tubs.
Yeah, I forget who I was talking to about this. But particularly like, you know, the classic, everybody runs the 66 quart tubs. You know, by the time you get your substrate and your grain in there and you mix it all up and you lay down your 2.5, 3 inch cake, you got a lot of atmosphere in that tub. And that atmosphere is great. That really helps for the evaporative process. And when you start playing with some of these smaller tubs, you don't quite get that. And I think if I think back to all the banging flushes I've ever seen, they're usually in those big tubs. You know,
Yeah.
I think that environment plays a crucial role. Now that actually brings up a topic I didn't hit on. Your product's pretty tall. You guys, it seemed like you actually considered, you know, oh, we want some atmosphere in here. We want some space.
Yeah, the Jesus. So some of the mutants that people are growing nowadays are like 14 inches tall. So I'm like, well, you know, we got to leave some roof room.
Yeah.
So I made them a foot tall because I wanted at least most of them to grow, you know,
Right.
and have enough vertical space. So yeah. So I kept that in mind. A lot of people, you know, I might come out with a shallower pan because the pan is still 6 inches.
Right.
So it might benefit people to have a shallower pan under mod. So I'm still going to be adding more to this series.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like a colonization lid. I've had several people write me and say, hey, get a colonization lid. Like that'll eventually come. It's just that these molds are so cash draining that I got to make some cash back first before I get more molds in. But yeah, we've got more coming. I'm not stopping here with these. I'm not just going to call it done. We'll get more stuff.
That's
for
great.
sure.
Yeah, people really don't understand as far as the, you know, cash positive and all that kind of stuff. Every time I make a sterilizer, I'm literally spending almost $76 worth of parts.
Yeah.
Just, you know, I got to spend all that money to make it, and then I got to ship it. And so if you get 10 orders, you got to go spend a bunch of money. This is not just, you know, there's overhead to it. So same with you, right? Like you want to make one change, you just already know you've done it. So you're like, it's going to cost me a lot of money to develop just this bottom part, or it seems so simple, right? To go from a 6 inch to a 4 inch tub bottom, that's going to cost money.
Yeah. But just one part, the bottom, you know, you might spend 20 grand just on that mold. So it's like,
right. Yes.
Yeah. Everyone is a pretty big hit. It took a lot for me to come up with 3 models. Like,
oh, I bet. I believe.
And that's why I made the clips all the same. So the clips are universal, the plugs are universal, because I didn't want to keep making a bunch of different molds for everything. So all the parts except for the liners are compatible. So the filters, the clips, the plugs, all 3 sizes use those.
Oh, that's great.
And then the only difference is the liners are going to be obviously small, medium, large.
And now, so I have a question. Let me just address this because I don't think I saw the liners. Are they a little bit thicker than your competitors' liners? Do you know the comparison?
As far as I
that?
know, they just have like a rigid liner, don't they? A rigid clear one?
Yeah, but it's also brittle. I've cracked 2 of them.
Yeah, so my liner is actually like a film, like a bag, but it's molded to the shape. And so what you do is okay, so you know how the bottom is just kind of like a pan freestanding?
Right.
Okay, so what you do is you take your bag and you put it over the pan, so it's like like a trash bin. And then you put your top on top of that.
Oh.
And it pinches in between. So here's the rim of the bottom, and here's the top. So your liner is over this, and then your lid just goes on top of it.
Right.
So it holds it in place, and it kind of creates like a sealing gasket, so there's no airflow or anything. So
perfect.
And it's not super loose, but it fits loosely enough to where inside the tub it shrinks with it too. So there's some flexibility to where you're not allowing the side pinning and loss of humidity and stuff like that. So,
dude, I can't wait to play with some new toys.
Yeah.
As you can tell, Geeky's got a few toys, so I always need some new toys to play with.
Oh, good news. So tomorrow the liners for the small tub, the samples, should be in. So I can send you liners with the small tub and filters and stuff like that. You'll have the whole set.
Perfect. All right, hold on. I just had a upcoming guest message me something here real quick. My apologies.
How many more you got coming on?
We just got a smorgasbord of nothing but mycology loving fools coming on here tonight.
Yeah.
Who do we got? We got the Mushroom Maniac. We got Philly Golden Teacher, Dave Wombat, Dr. Rick, Shay of Microducks Mushrooms, Gary Hefferly, Lauren Feringa of Hippie and a Vet, Fungi Mycology, the infamous Mushman 9000, and Ed Grand.
Hell yeah.
Got a couple people, yeah.
We're serious killers out there.
We're just gonna just slam through some of the people who've been on the show. Yeah, it should be a good time. Well, I tell you what, I definitely love my Michigan boys. I think it's great that you and Tim are working together. Tim's hardworking. He's smart. He's a great guy to have around the shop. And you're obviously in it to, I don't even want to say in it to win it, but I know you are. You're in it to win it by executing better than everybody else, by having really good products that become synonymous with, oh wow, this product does exactly what I needed a product to do for this situation. And it's just so clear that that's kind of how you work.
Yeah, I don't like the whole paralysis by analysis thing where you overthink things and you obsess until it's perfect.
Right.
But I do have a tendency to try and really fine tune everything before I release it.
Right.
Nothing's ever going to be like spot on, dead perfect, but I try to get it done to where I don't like people being unhappy with the stuff I release. So I just, I get kind of obsessive. So.
Well, it makes sense because you, as someone who has done this for a while, sold products, you deal with customer service, right? You really want a good product because when you sell crap, it's a nightmare to deal with the customer service piece, right? Like these car manufacturers that screw something up and then they got to recall every Toyota Sierra, whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's a nightmare for those companies.
What's the old saying? It takes a lifetime to develop a reputation, and it only takes it takes no time to destroy it, or whatever. Yeah,
It takes just one fell swoop. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at this, guys! It's giveaway time. All right, we're doing a giveaway here. What should we do? Let me see here. All right. Let me pull this up. 1 second. We are doing...
Wait, have you already got stuff to give away?
I do.
I'll throw in a monotub, one of the prototypes.
Oh, okay. So this first one, this is what I'm going to talk about, and a monotub. This is going to be courtesy of mycologysimplified.com. And we're going to do, let me pull it up here. We're going to do, gosh dang it, where is it? I thought I had it up here, but I didn't. All right. This is going super smoothly. I only spent literally the entire day preparing for this, and then now I can't find that. That's pretty standard. All right. It's here somewhere. Logo, overlays, it's got to be in here. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, so let me pull this off. All right, here we go. All right, so we're going to do some pre-pour Petri dishes. So Mycology Simplified is run by one of my moderators. His name's P-Funk. I have been friends with him almost the entire time I've been in this community. We used to mod the Limitless Discord together. He's a real quality dude. Has all sorts of cool mycology supplies. So we're doing some pre-pour 10-pack and oh no, we're not doing that. Sorry, I let the cat out of the bag there. Okay, so this one will just be for a pre-pour 10-pack. And we're going to do prototype 1 foot cube, right? 1 cubic foot container.
Yeah.
And liners? Or is that just
I'll
for
throw
me?
in some liners. I'll throw in a couple
Okay,
liners. I don't have
all
that many, but yeah.
All right, 1 or 2.
Filters and
All right,
whole thing.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. What do we got? We got 192 people watching. Okay, so Dan's gonna pick a number between 1 and 20. The first person to guess it right is gonna get it, and then you just DM me or him. All right, so Dan, when you have your number, let me know.
Okay.
All right, Wardrobe. You now Wardrobe, man. Look at this Wardrobe, my buddy Wardrobe, amazing grower, picking 15 out of the gate. Dude, you gotta give Dan a chance to.
There. Vegas Mandy 17. That was it.
All right, Vegas Mandy, my homie, out in guess where she lives, Vegas. All right, Vegas Mandy, you are it's your luck, girl. You always winning stuff. I feel like. All right, so let me pull. All right, that didn't even take too long. Vegas Mandy for the win. All right, let me pull this off. Sorry. Man, I've been trying all these other streaming platforms, and you would think there'd be a better one than this, but there's not. This one, as far as all this stuff goes, is still the cleanest.
Honestly, I'm running on Wi-Fi, and we haven't had a single hiccup.
Yeah,
knock on birch.
Yep.
But
I'm knocking on. I don't know, what is this? Yeah, it might be birch as well. It's a good Michigan hardwood, birch.
Good stuff.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, it's been good. Whoops, sorry. God dang it. I'm having a lot of luck here. All right, sorry. I'm trying to do 3 things at once and think, which, ask my wife, that's the wrong move. She'll let me know. It's been great to have you back on. Man, I really can think back to the early, we stumbled through a couple podcasts that weren't really podcasts. They were just sort of something we were doing on the Discord. And then you were my first official YouTube podcast. And man, it's been a year.
And now look what you over 150 people on it live right now. Like, that's insane. Just to have people tuning in like real time. That's pretty big. Big.
It's Myco Monday night, dude. This is what we do now. This is what we do on Monday nights. I mean, we're going to be in the lab pouring anyway, right? We might as well have something to listen to. Yeah. All right, dude. Well, thank you so much for contributing to the giveaway. And thank you so much for sending me a cube. I can't wait. I'm going to definitely show it off on an upcoming podcast. And I got to grow something cool in it. I got to figure out what I'm going to grow in it.
Okay.
We'll do some picks, and yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah, send me your address and I'll send you 2 cubes, and I guess you can forward it to Mandy if you want. You want to do it that way?
Perfect, dude. Perfect. Yes.
All right, cool. Sounds good.
Man. All right. Well, thank you so much. And, we'll see you next year at a minimum. And let me know as soon as you get the, once you start getting all these growing bins in, if you want to just stop on for a hot second and be like, we got them in, guys, come get them. We can do that too.
Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate that.
Cool, man. All right, take care.
All right.
All
See you
right,
guys.
All right, guys. Dan Rogers of Microppose, my first guest. Good to have him back. Good to maintain friendships, not burn bridges. Easy to burn bridges in this community. Definitely nice when you don't. And Dan's a good guy, so it's easy to do. All right, I got a couple people waiting in the wings. First up, we're going to go with... All right, I think he's ready. Hold on. All right, so first up, you guys might not know this guest. He's interesting. Let me just bring him on.
What's up, MycoGeeky?
All right, Mushroom Maniac. What's up, dude?
Doing good. Happy birthday.
Thanks, man. Not my birthday. Well, I guess it's the birthday of the podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we got all the friends here. All the friends are here. Got all my friends. Nice. We're all here. Look, we got friends popping up. They want to say, happy birthday, mushrooms. We got some more mushrooms. Happy birthday, MycoGeeky.
Oh, that's Mushroom Maniac. I didn't know. So your reishi, they have more of a female voice. So I didn't know that. So your lion's mane, that's a male mushroom.
Absolutely.
And the reishi is the female mushroom. I see.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
nice.
They like to switch it up. They have fun, They like to have lots of fun.
Nice. Well, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, I used to watch a lot of WrestleMania, on Saturdays and whatnot. And for some reason, I'm being hearkened back to those days of watching really interesting characters. Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah, nice. So you're over there at the Fungus frequency. I'm curious. I've never asked you this. What frequency are you at?
The fungus frequency, of course.
Okay, but okay.
All of them. You got to tune into each one. That's why all the mushrooms are so important. Every one of them. They each have their own frequency.
Yeah.
They each have their own wisdom. And that's the secret, is you treat them all individually and let them just be themselves. Nice. That's the secret. Just like people. That's the secret. Just let them be themselves.
That is true. Well, this day and age, that's harder than you might think. A lot of people seem to not want to let people be themselves.
True.
Unfortunately.
But we got to get back to the mushrooms, and the mushrooms will teach us.
Now, Mushroom Maniac, I think you recently had a post talking about a mushroom variety. I think it was still a cubensis. I could be wrong. That you felt had a lot of inherent wisdom in it. Do you remember what I'm talking about? You want to talk about that one briefly?
Absolutely. The Ghidorah is definitely one. It has that old school wisdom that it brings you in. Nice. And it shows you the inside, it shows you the outside, and it shows you how there's always so much room to grow. Always.
It's true.
Always.
Mushroom Maniac, I feel like you are actually taking your medicine. I expected absolute mania from you, and really, I think you are taking your medicine. I can appreciate that.
That's the beauty of it. You get on that fungus frequency.
Yes.
And it keeps you in that mode. It keeps you tuned in, but you can tune out. But you can still tune in.
Cool, man.
And sometimes you just glitch out. Sometimes you don't even know.
Yeah, sometimes you just glitch out. It's true. All right, man. Well, I feel like you probably have mushrooms to talk to or to harvest, right?
Absolutely. I gotta get back. I gotta get back to the mushrooms.
Okay.
And I gotta recalibrate. I gotta recalibrate my frequency.
Okay.
Dealing with these electronics and right. Everything, you gotta recalibrate to the frequency.
Yeah, man, you gotta get away from the 5G, dude. Yes.
Always.
Yes.
Always.
All right. Well, Mushroom Maniac.
Cheers to you.
Yes.
I'm gonna recalibrate.
All right, sounds good, man. All right, there we have it. Mushroom Maniac of the Fungus Frequency. Yes. All right. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mushroom Maniac.
Thank you.
All right, guys. It's my neighbor. He's fun. All right. Next up, the one, the only. You know, let me say a little something about him first. This is a really special guy. For me, he was probably the first content creator on YouTube that just I found clarity in watching his videos. I watched a lot of other videos. They trigger 15 other questions for me. And this one, he just calm, soothing voice, kept things simple. He really aided my progress early on. And I think I never really stopped to appreciate how rapidly I went from being somebody who was a fanboy and admiring his content to, you know, being his friend and having somebody, you know, that I can talk to and connect with and stuff like that. So it really means a lot to me. And the things he does for the community are just, he does so much for so many people. So let's just bring this guy on. I'm talking about Philly Golden Teacher.
How's it going, Geeky?
What's up, man? Dude, where'd the dog go? I kind of loved you as the shy, adorable Japanese shepherd dog.
Oh, you like the dog?
Yeah, I liked, but this is cool too. I like the like. Oh, there we go. Yes, the unicorn dog. This is my favorite for sure, hands down.
I know, right?
God. Dude, this dog is too much for me.
Here, I'll do a close up for you.
I like the close. That is fantastic, and I love just the absolutely absurd unicorn horn. That's the icing on the cake. I don't know if you remember, but okay, you guys can see PGT's logo, the deer with the little mushroom on his head. I feel like the unicorn horn is sort of symbolic of that mushroom somehow.
Yeah, the mushroom on the head means I've got mushroom on my mind. That's kind of it.
Exactly. So talk to me. How are you doing? How's life?
Life has its ups and downs, that's for sure.
It does.
It's a roller coaster, just like how you know, journeys can be. Lots of ups and downs, but you know, you gotta appreciate, you know, the downtime so that you can appreciate the good times as well. It's just all part of life.
I hear
you can't have one without the other. It's a yin and yang kind of concept.
It is absolutely yin and yang. Yeah, I tell you know, every day I'm at the hospital, I'm talking to people on bad days. Sometimes I'm talking to people on their absolute worst days. And yeah, you know, you never know what that day is going to be for you. Ups and downs, lefts and rights. You know, is there a drop? We just went to Cedar Point, so I'm using roller coaster metaphors, guys. It's really true. Life is just, it's never going to be boring. I can tell you that. Always going to be another struggle or something. Just when you think you got something figured out, then there's going to be something else to deal with. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, life's always a struggle, but
it's just,
you know,
yeah.
The more you struggle with it, the better you come out from it. That's how I look at it. Every day that you move on and survive and progress forward is another day, another chance at a you know, it's kind of what you make it. So
100%. The so let's talk about this. Let's talk about apes. You got some great apes. And then let's talk about those cards. And we don't got to go into too much detail, but what are you growing right now? What do you love? Yeah.
So recently, I've just released my Blue Sky Ape card.
Okay.
And the Blue Sky Ape is an isolation that I've been working on. Probably I started working on it 2 years ago. It originally came out from an 8 multi-spore grow that I've gotten originally from Sporeworks. And there was an oddity that came out of my multi-spore grow, and I decided to clone it. And it took several generations of cloning it and working at it for me to kind of stabilize it down. And I'm happy with what it came out to. They're very unique. They're very they're almost all white with some blue and some speckles of white onto it. You know how Starry Night Ape is kind of like predominantly black looking
Yeah.
with white speckles. Well, this is more albino-ish. It keeps his albino look while having blue and white speckles on it. It's kind of why I decided to call it the blue sky ape.
Dang, man, how am I not keeping up on this? Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I got your Blue Ape Reaver about to hit some grain.
Oh, Blue Ape Reaver is one of my favorites. It's very unique in anything that I've ever grown in the history of my mycology career.
Nice.
That one's very near and dear to my heart. So
awesome. So talk to me a little bit about we don't gotta go into explicit detail here, but I feel like you are just killing it right now with the art. Like, look at this, your background, right? You got your background's on point. And I know your wife plays a role in that. I remember getting sketches of the t-shirt you designed for me for the first 10 guests. And, I was like, wow, she's cool. It's so great that you guys can work together and come up with all this art that people really connect with and help identify you with. How is that process going? Because I feel like you guys are pumping out art left and right.
She's always making art, man. She's always making art for me. Like each month, there's a new art that comes out. A lot of it now kind of pertains around the cards and the store, or promo art for that. Because the cards have been a pretty big hit among the community.
Yeah, they're fun, dude. They're fun. It's not just that they're fun and they're super tastefully done. Like it really shows off, an aesthetic. So people want to get them.
Yeah, and I continue to make more of them. I mean, we're up to 20 cards now. Like I can't even believe we're at this point where there's 20 different cards that I can offer out now. But yeah, each month a new card comes out. August, we have another one coming out. I'm not going to say what it is yet. It's always a surprise. I like to surprise my community with something new every month. So
nice.
Yeah, that's in the works. And it's just constantly trying to find what's unique about mushrooms to display on the cards. That's kind of what I aim for. And I'm all about uniqueness and, something that stands out. And it's always cool to have into the collection. I would like to have it into there. This is something great to just offer out to the community. People love collecting it. People have been putting them into like picture frames and stuff like that, or putting them into card sleeves. I've seen people put them in binders. Whatever it is, it's just very fun to see people collect them.
Yo, I'm waiting for the tattoos to start showing up, because the minute I saw the first cards, I was like, oh my god, somebody's got to get a tattoo of this. I mean, this is tattoo level artistic. It's really cool.
If someone gets a tattoo, I would love to see that. It would make my wife so happy if someone did that. But it just makes me happy and makes her happy whenever people comment about it as well. I always share the nice feedback that the community gives to our art and let her know that her art is appreciated by a community far wide, like around the world. People have been commenting on our art, and it's just great to see the reach that it has. And ultimately, my goal in life is to make mycology fun and accessible to everyone. So anything that adds towards the excitement and makes mycology fun and more engaging for people to get into and helps to grow mycology, the industry in general, I'm all for it.
I like it. Yeah, I can tell you for myself, I mean, I just started devouring content, whether it was shroomery or YouTube videos. Like when I decided, I read this article, I'm like, okay, I gotta grow mushrooms. And the only videos early on where I just felt like I was getting clarity from them rather than confusion were your videos. A couple other videos, but let's talk about you. You had the right pace. It was obvious that you planned out the video. It wasn't just, well, I'm making bucket tech today, let me just turn a camera on while I do it. You really tried to break the steps up and just keep it digestible for people, which was exactly what I needed as a new grower. And so I already know for a fact there's almost nobody who's learned how to grow in the last couple years that didn't come into contact with your videos and have that play a role in their early growing career. So it's great that you still have that attitude. I think that we're only going to have more and more people coming into the space. Your videos, it's like classic music, right? Like it never gets old. It's always going to be timely.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, I just been taking a little bit of a break from the content right now to try and focus in more towards myself and my family, taking care of things at home, taking care of myself first and foremost, because if I'm not taking care of myself, how can I take care of the people? You know what
Exactly.
I mean?
Yeah.
So I've been taking a little break from that, working very hard to upkeep the store, keeping the quality great on the store. So that's kind of been where my focus has been recently. But as things start to kind of even out, and I'm starting to get into. I'm actually going on vacation in the next week here. I'm going up to MycoFest in the next few days.
God dang it, PGT! Yeah, I want to go. I couldn't get the weekend off. I just begged and pleaded, and I've already been pushing my luck at work. I took a trip, and yeah, I can't possibly call off, or everyone will hate me, and so I won't be there this year. I'm definitely going next year. You can count on it. And I mean, we don't live too far away. You're the far east side of Pennsylvania, and I'm in Ohio, so it's not like we shouldn't be hanging out at some point in time.
Yeah, definitely.
But my buddy Kyle Kanan's going to be there. He's Ohio DNA lab. He's going to be out there with his buddy Scott looking for mushrooms to sequence. And I know all the cool kids are going to be at MycoFest, so of course you're going to be there. I'm not going to be there. I'm not a cool kid yet, but next year maybe I'll get to be. That'll be great.
You gotta get your tickets early, because I tried going last year and tickets were just sold out by the time I tried to get in onto it. So I made a promise to myself to make it this year. So as soon as the tickets went on sale, I went and got them, and nice. I just planned my whole trip up there so that I could finally make it, because I've always wanted to go. Couldn't go last year. This year I'm making it, and depending on how this year goes, I probably will go again next year.
Nice.
But I'm definitely planning to enjoy myself at MycoFest. It's been almost a year now since I've had a true vacation for myself, so I am really looking forward to this. I'm very excited for this, and yeah, I'm gonna be.
Dude, you're gonna get to meet. Everybody's
well.
gonna be there. You're gonna get to meet so many people and hang out and have a good time. And it really seems like this year's MycoFest is skewing a little more a balance between the psychedelic cube community and the like mycology foraging field mycologist community. So that I think it's going to be an interesting year to be there. I really kind of wished I could have gone, but we'll have to have you back on. You can tell us all about it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I'll be creating some content around it as well. I'm looking forward to sharing my experience at MycoFest with the rest of the community also.
Awesome, dude. All right, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure. One of these days we'll get to hang, and that'll be fun. Go have fun at MycoFest. Take care of yourself. Always got to take care of yourself first. In America, in our culture, definitely not promoted to, slow down and smell the roses and get some sleep and all that good stuff. So yeah, do all those things and have fun at MycoFest, man.
All right. Thank you so much, Geeky. It's a pleasure being on here with you.
All right, dude. Take care. All right, guys. Let me the amount of overlays I'm managing tonight, it's a little extreme. All right, so I got a couple people in the wings, and the person who is next is not here just yet. So let's pull up the next guy on the list, who is, in our community, we have all types, right? I mean, we really do have all types. But I'll tell you, one of the types we don't have a lot of in this community, and that is brain surgeons who love psychedelics. So let's bring him on, my buddy. Oh, well, I was going to call him Dr. Rick, but it sounds like tonight he's Funk Dr. Flex. All right, look at that. Oh my God, you're cracking me.
Yes.
Dude, you got to turn that into a hat. All right, hold on. Where's your?
Oh, I know.
Here we go. There we go.
Oh my God.
Hey man, good to talk to you. For the audience here that maybe don't know this, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 people that routinely send me just funny memes, TikTok videos, YouTube shorts, stuff like that. But the hands down king is Dr. Rick. He's sending me the funniest stuff, dude, all day, cracking me up. We're complaining about patients. We're talking about the craziness of healthcare and, the absurdity of it all. It's really absurd. Working in healthcare, there are times where it's just such a surreal situation, man.
The more PTSD you have, the funnier you tend to be.
Exactly. Yes, it's really true. Man, I remember, so recently I had on, and she'll be on here in a little bit, Lauren Feringa. She was a combat medic. And I guess she had one of her TikTok posts. She's got like 1.5 million people that follow her on TikTok. And I guess somebody was like, you weren't even a real soldier and you this and you that. And I'm just like, wow, that person has never been a combat medic. Like,
dear Lord.
The combat medic is theoretically experiencing maybe like it isn't your leg that got blown off, but you're dealing with people's crap every day nonstop. Like medics
and corpsmen have the biggest balls on any operation. So everybody else gets a weapon, they get IV, IV tubing. So
exactly,
go fuck yourself. That's ridiculous.
People don't know, right? It's just like they just don't know. They're not thinking, and they say the wrong thing, or it's just spoken from inexperience. They just don't know what they're talking about.
My favorite is whenever a conversation starts with, "I wasn't in the military per se," or "Yeah, I almost went in." I was like, "Well, I don't give a shit about anything you're gonna say next. Like, I don't care."
Oh, you're gonna try to connect with me now? Yeah.
It's like, no.
Right.
It's like everything before but.
Oh my God, you went skydiving? I almost did that once. Oh wow, then we're exactly the same. Yeah.
But instead I had diarrhea on the toilet. But,
that's what people do, man. They, I don't know. I'm dealing with these kids now. I think you have one of your daughters about one of my daughter's ages, and boy, they just, because of the social media, they just think they're so much more clever and wise than they actually are.
Oh yeah,
they're always.
My daughter likes to routinely come up to me and explain to me, pathophysiology of things she sees on YouTube. It's like, Dad, did you know? I'm like, okay, sure.
That's so funny. Yeah, man. But what are you gonna do? We're definitely destined for nothing but every day at the ER. More anxiety, more depression, more suicidal ideation. Honestly, more multi-organ dysfunction. People are living longer. This is this other thing. All these great drugs. I mean, so, maybe you used to get MS and you die in 15 years. Now you get MS, you live, another 20, 30 years. But that complexifies everything about how you manage the care for these people. And nothing's a lot.
I love the old heads that always want to comment with like, oh, back in my day, we saw these number of patients. Like back in your day, the life expectancy was 25 years less than it is today.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
and
you
back in
did
and
not
back in
deal with any of the
no.
shit that we deal with
Yeah,
today.
and your options, your medication options, the intervention options, so much more limited. So sure, you saw more people, but you were doing less things for all those people anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, because I promised that I would actually do a productive post on here. We're talking about medicine and applications.
Yes.
I got 2 papers that we can talk about.
Dude, let's do it. I'm gonna write them down. We'll link them.
Well, actually, if you want, let me share my screen.
Is it a PDF? Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah.
The power of StreamYard, guys. Yeah, for anybody thinking about doing a live video podcast, I would start with StreamYard.
All right, so there's actually been 2 really cool recent papers. Now can you see the my screen there?
No, nothing yet.
All right. Well, oh, that's right. I have to...
Yeah, so when you pull that first thing up, you got to pick the window. I got it right here. And then it'll pull you off of it, and yeah, it's kind of a whole deal. All right, I can pull it up for you. Here we go. All right, let's pull your overlay off. There we go. Sweet.
All right, so and not really a trigger warning, but just an advisory note here. Both of these papers are super dense. This is the definition of basic science, benchtop science. Actually, they're both actually more on the translational side. So in case anyone ever hears the term translational medicine, it literally just means taking the stuff that we learn in the lab and directly applying it to the bedside. And one huge discovery that was made and subsequently published in what is this, in neuroscience? I'm sorry, this is in science. The other one is in Nature Neuroscience. So this first one here, long story short, we meaning the academic community, we never really understood why giving a person a ton of serotonin doesn't kick off a psychedelic trip. But giving them extraordinarily small doses of LSD, at 150 micrograms, can set somebody completely off. And what was actually published is that the stimulation of the serotonin 2A receptor, the 5-HT2A, this is what we, for the longest time thought was responsible. Yeah, this is what's responsible for all of the, effects that you see from classic psychedelics. Well, it turns out it's actually a hell of a lot more complicated than that.
Of course, man.
Long story short, it really depends on where in / on the cell these receptors are. And what this first study that I have pulled up actually did, in addition to, radio labeling or radio tagging different molecules and different receptors, they also added the wrinkle of using knockout mice. So they are using genetically modified mice that don't express these receptors. And just for anyone that's kind of interested, this is how we verify a lot of the times whether a receptor is actually the one that we want, meaning, is this the receptor that's actually doing the thing? And so what they'll do is they'll use knockout mice that don't express the receptor, give them the same drugs, and ideally, your hypothesis, yeah, exactly. Ideally, the hypothesis is, well, if I give this drug to a wild type or normal test subject, so think of a mouse, like a quote unquote normal mouse, then it should elicit the response that I see normally. So it would be, the fast head twitch, the head twitch response. Well, in knockout mice without these receptors, they don't do anything. So we're like, okay, it's definitely this receptor. Well, long story short, what we ended up seeing is that exactly what we were talking about before was, why doesn't flooding a brain with serotonin trigger these outlandish trips? And it's actually because serotonin does not get transported into the cell. It's only binding on the surface.
It's just binding.
Yes. And so what they ended up seeing, if you see here, so the only thing that I really want to point out is that increasing the N-methylization. So this is the this is the nitrogen of the terminal amine. And so making the molecule less polar, so more fat loving, makes it easier to transport across the cell membrane. And so what we see with this is regular tryptamine, this is N-methyl tryptamine, and then this is NN-DMT. So the more or the less polar the molecule, the much bigger the response. And so the whole point of this, or really where they want to lead you with this paper, is with the application of these psychedelic meds. So the holy grail, at least in today's therapeutic environment, is giving someone a psychedelic compound that is not hallucinogenic. I hate the word, but that's the appropriate word. It's not hallucinogenic, but still carries some or all of the neurologically important or beneficial changes. And in this case, we're looking specifically at neuroplasticity. And what you're seeing is that the better the intracellular penetration of a psychedelic, the more spines, they're dendrites, that you get on the cell. And that's literally neuroplasticity at work. So this really starts to explain why DMT, among other things, like a short-acting molecule like that, is showing great promise for treating acute ischemic stroke. And it's because it's able to go into the cell and almost immediately start the process of expressing, of getting the cells to, actually start growing, essentially.
Wow.
Now, I'm cutting a lot out because this is beyond the scope of the podcast. But the second paper really dives in a little bit further, because one of the drawbacks of this first paper is the fact that they only really tested for serotonin 2A receptors. Well, what we see here through this paper is that this particular receptor, TRKB, it's a receptor that when it's activated, usually by BDNF, and I'll get to what it is, but when it's activated, it triggers that response. It triggers spinogenesis and dendritogenesis at the neuron. So BDNF, it's brain-derived neurotropic factor. Think of a growth factor for the brain, for neurons, right?
Okay.
Well, when we give BDNF in an in vitro, not in vivo, but like in a Petri dish, when we give it to embryonic rat hippocampal cells, we see that we get some response as far as are the cells look like they're growing or not. But it turns out that LSD and psilocin in particular show over 1,000 times receptor affinity for this receptor. And this receptor in particular is also directly responsible for the mild neuroplasticity benefits that we see from Prozac. So long-term Prozac use. And so again, long story short, what does this actually mean? Again, it's identifying targets for manipulation, whether that's just designing a drug that goes right to it, or if like in this experiment, we do things to manipulate the actual conformation, how that receptor actually looks and forms. Because it turns out that the molecule actually changes conformation depending on what's bound to it.
I think you
And so-
briefly got into this
Sorry,
in
this is
your
like a
first
super long
podcast.
paper.
This idea that the way it binds and adjusts can have an effect.
Exactly. And so what we see, oh my God, here it is. Okay. So when you have LSD in here versus, just straight serotonin or fluoxetine or any of the other metabolites and intermediaries that they're using to test, long story short, LSD and psilocin actually bind almost at the opening of the receptor complex. And traditionally, we think that binding further deeper in the cleft is going to give us a tighter bind, but it's actually the opposite in this case.
Yeah, so it's not like the key fitting in; it's like hitting it higher.
Exactly.
Because you also now they model these protein structures so well that you actually go, oh wow, it's like a lever, it's bending this. So now what is it doing? God, yeah, that's fascinating.
And so potentially what we have is again another set of targets where we can hopefully target. So we do have drugs like 2-bromo-LSD, which is a completely non-psychoactive. It's technically psychoactive, but it's non-hallucinogenic LSD form. It's actually an ergotamine derivative that's used for migraine control. And so we could potentially use something like that where we're just making minor modifications to the cell structure, and then we can give it, and all of a sudden, the person with TBI, the person with, chronic PTSD, with chronic depression, and they're having all of those, trauma-related receptor downregulations. All of a sudden, we can use that and,
nuts.
Get them to start growing immediately. So
I mean, so we're over here going, well, if I have a trip, it helps me, recover my sense of self from some childhood trauma, or if I take a museum dose, I have a good evening. But this whole class of drugs that have been ignored for so long for reasons we've already talked about, they're about to, I don't even think people have a clue outside of maybe our little space where people do have a bit of a clue. But it seems like they're going to be able to tailor the stuff and synthesize some, once they got all these binding sites are all modeled and everything, they're going to be able to just go, well, we want it to do this and that. And they're going to be healing rapidly brain injuries, and they're going to regrow. Dude, it's getting real sci-fi real fast for me.
Well, I like, at least for me personally, and I know I'm not the only person, but I can only talk for myself. It's a double-edged sword reading papers like this or seeing labs coming up with this work, because on the one hand, it's hugely exciting because that's why I fell in love with the brain. It's the last frontier, essentially. It's so much that we don't know about it that we're still learning about. But on the other side of it, it's literal proof that essentially we know almost nothing.
Right.
And
I remember
very
that.
Daunting,
Yeah, I remember that when I was a kid. And I thought I wanted to be a cardiovascular surgeon. I got to hang out with all these doctors because I was dating a girl whose dad was like a big shot at a hospital, and they all just said, "Well, don't go into neurosciences. They don't know anything. They don't know anything.
Yeah,
like they're just
pretty much
just playing pretend." But like now, the amount of knowledge that's been gained in those 25 so years. It's a continuation of that whole, the more we know, the more we realize what we don't know, right? That's that
the
classic.
more we know, the less we know.
The more we know, the less we know. But I tell you what, the modeling the actual molecular structures. I remember watching some YouTube video where they said, so this is accurately showing the rate of messenger RNA transcribing something or whatever, and I'm watching it, and you're watching it just running off and doing a little ticker tape, and then somebody in the comments made some comment like, I don't think people get how remarkable this animation is because it's showing exactly, like, it's an accurately rendered depiction of what's happening at this very small level that we could never capture on film. But that's where the science of chemistry is just about to get crazy.
Well, that's
crazy.
That's especially that last paper. It makes I mean, you and I have talked about it kind of where, or I professionally, like to focus my efforts on where I would like to see kind of like my career go.
Right.
And novel drug design, it's how do I word this? It's unreal, the potential for industry to come up with just a laundry list a mile long of novel patentable formulae. And on the one hand, it's like, yes, from the science standpoint, you kind of sort of get to literally play God. You're designing these molecules and just seeing what happens. But on the other side, it's like you have to be losing something, right?
Sure.
It's conversation of matter. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. Well, same applies to drugs. It's if I'm getting rid of one effect, there has to be something else that I'm losing, and I'm just not seeing it yet.
Right.
So how much am I actually helping versus how much am I actually hurting?
Well, but for all these, papers that are being done theoretically for the interest of traumatic brain injuries and new interventions, new medicines, that's that classic medical situation where it's like, sure, there are some risks, but do you want to die? Or do you want to be a vegetable?
Yeah.
Or do you know what I mean? Like that, I think in that case, it'll be great. But yeah, man, it's just like in the beginning, I was like, yeah, COVID vaccine, let's have it because, man, I'm sick of intubating these people and watching them die. But of course, yeah, there's no long-term studies. We don't know anything. So this is how all these drugs are going to be. We all ultimately sort of get to be the guinea pigs anyway. What are you going to do?
If you watch Rick and Morty, yeah. So
sure,
if we all end up as Cronenbergs in 40 years, then we'll all be Quasimodo together.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. Cool, man. Well, that's exciting stuff. Dr. Rick and I have talked a few times. We'll start doing this hopefully here in my second year. But yeah, we got to do like a little journal club. So man,
for sure.
Especially if you're coming across some really interesting things, let me know. We'll record a segment. We'll bring it to the masses. People love hearing, because we can go, I was saying this before, we can go to PubMed, we can pull these things up, and we can, we do speak English and read English. We can read it, but it doesn't mean we really understand. And we can look up every word and get somewhere with it. But a lot of times, like the big takeaway, the contextualization, we don't know. We need the brain surgeon. We need the neurochemist.
It's easy to get lost in the weeds. And FYI, for anybody listening, don't think for one second that those of us with extensive academic training get these papers right away.
Sure, yeah.
Not a chance. Like that second paper, as much as I've told you, is probably all that I've gleaned from that paper.
Right.
And having read it at least 12 times in the last 48 hours, I've maybe retained like 30% of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw the authorship. The second paper had like 20 PhD level experts, who did this. So yeah, I mean, you can have one PhD, but if 20 PhDs assembled this body of, research, it's going to be dense. Yeah. but we don't know anything. So we love hearing you talk about, these papers and whatnot. So we got to do some more of it. People, I'm telling you, all day long, I'm always hearing, the Dr. Rick episode, the Dr. Rick episode. Oh, that was the episode. So yeah, man, you're here for a reason. I can tell you that. And we all appreciate having you here for sure.
And, well, I know you're gonna get or you're gonna move on here, but I just want to specifically say I, like pretty much the rest of us, are extremely proud of you. You've done
thanks, man.
an amazing job, and I look forward to getting to send you some fucked up videos
Cool, man.
now and again, man.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, when man, everybody's always like, when are you gonna come to LA? When are you gonna come to Miami? I go to those places, but for some reason the last couple of years I haven't been doing as much traveling as I want to. So hopefully I'll get down there and we can hang out soon.
Fuck yeah, man.
Cool,
man.
man.
My home is always welcome.
All right, dude. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and yeah, I'll look forward to more distasteful memes tomorrow morning.
See you, buddy.
All right, see you, dude. All right. Dr. Rick, always great. So if he only understood 30% of that paper, maybe I got about 2%, but that's fine. I mean, it sounds really promising and exciting. But what really, at the end of the day, it's the stuff that we all know, right? Like, we know this medicine is doing something that no other medicine has ever done for us. So for me, this is all like, cool. Tell me all the stuff. I already know. All right, guys. We had to do a little bit of shuffling, but I think we're back on track now. He was, I forget if he was the second. I think he was the second guest I've ever had. If you grow cubes and you don't know who this guy is, I mean, I think we might need to sequence what you have, because I'm not sure they're actually cubes. This guy is hands down a living legend of cubensis cultivation. I deeply and completely respect what he's doing. He is in the purest sense, a real breeder. He is, I also feel like, in the oldest school sense of a scientist, he is a true scientist. He's an observer. He so carefully renders and describes his projects and what he's working on. He has it's an exhaustive knowledge of this community. I don't think, even for as much as we revere and respect this guy, I still don't think most of us fully appreciate what a blessing this guy is in this community. He is rare. I'm talking like, Fin Mutant rare. I'm talking like Enigma reverting and then do you know what I mean, guys? This guy's special. And you already know who I'm talking about, Dave Wombat. I think I was just about to bring him on, and I think he just ran away somewhere. Hold on. Okay. All right, there we go. What's up, man?
That's a W. Throwing up gang signs. Do we have Mike? Can you hear me?
West Side's the best side. Uh-oh, crap. We got some feedback here. Maybe it just took a minute.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I can't hear me.
You can't?
Yeah. But if I turn myself up, that's where the feedback comes from.
Right.
It starts like this constant loop of my own sound echoing back into the microphone from my speakers, and then next thing you know, it's Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, hey, how you doing?
Good. I have echo cancellation on. Hold on. I'm gonna turn off reduce background noise. God dang, that's annoying. Do you have headphones?
Do I have? I do actually. Give me a second.
Cool, man. All right, guys, this is what happens for me when I do not bug everybody to come on an hour ahead of time and get this all figured out. Sorry. It just happens. In the meantime, while you're doing that, Dave, I'm gonna do a little giveaway.
Do it.
All right, giveaway time, guys. All right, we're going to do... Pull the overlay off. Okay, again, Mycology Simplified. We're doing Mycology Simplified, MYPA agar, and media bottle. It's your time, guys, all the newbies. If you don't have one of these cool media bottles, you're missing out. You're really missing out. But now here's your chance. All right, so Dave is going to pick a number between 1 and 20, and as soon as he says he has his number, but not before, man, y'all are already picking numbers. All right, you got your number, Dave? All right, go. And are you watching the live feed, Dave? The live chat?
No, can you hear me? Do my
can.
headphones work?
Yeah, they're great.
All right, they work for you. I don't know if they work for me.
I can hear you.
I still can't hear myself. I still can't hear myself.
Oh.
I'm just going to have to guess what I'm saying.
Here, hold on. Let me turn off echo cancellation since you have... There we go. All right. All right, who... Oh, now I can't hear you.
Oh.
There you are. Yeah, that's weird. Why I can't. All right, talk. Say something.
Testing.
Okay, yeah,
Anything?
you're coming back.
I can hear me now.
All right, so who got it?
About what?
Your number. Did you pick a number?
I did pick a number, but I didn't tell anybody what it was. I thought it was a secret.
Yep. All right.
I can reveal it now? Can I reveal it?
You can.
The number was 17.
All right, let's look here. Let's go back. Holy cow, we got... I can't even keep... Okay, so I think as soon as, of course, Dr. Rick said 9,990,000. Okay, so let's look for the first 17. All right, Little Jedi. Little Jedi for the win. You got it, homie. Look at that Little Jedi. Grogu. Is that right, Grogu? I can't remember. Maybe I'm referencing something else. All right, so Little Jedi, all you gotta do, get at me or Dave, and we'll get you out. Well, not Dave, me. Sorry. Yeah, just get at me in social media, and we'll get you your agar and your media bottle. All right, let me pull this clunky giveaway banner off here. There we go. All right, dude. Man, I tell you what, you even when you're in the middle of moving and driving down the highway between, I forget if it was Indiana and Illinois and Michigan, you're still doing quality posts. You're still keeping people up to date. I remember at one point in time you'd moved to Michigan and people were like, how are you still doing grows? And you're like, well, I still have a whole grow, all my grows are still going on in my old house. You just, it's in your DNA. You just can't stop. You're just going to be always growing.
I get around. I'm still trying to go west. Like that's the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
And so we're still working on that. But it's been like it's been like a whole year now. MycoGeeky. I didn't know that your name was Michael until I was watching the last podcast and I was reading the closed captions when you started the show, and it said, "Welcome to the MycoGeeky podcast." And I'm like, all this time I've been calling it MycoGeeky. I'm like an idiot.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, those, they do it. The caption. Somebody actually complimented me one time and said, "Wow, that's so great. You put in the effort to do the closed captions." I was like, I'm not doing any of that.
They're automatic, and usually they're really bad. It's actually I like a lot of English music. And if you're watching like UK rap videos, the closed captions cipher the. It's just
right.
on the screen for the words is like most British, but it's still a good time.
Yeah. Man, I don't know why I'm still trying to see if I can tweak your audio a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like people in the audience are having the same issue. I'm working on it. I mean, I'm turned up as far as I can go on my end.
It's all good.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It's like a quality. It's all good, guys. This is live. So I'm always in these little live stream forums and little content creator things. And trust me, going live is problematic. This is why, right? I mean, think about television, right? Nothing almost ever goes live for these reasons.
I switched mics. Is this better?
That sounds good. Yeah, that's,
okay.
I think so far.
That might be it. That might be the answer. So anyway, so it's been like a year since the last time I came on. Well, no, it's not because I came on with Nikki earlier.
Yeah.
So it's been a year since the first time, though, pretty much.
Yes, it's been a year since the first time.
And I felt like probably one of people's favorite parts of that show, besides whatever little tidbits of knowledge I might have like dropped accidentally, was the pictures. So
yeah.
So I thought I would put together a little slideshow of just some stuff that I'm kind of recently working on. And this is a small sampling. Like if you're in my Facebook group, there's like a whole like torrent of things updating every day. Like there's numerous things going on at once. So I just tried to pick like a few kind of like things that I hadn't posted a lot of before, like some more newer projects, just to let people know what I've been doing. I've been doing some good stuff.
Let's see it.
So I've got my screen sharing set up. I don't know however you got to
Cool.
control the transition for that.
I'm gonna pull your. All right, you should be able to control the slides though. I just had to pull it up.
Yes.
Yep.
So I've got some pictures, and then I figured I would talk about them a little bit because otherwise they're just pictures. They are nice pictures. Okay, so here, this is a fun one. This is the original Tat Blackcap TBC, and I say original because this is revived from like a few-year-old original swab, like the very first ones that I got. So this is like I'd been running this for a little while. It started off very, very small. I'd gotten the size up a little bit. They were looking good, and then they just kind of fell apart. They stopped making spores. Then they just started making spores, but they started making totally different mushrooms, and they just kind of went off the rails. And they're not TBC anymore. So I wanted to start over, and so now we're back to the original, very beginning. This grow right here did not have any spores, which is typical for them. But if I keep trying, eventually they'll give me some at some point. But the neat thing about these, like, and I was making a different post about something else, and this came to mind. Things like this that have very few spores, like the caps are tiny. First off, these fruits are like barely bigger than a jelly bean. Like they look big in the picture because it's the size of your screen that you're watching on, but in real life these are pretty freaking small. So the caps are tiny little helmets. They have very little gills in them, and then those gills hardly have any spores. So when you have very few spores, the odds of you getting them to repeat successfully are reduced greatly.
Right.
Because I mean, first off, you got to hope that your spores germinate in the first place, and then what are the odds of getting the exact same combination of genes to line up multiple times when you hardly have any to pick from? When you have something like B plus that craps out like 10 billion spores from a single cap, your odds of getting B plus again are pretty high.
Exactly.
So this is a kind of like a restart of a difficult project, and we're gonna see how it goes, but hopefully it'll cooperate. See if I can figure out how to click the button. Okay. Perspective's a little funny here, but this is my new crown jewels is the name that I gave these.
All right.
They started off, the original genetic was Sporeworks PE, which eventually reverted on me, and then out of the reverts, I got these alien egg noodles was my new isolation that came back from that, and so then I tried crossing those with Natalensis, just a ghetto cross, not a whole lot of effort in it, and I didn't really see any natalensis traits in the new fruits, but they're definitely new fruits. Like
Right.
they're not the other ones. They came out in two forms. There's an albino and a pigmented version. They're really stout. They've got this cool two-stage growth. Like if you look at the one fruit that's kind of in the middle, it's got like a mushy base, and then it's got
Mm-hmm.
this kind of ribbed middle section, like past the waistline, where it
Yeah.
just kind of
It's got a
flares out a little bit.
waistline. Yeah.
Yeah, they're weird. They're definitely weird. So I'm not sure whether, I mean, I don't think they crossed, because there's no, like, the gill attachment isn't special. The mycelium isn't doing natalensis things at all. But I think exposing them to the potential of crossing might have triggered some kind of reaction in the genetic, to where
I'm with
like,
you there.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna do something different for whatever
I
reason.
really think, same with, like we've talked about, where if you're serial diluting and mating two monos, you end up with these very boring fruits in the beginning, because you're getting that, the dominant traits are expressing. But something else is happening during these double crossing attempts, where it's
It's
crossing
almost like a panic
different.
mode,
Yeah,
where
it's
it's
doing
like
something different.
there's a lot of new stuff to work with, and we're gonna work with it. We're gonna do
Yep.
something. Anyway, I did want natalensis to be in here somewhere, but there wasn't even enough sign of it for me to bother sending it off to get sequenced or anything, because I'm just pretty confident that it's not natalensis,
Right.
but still different. So it's exciting. So this is one of my new ones. This is the crown jewels.
We love
Uh,
new. Everybody loves new.
I guess
Yes.
clicking on that doesn't work. Let me click on the right thing here. Oh, okay. This one kind of takes my breath away.
Man, this is. I haven't seen this picture yet. This reminds me of
So
like a coral reef, like anemones.
this is Peng, and
Okay.
Peng is it's a cross of AMVP, which is albino MVP, which is Tat Milnat cross, and then I kind of semi back cross that with Leng, which is my my GT based my Tat based GT, it's like a thick golden teacher type thing.
Right.
Um, and so I was trying to get some more size out of the AMVP, was my original goal. And I ended up losing, because they were getting small, and so I thought I'd buff them back up a little bit with the thickness of the Leng.
Right.
And what I ended up getting is just completely novel. It's totally different. The gills do these cool afro puffs, like they
They
curl up
really
very
do,
uniformly.
man.
No wave to the cap at all. Like, you know how sometimes you get that, like, kind of up and down, kind of wavy
Right.
edge. These are just curling up uniformly in every
Yep.
direction at once. And the gills are really unusual. They're not your normal flat strap of gill. I mean, they're like little twisted nibbly tongues. So this one's it's still kind of new. I'm still kind of exploring it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's definitely consistent. Uh,
Yeah.
well, in this tub, it's consistent. I had another couple tubs that had some weird, like, headless aliens and other things going on in it, but we're still working on this one. Let me see if I got another one here.
Now, what are you calling that?
Peng.
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 Yeah. Okay. Peng.
Peng. If you're familiar with like British roadman slang, Peng is like something wonderful. It's like like if you get some really fire weed, like this weed
Peng.
is Peng. Like, it's
Nice.
anything. A good looking girl can be Peng. A new car can be Peng. It's a very flexible.
Or this tub.
Or this tub can be Peng.
Nice.
And it is indeed Peng. We're switching gears. These aren't in any kind of order. I apologize.
Sure.
This is another one of my. I think I brought on the Mexican red spore when I was on previously.
Mm-hmm.
I have this wild Mexican red spore that's very variable. Does a lot of different things. So these came from an attempt at a leucistic. I was trying to capture a leucistic fruit, and I ended up getting like a handful of new projects instead. This one I've called Mexi Melts. I named it after a Taco Bell offering.
Nice.
Because it is of Mexican origin, but has been grown exclusively in America. So I kind of had to Taco Bell it. So this is the Mexi Melt.
Like it.
And it's kind of melting in a trippy kind of way too. Like it's got the kind of asymmetric gills that the Mexican red spore is known to produce in some of its offshoots, where there's no radial symmetry. Like everything is just kind of random directions and shapes. I, you know, I ate a bunch of them when they were in the first generation and they were really small, and I was like, these are pretty good for like a regular cube. And then the very next generation, they came out looking not like a regular cube anymore. So I need to eat them again because this whole lumpy thing, uh,
Right.
this like distorted
Yeah.
amorphous blob of a stem is just it's insane. Like
I dig it.
And this is
Those are one of my favorite morphologies. Is the really gnarled stipe,
The
particularly towards the cap. Yeah, anything that
Gandalf.
expresses that, I love it.
Well, lately these days, a lot of Gandalf is pretty much looking like pearly gates. It just depends on how it's been taken care of and grown and
Right.
what you got the first time you grew it and what it gave you after that. But a lot of Gandalf isn't looking like the original Gandalf, but that was Gandalf's big thing was his
Right.
his beard, the wizard's
Yep.
beard, like
Yep.
it was this big, mass under his chin.
Nice. I didn't
So these
actually
are the
know
types
that
of
was
ones.
the logic for that name. That's cool.
I don't know if it is, but it made sense to me. I mean,
Makes yeah, I like it. Let's go with it.
I name a lot of varieties, and so when other people name their varieties, I try to guess why,
Right.
and sometimes I can't come up with a good reason because it's weird. So
Sure.
hey, speaking of weird, these are derps. This is another short name. I've got some long names, but this is a short name one. These are derps. I do apologize if that offends anybody that actually suffers from derp syndrome. But these are. Is it a mushroom? I don't know. It's vaguely got a cap and a stem, but they're
Hmm.
kind of melted together, and they don't come apart.
Yeah,
There's
that's actually interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this. Usually blobs don't have those two regions.
No, they're
They
kind of
just
random. They're
blob.
kind of blended together, and
Yeah.
you might have some cap tissue and some stem tissue, but it's very swirled together and kind
Right.
of amorphous. These are very distinct, and you can dissect them. I peeled one apart and was able to separate the cap part, popped right
Oh.
off of the base part. There's
Hmm.
nothing in between them. They make a perfect seal. There's no gills of any kind. Um, and they also seem
Interesting.
to live pretty much forever. Uh, this tub is still this picture is weeks old. They're still in the tub. They're not much bigger. They still look healthy and alive. Uh, so if they are growing, it's very slow. But I can tell you this: they dry up and crunch like corn nuts.
Interesting.
They make like a pretty handy dandy snack, and they pack a lot of punch too. But again, they have no spores of any kind. So
Right.
so this is going to be kind of like a blob type, like an enigma type project where it's just going to have to be a culture share in order to get it out there.
Right.
So I'm working on that. I'm
Yeah.
working on multiplying
Cool.
some
Get it.
culture for it
Get
so we
it
can get
out
some other
there. I
people to
like
grow
it.
it. Now, the cool thing is though, we have different types of morphologies that are fairly like categorical. Like you've got your PE type that looks like a dick. You've got your squat type that tends to look like a pumpkin. Like they're all pretty much the same shape, regardless of what genetic they come
Right.
from. Like Melmac, like you got the squat knots. They're almost
Yep.
indistinguishable from like a large Kosamui super strain squat. Like they're all kind of the same morphology.
Right.
Uh, and this is like kind of like a new morphology that I've got and somebody else has at the same time from a totally different genetic. So like I was talking to somebody the other day and they've got the same thing going on, but
Oh,
totally
really?
different source and I mean identical behavior and everything. So we're just kind of waiting to see where it goes.
Hmm.
But these are you can't tell by looking at them, but these are Machilla gorilla.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been my first guess, but okay.
All the colors, I mean,
Sure.
kind of standard colors, I guess. But and I don't remember what the other persons were, but they're a totally different genetic. They might be JMF. I don't remember, but they are something totally different. So
That's
so this is kind
interesting
of like
that yours are from, a PE variant, and then this other one's from JMF, and yet expressing. Have you seen pictures of his? And they are in the same vein.
Yeah, it's a her. It's a her. But
Her.
either way,
Oh, cool.
we can't do that anymore. It's just a they. Again,
Right.
you just everybody's
It's a person.
a person. It's a person. Anyway, we won't judge.
Yes.
But yeah, they're like I mean the same kind of thing. So it's just I think there's like switches, and like
Oh, yeah.
maybe like when the environmental conditions are just right, certain switches switch, and
Yep.
when they're just wrong, this is like the last possible iteration of life before it just gives up and dies completely.
Yeah, it would be
Since
great to know what the playbook is.
Well, since they don't have spores, how are they going to reproduce? So that now they can conceivably form chlamydospores within the mycelium or the fruit
Sure.
body and create like a storage cell to come back to life later in the same place. But that doesn't usually work for cubes. They need to go find new food.
Right.
So maybe this one's just more patient, and it's like, I'm just going to sit in this cow field till I get shit on again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's thinking.
I don't know. Maybe they're just supposed to break off and roll away and start something new. Anyway,
don't know.
they don't get very big. They're really like peanut sized at the most.
Mhm.
And like I said, they've got a nice crunch to them when they're dry.
Nice.
So
See, I like that. I like it when they dry firm and withstand vacuum sealing and all that. Yeah.
I was thinking like these are like, when I was eating them, I'm like, these are just shy of being truffles. Like
Right.
once they're dry, like they've got a little bit lighter crunch. Like a truffle's like really solid, like a nut basically.
Right.
And these have a little bit more, just a little bit more crisp to them. But yeah, that's the derps. That's another on guide, and I'm not doing anything to it because I can't change it genetically
Right.
without spores. So I'm just repeating it, and not very much because apparently it lives forever. So there you go. That's the derps.
Right.
Now, okay. This is Lucy fruit.
What?
Lucy fruit.
What
just like
is
juicy
this?
fruit, but it's
No, I
leucistic.
know, but just look. This photo is just tripping me out, dude.
So I thought it would be a good idea to cross my weirdest things, which would be my chocolate Gumby, which is one of those branching gill, half brain, half fruit
Right.
things, and then my HTF, which is my unstable huatla, and that's
Okay.
and that produces brains, albinos, you name it. If you look real close in this picture, there's a lot of brain formations at the bottom
Yeah.
of the fruits. So it's still kind of doing a little bit of both. And what happens is those fins come up like they're going to turn into enigma, but then the tips of the fins turn into caps, and it ends up growing mushrooms instead. And they've got a good amount of yellow to them when they first start off, but by the time they're full size, the caps are like completely colorless. That little bit of color spreads out, and you can't see it anymore. And so like when I crossed this one, it was another one where I'm like, these two things are both completely chaotic, so who knows what's going to happen. And
Yeah,
the very
man.
first tub, it really only made one fruit, one beautiful fruit. And it was pretty basic in morphology, like a regular cube, but this kind of like very soft gold color that faded to pure white as it matured. And I was like, and then the gills started to color with spores, like leucistic gills do.
Right.
They get that, they start off, they get a little pink, and now they're purple, and then they're like brown, and it's smoky, and it's just gorgeous. So that's what we've got here, is these two weird things collaborated to make something beautiful. And now this fruit's large. It grew one very large fruit with the superstar curly cap, but they don't all grow like that. We've got some that are a little bit closer to normal fruit shape. And you can see like the color is fading out on these. By the
Right.
time the gills darken up with spores, you can't tell they were yellow at all. And I don't know if it'll keep going if I don't pick it. It might just convert and mutate into something else, because these are some weird genetics. But I'm also trying to preserve one of the fin growths. I've got a clone from that I'm trying to repeat. But again, I don't know if it's just going to grow caps like the other ones did.
Right.
And because that's chocolate Gumby's thing, is it starts off as fins, but then they have caps here and there that open up.
Right.
So it's a weird one. I don't know. I love it. This is a close up of the gills of the big star fruit.
Dude, that picture is amazing.
I've gotten into looking at gills. Like it started a long time ago with just like kind of like, hey, those gills are bigger than a different gill, or they're a lighter color. But like now I'm looking at a lot of really weird little details, and a lot of them are things you can capture.
Right.
My Doctor Strange isolation has very serrated sawtooth edges to its gills. Like it's very distinct. Like when
Right.
you look at the gills, you're like, well, that's kind of weird, and it does it repeatedly. Like it's really neat. And so this one has like, it's like a combination of like flaps and little tongues.
Yeah, this I don't think I've ever seen something quite like this. Usually it's more consistent. This seems to each guild seems to be almost doing its own thing.
And that's part of that asymmetric quality, which comes from the Mexican red spore, but this doesn't have that in its lineage. This is coming from El Chaco Gumby, which is a Melmac offshoot, and then the unstable Huatla. So it's got totally different genetic lines, but it's got some of the same characteristics with the chaos.
Exactly.
And that's just a good picture. Here's another shot of one of the round capped. This is one of the round capped fruits that looks fairly normal from the front. Like we're looking at, one of these guys.
Yeah.
So it looks fairly normal from the top, but when you flip it over, like,
dang,
these gills are all just little nublets.
Yep.
And there's weird patterns to that too. Like it doesn't have like radial symmetry in the sense that the typical cubensis cap has, where each gill is a straight line radiating out from the middle. It fills the space pretty well, but in a totally different way. And
dude, man, this is unique. I have not seen this, so I'm hoping you keep working this one because I might have to grow it.
I thought I had another one from this one. It might come up later. So this is another fun story. This is my AARP. This is my ape for old people. The name stands for Albino Ape Revert Project. What happened was I had the original Sporeworks ape, the one I used for the Jack Frost.
Dude, did you just name this AARP? I love that.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that the name sucks enough that nobody will buy it because I'm really bad at taking orders. But so what happened was I did the Jack Frost cross with this wonderful bluegilled like Sporeworks ape that I had that was just really, really wonderful. Did the Jack Frost cross. I got that ape to fruit one more time after that, and then it died. It went completely like full on golden teacher revert, like golden cap spore dropping, good sized cubes, but they were definitely just cubes. None of the ape magic. Some, I don't know. I didn't eat them. They just looked like shit. But anyway, it spent about a year as regular spore dropping golden cubes before it produced a small albino in one of those fleshes, like, and not an impressive one, just a regular cube, but no color. So I'm like, hey, I got an albino back from it, and I named it ARP, thinking it's a joke because this ape is never coming back. But look at it now. It's something.
Yeah, man. I dig it.
It's nothing like, morphologically, it's nothing like the original Sporeworks ape. Like, doesn't look anything like the old ones were like shaped like table lamps. They had like a helmet cap, kind of like with a starry night, like dark blue with spots on it, and dumpy and bottom heavy.
And most importantly, I mean, any variety named AARP, it's got to have wrinkles. It's got to be a little squishy, and it's got to, look like it's about to fall over. So you nailed it.
It's got all that down. And so like it did some shorter, fatter ones for a generation, but now it's on this long thing, and it's growing like a weed. Like the original ape that it started from was phenomenally potent, but you were lucky to get like 5 fruits in a tub.
Right.
You'd get a lot of overlay. Finally, some fruits would pop up, and you'd be like, "Fuck, I was about to throw the thing away," But this thing, it likes to grow, so it's definitely totally different. I couldn't just call it ape because that would confuse people. It's not anymore. So AARP it is. If you see it around, that's what it's for. And if I do end up answering messages to take orders, I will discount it for people over 55. So there you go.
There you go. Overjoyed. There's your answer.
Honestly, I tell you what, if you're retirement age, you can just have it. Like I wouldn't even sell it to you.
We should have a rule in the cube community, right? It should be over 65. We'll get you something. We got to have the social security of swabs. That's a good idea.
Like everything given to me now, if possible. But
all right, guys, time for another giveaway. I'm slacking on these giveaways. We're doing so my buddy Michael, he's got let me pull it up here. He's Stay Glazzy San Diego on Instagram. He's giving away, let me pull it up. We're gonna do 2 right now. So we're doing 2 100 ml media bottles. So you get a 2-pack. And we're going to do 2 giveaways at once. I'm going to pick 2 numbers. Don't go putting any numbers down, guys. And then we're also going to do 1 2-pack of 500 mLs. So I'm going to pick 2 numbers between 1 and 30. And guys, I told you to wait. So hold on. I'm going to write go. All right. And I know what numbers for which one. So you guys are just getting what you get. All right. So go. Let's see these numbers rolling. Come on, fast, fast, fast. By the way, Josh Barnhart, only pick 1 number, dude. All right, I think we got it. Hold on, let me scroll back here. Holy Lord, these numbers come up fast when you got 200 people picking numbers.
I'm not really helping because I'm not looking at the numbers, but I'm looking at the names as they're going by, and I see a lot of people I know. So I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
Oh yeah, shout people out. All right,
there's too many of them for me to name them all. They all know who they are. There's a lot of them.
Got to the beginning. Let's go through here. Okay. All right. Jose Maldonado. Maldonado. My bad, dude. Jose, get at me on Instagram, Facebook, wherever you want to. You get the 2 1 liters. And the next one, the numbers were 15 and 16. Up. And my buddy Overjoyed, you get the 2 500. So just DM me and we'll get those out to you guys. All right, let me pull off this. You know what? While we're at it, we're going to do 1 more just to keep things going. We're doing, I think it was going to be a 5-pound bag of Milo from Mycology Simplified. So I'm going to write go. It's going to be 1 number between, let's be interesting, 20 and 50.
That's a weird window of numbers.
I'm bored. I don't know. All right. Number between 20 and 50. First person to get it. Here we go, guys. Holy cow, these numbers just roll in so fast.
I'll tell you what, they're doing a really good job of staying between 20 and 50, though.
Are they?
For what that's worth. No, well, mostly. There's been a couple of errors.
All right. I'm looking, guys. Sorry, at first it's okay. Yo, the homie Lil Jedi cashing in tonight. Yo, Lil Jedi, you better go buy you a lottery ticket, dude, because luck is on your side tonight. All right, Lil Jedi, get at me. You're getting the Mycology Simplified Milo bag. All right, there we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with all this. The giveaways. This is hard for my ADHD. I need like a producer telling me what to do when. All right, so I have done 2 of the and 1 of the. Okay. All right, dude. Let's. You know what? I got a couple people waiting in the wings, Dave. Do you want? I can maybe pull you back on in a little bit, and we can look at more of these cool. I just don't want to have people waiting here too long.
Exactly. No, hop me off. I'm gonna go eat something, and
Cool.
then we're about halfway through my slideshow, so
Perfect.
I'll come back and finish it up.
Oh,
after you get through.
we got more pictures to see, dude. We gotta see them.
coming.
All right. So, all right. Thank you so much, Dave Wombat. He's going to be back in a little bit. All right. Okay, guys, I got 2 people in the wings. I'm going to bring the one who's got a kid who needs to go to bed on first. I got Shay is patiently waiting. I appreciate you. We're gonna. I think Lolo is not gonna be too long, so let's pull her on here. All right, Lauren Feringa of Hippie and a Veteran.
Hello.
What's up, girl?
Hey, happy anniversary.
Thank you. 1 year. Yeah, you know, I really appreciate. So Lauren got me on TikTok, guys. There is probably nobody on earth that hates TikTok more on a fundamental level than me, and she got me on it. So yeah, I'm trying to, you know, have a little bit of presence there. Posting
I'm so
more.
Thankful.
Yeah,
I love your intro. It's our house favorite song. Clearly, my son loves the song, so
yeah,
we
man,
play it all the time.
That post was awesome. I love that. Well, he's gonna love it. We're working on getting. We're gonna have a bunch of. It's gonna be a long song, like maybe 4 or 5 minutes. We're gonna have several guest people rap on it, so it's just gonna be more tripping up for everybody.
Oh, can't wait. We love it.
Yeah, it'll be good. All right, so I just, you know, I reached out to a bunch of people, just wanted to see who wanted to come on and do a little shout out. And your presence on the podcast has had a lot of people reach out, a lot of veterans interested in this medicine, a lot of vets who watch the MycoGeeky podcast, and so they loved hearing you know your story and what you're all about. So I will always be a supporter. And always look forward to seeing what you're up to. And by the way, for you guys, if you don't know, she is a master TikToker. I mean, she's good. She's really good. She's a pro.
I try.
I mean, you could like just be a TikTok consultant, dude. Like, you could just get hired by people.
I do social media for the government, so I'm kind of cheating.
You are okay. Well, so you have all the government secrets that we don't know about. I see how it is. Okay.
Hey, I wanted to really. I know, like it's your 1 year anniversary, and also and you're probably hearing a lot of great things. But I wanted to say some more great things about you. I just want to tell you thank you so much for having me on here, because after that, I got connected with so many people in our community.
Oh, I heard you're in the crew now, huh?
I am.
Yeah, they're so cool, aren't they?
They're amazing.
Yeah, they're going to be on next week. Yeah, so I don't want to let too much out just yet, but yeah, you're in a good area. That clique just kind of came together, and there's some amazing women in that group.
Amazing. Seriously, they I mean, I'm just honored. And just like every time I meet new people, I'm just like blown away that I live this life. Yeah. So thank you, because literally people like 20 minutes away from me, I didn't even know existed. And now awesome. Like we got a huge community.
I'm telling you right now, Myco Mamas might be like historic figures in the next 20 years. I'm pretty excited about those ladies.
They're amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely
really
amazing and sweet people.
Yes, agreed.
So thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. All right, since you're here, I know you got to put a kid to bed, but let's do a giveaway with you. So we're gonna do mycology simplified, not so simple substrate. It's supplemented sub. I know countless people on my Discord who use this. The stuff works great. I think you're getting the giveaway prize pack is a 10-pound. I think it's like 2 bags. So let me go back to the comments. Hold on. All right. So Lolo, pick a number between 1 and 20.
8. What, am I supposed to say it out loud? No.
No. All right, guys, can you guess what the... Okay, we're going to do this over again. We're going to do this.
Another one, sorry.
All right, we're going to start over. Hold on. I said go. We're going to... Okay, so new go. All right, you got a new number between 1 and 20. Do you dye your hair? No, I'm teasing you. Okay, you got it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh my gosh, that cracked me up. All right, are you looking at the live chat or no?
No, I can't have two things
Oh.
up at the same time because of my bad internet.
Okay, I think we probably have about 4,000. Okay, so tell me what the number was.
Out loud?
You can say it out loud,
Okay.
yes.
6.
Okay, let's see. Oh my god. Watch, it'll be the one number nobody picked. I'm looking. Man.
Pick that number.
Wow, did no one pick 6? This is crazy.
I threw him off. That's what it was.
I guess. I play this game with my kids all the time, and I psych them out. I just say, you're never going to guess my number. And they don't, and then they just think I have like a superpower. It's like, oh, here we go. All right. Chuck Jackals, looking dapper,
job,
my
Chuck
friend.
Jackals.
Look at that. Got the black shirt, got the white ties. He's taking somebody out to
fancy.
dinner tonight. All right, Chuck, get at me. We'll send you out that little substrate pack. And we're gonna do one more here real quick. You know what? I better pull. I took the time to make this. I better pull it up. Okay, we're also gonna do another 2 of the Stay Glassy San Diego, my buddy Michael. By the way, this guy's amazing. My buddy Wardrobe Fungi had a little shipping mishap, and his sterilizer vanished. And so he made a post on my Discord that just said, hey, I know this is probably a long shot, but if anybody's got a spare sterilizer sitting around, I'd love to hear about it. And he just sent him one. He sent me one of my old ones to him. So this is a really good guy.
That's amazing.
He's deals in recycled lab glass and like some really nice dab rigs and all sorts of cool glassware. So anyway, we're gonna do another thing. Let me go back into the comments.
I really love the Myco community. Like everyone is.
Yeah, we try. I mean, for the most part, it's pretty good, huh?
It is good community to be a part of.
I think so. All right, so we're gonna do another one. Number between 1 and 20. All right, I got my going here. We're gonna wait for some numbers to fill in. Let me just, so we don't forget who's here. All right. Let me go back once we got enough numbers. All right. Hit us with the number.
16.
Oh, look at that. Out of the gate, free the ancient ones. Nailed it.
Yes.
All right. Free the ancient ones. You're getting another, you're getting a 2-pack of the 1 liters. All right.
Awesome.
Let me keep track of all these. I'm going to totally forget.
I would say, how are you remembering all this?
Great question. All right. And then we've done 3 of those so far. Great. All right, cool. Sorry, I was realizing at one point in the show I was getting way behind on the giveaways, and that was probably not good. So I'm just trying to get caught up. Anyway.
You're doing a lot.
So that's great. Yeah, I heard some little stories. You're getting to hang out with Myco Mamas. You're getting to hang out at, I know they were calling it a camping expedition, but man, it sure seemed more like a low-key rave. But
it was amazing.
Definitely looked pretty awesome. I was jealous. Yeah.
I would be.
Like
I would be. Having been there, I would be jealous.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was.
That community is amazing.
Yeah, we're about to talk about that community and all the stuff that community is doing here next week. So it's going to be a good time.
I can't wait to watch. I'll be there. I'll be there watching the whole time.
Nice. All right. I know you got to put a kid to bed. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry I made you wait a little bit. Trying to coordinate the timing of all this is a little rough, but we made it work.
Yeah. No, thank you for having me. Thank you for what you're doing and giving a voice out here for the community. I'm bringing people together.
Yeah, we're just bringing people. We're myceliating.
Ah, yes.
That's what we're doing.
I love it.
Slow myceliating.
I love it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll be
Thank
talking to
you.
you again soon once you get done changing the world for us, and we
I
can
will.
hear all about
I'll
it.
have some more updates soon for you. So you
Perfect.
have a great night. Bye,
All right.
everyone.
All right. Take care. All right, guys. That was Lauren Feringa of Hippie and the Vet Foundation. All right. Now he has been waiting patiently. This guy is calm, cool, collected, and on a mission. I'm telling you, I've been impressed with this guy from the minute he hit my radar, and his trajectory is really positive and really impressive. I'm talking about Shay of Microducks Mushrooms. What's up, man?
What's up? Can you hear me?
I can. Yep. Yeah. Let me. I'm gonna go look at my little stuff here. Hold on. Okay. There we go. All right, dude.
Hey.
You're infamous now. I have people talking all the time about the oven tech. A lot of people willing to try it now that weren't before. Of course, I have a few people on the Discord who are like, "Nah, it's just too sweaty and it's like, cool, dude, don't do it. That's fine, man. I get it. Like, no one. I don't remember anybody telling you had to do it, but a lot of people who wouldn't have tried it because they had, it was poo-pooed by so many people, so many vocal people on certain groups and whatnot. Just having you display that, show people that it's absolutely viable. And for you, it works, it's consistent, it's reliable. I thought that was just great.
Yeah, man. I'm so glad that I found that random YouTube comment suggesting that I should try it, because I didn't see anyone else recommending trying it at all.
Right.
I just kind of went with it. So
that's awesome.
It's been a blessing. I still got I have the flow hood, the Lab Rat flow hood.
Mm-hmm.
I've used it a few times and it works great, but I'm just so used to the oven tech flow that I'm still in front of it. I work in the laboratory,
Yeah.
2 to 3 days out of the week. Just expanding stuff and teaching through videos and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man, you're doing the work, you're learning. I can just tell it actually reminds me, one of the unique things that I noticed when I started watching Gary Hefferly's content was, and first time Gary was on, he said, I started the YouTube channel because I just wanted to document my growth. I just wanted to chronicle, my journey. And I really see that with you, and I really see, the dedication to growth and knowledge and learning. It's really so cool to see, and your tech is completely dialed. I love it when people figure out how to do a tech that everybody else says, oh, I tried it, it didn't work, and these are all master growers, and in the back of my head I'm just thinking, oh, you tried it and it didn't work, and this guy tried it and it worked. That means that guy figured it out and you didn't. Not meaning to hate, but that's the truth, right?
Honestly, I blame skateboarding. You'll always meet someone that says oh, I tried and I fell off, I didn't try again.
Like a trick, yeah.
Yeah, but I was that was one of the things where I really pushed myself. Yeah. This is back when I was 14, 15, 16, just really just aiming for the goal, not thinking too hard about it, and just kind of playing around and getting there. And that's how I treated mycology. Just no rules, no one to tell me that doesn't work. Just oh, just go with the logic. Everything needs to be sterile.
Yes.
You need to move contaminants out of the way, and just making it work.
You're making it work, dude. You're definitely making it work. I think it's yeah, you're really your social media game is tight. You're growing. You're showing people your growth. You're a positive contributor to the online community that we're all a part of, and just got absolute respect for you for that. As somebody who hosts a show, I'm sitting there just going, I'm glad I'm friends with this guy, because I know this guy's going to keep doing stuff, and he's going to be somebody I can, pull out of my back pocket when I don't have a guest, because he's going to have something to talk about. So
I'm always available. You know me.
Oh, I know.
Little heads up, and I'm game. I'm always procrastinating on a pot of substrate. I I got 2 big pots of substrate right now, and I should have did that like days ago, and I'm still sitting on it. So.
Yeah, dude. As time has gone on, I'm approaching 2 years in this. Obviously, that's still nothing compared to how long some of these people have been growing. But I tell you what, I think substrate's probably the least glamorous for me. All the other parts, I truly love doing it. The problem is I got far enough along where I understand the value and really putting the time into dialing your substrate in really well and the benefits from that. And so it's such a tedious process. It always takes me twice as long as I hope it's going to take me. And yeah, I tend to procrastinate.
Bro, I stick to the basics, like cubes, straight cocoa, gourmets, straight master's mix. If I know it's going to have high exposure, I remove the soy and just go straight oak hardwood. I know it's not going to contaminate.
Right.
It's kind of like what I did for these because I knew they were going to be sitting out. I know I pull these out all the time. This has been sitting in the same place, like by the window, and it's chill. It's like some
Dude,
pretty
that's awesome.
nice reishi.
Yeah, man, that's amazing. Yeah, there's have you seen this guy? I think he goes by Fungi Florist.
Oh yeah, I talked to him.
Yeah, he's gonna be on here shortly. He's doing really cool stuff with the reishi for sure.
Bro, I found him just recently, and I was like, what the? Like in the middle of me finding all the stuff that people do in China, where they like make the reishi sculptures and stuff like that. I found him at the same time, and I was just as blown away. It's insane, like the huge, like sweeping.
Yeah, man, I love seeing all that bonsai fungi florist. I just love the idea of just being artistic, like admiring the natural form enough to go, oh, this is art, and I'm going to show you how it's art. We're going to make sure
They do all the hard work. You just kind of set them up, give them some space. But the stuff that he grows, man, that stuff's like, I think it's multipallium, and I actually bought a culture from him, and I'm working on it right now. I'm gonna do some stuff like that. But he said like his stuff grows like super long in like 4 or 5 months. I'm like, bro, it's insane.
Yeah.
Like if you guys that are watching, if you haven't seen Fungi Florist, you have to look at the ratio. It's like insane.
I mean, he's doing reishi stuff I'd never seen before for sure. Yes. That's why we're going to have him on and we're going to get to know him. We're going to find out how he does it. We're going to look at a bunch of cool pictures. Yep. It'll be a good time.
I want to see his like setup and everything because they're going for like months on end. So
yeah, so
space for that,
we're going to get into all that stuff. Yes. Yeah. Oh, it has to be quite a bit of real estate for sure. Yeah. Even some of the ones where they change direction. I mean, you got to definitely give that some space to do that. And the way he's got to probably have it rigged up and everything. Yeah.
Like a hanging LED or something.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see how much of it he's willing to share, but yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool. Amen. Well, thank you for stopping by. We'll have you back on. I definitely love hearing about your work in the lab. I definitely love seeing all the new species you're working with. You're just, you're taking the time that is necessary to really get to know each species and learn the growth process of it. And I think that's a good note a lot of growers can take, which is just be patient, take your time. It's not a fast process.
Yeah, and grow gourmets, guys. Grow gourmets. That's all I want you to do. Just grow some gourmets, make some tea for your friends, grow some lion's mane, level up the brain power. Like whatever you're at now, it could always be better.
Yeah.
Supplement. Get yourself some cordyceps. Yeah, get out there, sample the world, do all that. You see something cool, you see a Ganoderma out there, take it back home, clone that thing. You know how to do it already. You work with mushrooms.
Yeah.
There are millions of species out there you can mess with. Just play with everything. It's Pokemon.
Yeah, we
It's
gotta
Pokemon,
start.
yo.
Yeah, we gotta grow it all.
Grow it all.
Yeah, we gotta figure it out. And in doing that, this is the interesting thing for me. I'm coming to realize that if you learn how to cultivate a supposedly uncultivatable species or something that hasn't been cultivated, you will learn valuable information for the betterment of science just by having done that. I mean, there are researchers that will literally be calling you up going, so we've seen some pictures, and so how you doing that, right? You did
You will
some
become
science.
a millionaire overnight if you figure out how to cultivate mycorrhizal relationships.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That happens to be one of the things that I'm working on, but
Hey,
I'm not
dude.
going to say much more than that.
Hey, dude, I'm ready. I'm ready for that episode. If anybody can do it, I am sure it's going to be you. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, man. We'll talk to you again here soon.
Happy anniversary, bro.
Thanks, man.
I'll see you.
All right. All right. Here we go. All right, Shay of Microducks mushrooms. Love that guy. He's got a great, man. If you don't follow him, you should definitely follow him on Instagram, particularly. Really cool content. Love seeing his posts every time. All right, who we got up next? All right, I think. Hold on, let me check out something here real quick. All right, so I'm not even mad at him. Gary Hefferly was supposed to come on, but I have a feeling he got caught up in, that little baby world over there. He's got the little baby, and he probably just growing like 100 million mushrooms all day, and gets home, spends some time with the kid. He's probably passed out on the couch right now, is my guess. But that's fine. Gary was just on. We'll have him on again. Who we got next? All right. So this was one. This was a guest who I had been following him for a long time on social media. He was kind of low key, and I was like, I know something's gonna happen with this guy. I can just tell this guy is smart. He gets it, etc., etc. And then sure enough, I had him on to do a pre-recorded segment, and when it was done, I was like, this is gonna be a good episode. And I was right. It's a good episode. It's climbed the charts. It's very popular. A lot of people talk about him. A lot of people talk to me about him. I'm talking about Fungi Mycology. Let's bring him on. All right, what's up, man?
What's up, Geeky?
How you doing, man?
Happy anniversary. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Okay, hold on. I got to pull up your overlay here. Man, you know what? I had you on before I even played your shout out. I'm doing such a bad job. I had all this pre-recorded content that I was supposed to play, and I only played a couple of them so far. I'll do a better job. We'll get there. So you guys you'll watch his shout out after his segment, which is not how it should have been, but whatever. All right, dude. What are you up to, man? Besides obviously killing it.
Man, I'm sure a lot of people can relate, but I've been trying to do too many things at once, which is normally what I love to do, but kind of gets away from you sometimes. But I've been, for one, trying to get myself out and do more public events, which is something that I probably never thought I would have done until I came on your podcast and you inspired me to show my face and, be a little bit more public. So got to do, a convention where I got to show a little bit of my work. I had my like a little TV showing a slideshow of my work on Instagram and just sharing. People came by and it felt really good to actually see. We're very social media people, to actually be in front of other mycologists and meet them face to face. Some people even traveled from quite a few hours away, and I was humbled by that. To come by the booth. So that's one thing I've been doing. That's been pretty fun. Something else to share, on the growing cultivation side, I got pretty lucky with a golden teacher strain. I got a few albino fruits in there, and I thought, what, why not try to clone these albino fruits? I know it's been done before, but I cloned it, and then I got a tub full of completely albino golden teachers. So I felt pretty proud of myself. Yeah, and I have some of it posted on Instagram if anybody wants to see. I actually just released some, it's just a small spore drop because I was feeling pretty excited about my success in that in that area. But yeah, that's just a few of the things that I've got going on.
Dude, nice.
Yeah.
You, I gotta just tell you, the amount of people that have messaged me saying a lot of things clicked for me after watching the Fungi Mycology episode. Definitely a lot of people. So, good for you. Keep it up. Obviously, your apes are legendary. I bet you sold out of every single frickin' plate you possibly did transfers on. A lot of people were talking about that for
I'm
quite a
still
while.
running them. They're like
Yeah.
my flagship, strain.
Yeah.
It never gets old for me.
They don't, a tub full of really vigorous, strong, healthy apes. No one's getting sick of that. Absolutely, man. Cool. Well, what do you got in store? Any new projects? I mean, I know you just said you got the sort of accidental albino golden teacher going on. Anything else you're thinking about doing here coming up?
So yeah, I mean, just to share on the cultivation side, I actually was watching your podcast when Missy Myco came on, and I was blown away by some of the fruit that she showed. So I got some genetics off of that, and I have not started with them yet, but I'm very excited. That's going to be kind of like my next overall project. It's just to try to get a completely new run of genetics in there. Still probably be running the ape in the back, but going to be trying some new strains. And then separate from that, I've been kind of messing around with, you were mentioning like mushroom art. I've just been, I bought a bunch of resin, and me and my wife have just been like getting, dehydrated fruits and turning them into little terrariums and little vials, and just messing around with, fungi art. I have all these fruits that, sometimes I don't know what to do with, and I can't consume them all. So turn them into pieces that have been quite literally filling my room. Like my room is just turning into a little, like, I don't know, art exhibit of mushrooms, which I'm totally okay with. So yeah, that's some of the stuff that I've been kind of working on, and I'm totally getting excited because after I do some of this art and I get a little bit better at it, I'd love to, display it on my website if anybody wants to, support some art from local mushroom cultivators. I'll have some of that too. But yeah, kind of excited about that.
Dude, so my buddy, I've not seen it. I don't know what's going on with him, but anyway, he went by Stunnin'21. He was the cultivator responsible for 8412, which was a world record 8 fruit. His girlfriend at the time was really into resin art, and they sent me like a little care package, and it had these little like resin dinosaur molds, and then inside it would be these little cube fruits. And man, my 2 youngest kids just love those and were playing with them all the time. And we had a relative over one day, and they're like, "What's in there?" And I'm like, "Oh, those are just mushrooms." But of course, they had no clue, so it was like, it didn't even become a thing. But
it's art. Like, mushrooms are so like aesthetic to look at and observe when you see them out in nature. But capturing them in like a still manner, and just to show you something that I did recently, I grabbed a little cluster. I don't know how well it's gonna come out, but little cluster of apes, and did a little fake moss and put it in a vial.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So just been doing a lot of that, and kind of connecting with people in the community. And man, let me tell you, I've been getting inspired a lot by a lot of the work you do. So to reel it back around, you brought all these people I watched, as the podcast has been going on, and every guest you've brought on has just like reinvigorated a bit of like my passion. So yeah, you're doing the good Lord's work. Thank you.
Hey man, it's a cool community with a bunch of cool people, but the problem is we're all isolated. We're all our own little islands. So this is what we had to do. This is how we get everybody together. And yeah, just, you meet somebody, and I don't know. I've always been this way. When I worked in Hollywood, I'd meet somebody, I'd go out to lunch with somebody, be like, "Oh, that person's so cool." And then the first thing I do in my head was I knew the 5 people that would love meeting that person. So then I'd arrange a drinks, 2 days later. And so it's always how I've been. I just trying to bring, everybody together and exposing people to different people. Like you just said, "Oh, cool. I watched this guy. I like this guy. We talk, and now he's inspired me to do this." This is what it's all about, man.
It is a very cool thing you do, my friend.
Thanks. All right, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'm sorry. You know, I know it's not as late for you. You're a little more West Coast, so you're okay. Yeah, it's not. It's midnight for Geeky and for some of the rest of us. So.
Oh no, it's midnight for me too. I'm on the East Coast.
That you are. Oh yeah, you are. You're Florida, I think, right?
Yes, I just have a terrible sleeping schedule, so I'm totally good.
I can never tell. Your room is so bright. I always get thrown. I always, for some reason, think you're West Coast. Anyway. All right, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. Keep me updated on anything that's going on. And, you know, I would definitely been trying to record more shorter segments with people. You know, if you just got like a little 5 to 15 minute thing you want to talk about, just let me know. We'll pop on, record it, and get it up there. Cause I think this is what's cool. This is how we keep people talking and knowing what everybody's up to and all that good stuff. So
definitely appreciate you.
All right, dude. Take care.
Have a good night.
See ya. All right. Okay, so we're gonna do another giveaway. And then my buddy Mushman 9000, he was here in the green room for a second, and then he disappeared. So I might have to text him and find out where he went here. Hold on. No, he has not messaged me. Okay, we're doing a giveaway. Bam. And we are gonna do. What do we got left? I did Milo, I did Substrate, I did the Agar, I did that. All right. Mycology Simplified's giving away some XLSA bags. And if you guys know, these are not always easy to get a hold of these days. I honestly don't know how many he's doing. He was off. I didn't get that in the message. But some quantity of XLSA bags, if anybody is interested in giving bags a try. I always hear people going, maybe I'll give bags a try. Here's your chance. So I'm going to type in go, and I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 30. And if you hit that number, it's yours. All right. We got them rolling in now, guys. I just want to let you guys know, while we pull up those numbers, I'm going to play everybody. I had a bunch of people really kind enough to send me some little celebratory videos. So I'm going to pull some of those up right now.
Happy anniversary, MycoGeeky podcast. This is Missy Myco. Thank you so much for having me on your podcast as a regular guest. I really appreciate what you're doing for the mycology community, and I hope you continue to have many more years of podcasting to come.
Hello, everybody. Well done, MycoGeeky. I wanted to congratulate you on a year of overwhelming success. Thank you for having me on, and thanks for all the other guests and everything we've talked about, and I guess the viewers also. One man who's like single-handedly changed the face of home mycology for probably many, many, many years to come. So keep up the good work, and I will, I guess I'll talk to you later, probably soon. Bye-bye. Congratulations.
Hello, everybody. G here. I want to say happy anniversary to MycoGeeky and this amazing show that he put up on YouTube where all of us can get together, and he created this amazing family. And I think the gift you give us is just, I don't know, unreplaceable. So I want to thank you for everything you've done for us, for putting us together in this amazing family. And much love to all of you. Ciao.
All right, guys. All right, so the winner is Lab 13. Lab 13 picked 3. First to pick 3. Get at me, Lab 13, and we'll get you out some bags. Quantity to be determined. All right, so I think we did the Mycology Simplified giveaways. We still have, I got one more set of the 2 500 ml media bottles from my buddy Michael. We're going to do a number between 1 and 50. And I'm going to write go now. All right. So while we're waiting for that, I'm going to play a couple more videos.
George Selhorn here from Flourish Labs, and I just wanted to congratulate MycoGeeky on his 1-year anniversary on his podcast, and wish him many future podcasts as well, and just show my appreciation for having me on. It was definitely useful and beneficial to Flourish to be on there, and hope to get on there again someday. All right, congrats.
Happy 1-year anniversary, my guy. Cheers to you, and thank you so much for giving us all this awesome platform to another year. Ciao.
It's John from Dr. Mike, wishing you a happy 1-year anniversary on the show. I know you've been working really, really hard in creating some quality conversations, quality content, and just bringing the community closer together and closer to good, factual mycology knowledge. So, massive congratulations to you and to the show. Hopefully having a fantastic time. Look forward to catching up with you all soon.
Hey, Geeky. It's Rufus Red here. For folks on the show who don't know, I'm one of the moderators on your Discord server, and a new cultivator. I've been on the show once, and I just wanted to wish you a huge congratulations on 1 year for the podcast, and just for running such an awesome Discord server. Very low drama and lots of good information. Really, really lovely people. So congratulations to you.
Hey, MycoGeeky, how you doing? This is Zerk from Brown Treasure. Just wanted to give you a shout out, give you some love, tell you a happy 1-year anniversary. I had a lot of fun on the show this year. Can't wait to get back in it again. Do that again. We had a lot of fun. Just wanted to send you some good vibes your way, and wish you a happy 1-year anniversary.
Hey man, what's up? This is Dark Matter Mycology. Want to send you quick congratulations, man, for reaching the 1-year anniversary on your podcast. Yeah, I just want to thank you for giving us that platform too. That platform, to showcase our grows, express our thoughts, share the knowledge we have with, other myco enthusiasts. Yeah, in the last year or so, you've just been a huge supporter, facilitator. That's pretty important in this field and this community, and in the community as a whole. You know what I mean? So that's really cool that this platform is there for us to push that narrative. And so yeah, man, congratulations again. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep geeking out on Mondays. Thanks, brother. You have a good one.
All right, one more, guys.
Yo, MycoGeeky. I want to congratulate you on your 1-year anniversary. I hope that you have many more. Thank you so much for showing me love, having me on your podcast. Can't wait to do it again. I really appreciate you and your audience, and I wish you nothing but success. Much love.
Happy 1-year anniversary, brother. Here's to another amazing year of content. Much love.
Hey, Geeky Gang. How's it going, MycoGeeky? Congrats on your 1 year. I just want to say thank you so much for the passion that you put into doing this every week and having people like me on with just moving up and up in their own life and the cultivation and the growing of exotics and cubensis and just leveling up that at-home mycology game, the mushroom cultivation get down. And I just want to say thank you for having me around with what's happening.
Hey, MycoGeeky, congratulations on 1 year. Much love from Mama S and the Myco Mamas.
All right, we did it. Man, I spent all this time editing those, and then I got pretty much almost done with this podcast and realized I hadn't played any of them. So everybody took the time to send me those, so I want to get them up there. So thank you so much. Really nice to get all those kind words. All right, so Myco Morningstar, you were the winner. The number was 50. Get at me. We'll get you taken care of. All right, so we got one final slotted guest here. In my little, we've been going a little bit long here, but that's okay. It's only once a year that we got the 1-year anniversary anyway. So without further ado, I'm gonna bring on one of my absolute homies. Brother from another mother, although who knows, I'm adopted, so maybe not. Well, only a paternity test could prove one way or the other. I'm talking about a really unique, special, absolutely talented, on many levels, human being. But man, when it comes to cultivating, he definitely merges the art and the science. I'm talking about Mushman 9000. Let me bring him on. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's going on, brother?
Nada, man. You know, just hanging out in my basement.
Hey, I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, if I'm not growing mushrooms, I'm on this podcast. That's how we do.
Man. Well, congratulations on the 1 year, bro.
Thanks, man. All right, let me
That's
pull
awesome.
up. Yep. When you, what is the saying? When you do what you love, you don't work. I don't know. I don't even know the saying. It doesn't ring true. But I definitely am having fun most of the time. I can tell you that.
That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah.
100%.
Thank you. I loved your shout out in the beginning. The effects were so cool. I love the vibe. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet.
So talk to me. What's you up to? You sent me a Timbit culture, which I'm about to spawn to bulk on probably tomorrow. I've been busy getting this together. But one of my buddies, Flacos, he grew it out. Looks real cool. Can't wait to grow it.
Yeah. I've been growing those probably about 6 months now, pretty consecutively. I love them. I mean, they're super potent and they're filling totes.
Nice.
One of those, yeah. I got some apes on the go right now. Been fruiting in a couple different things. Bags I've been trying out a little bit more than I have in the past.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
They're doing really good.
Yeah.
Growing them inside like a luggage bag. So they're like bags, and then I cut them and then I finish the fruiting up inside of there, and it's been going really well. I mean, having a lot of fun with it.
Fun.
Yeah.
I saw a guy not too long ago grew in a kiddie pool, but he picked Shakti to grow in a kiddie pool. But anyway, it didn't work out, but it definitely made me think of your floor tech.
Yeah. Right? I got to run another one.
You got
to. About filling up a huge floor is you need quite a bit of spawn to do that. So I just haven't gotten around to it, but I'm going to.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I mean, you can grow in tubs, you can grow in bags,
you can grow in lots of things, just about anything if you have the right conditions and genetics are good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they grow out in the ground everywhere. So
right. I know. Yeah.
Why not? Maybe they like the ground. Who knows?
That's right.
I never tried that. Never just thought about putting my tubs on the ground and see if there's a difference between putting them on the ground versus.
I think I'd say maybe temperature that fluctuates.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because I know at my rooms, like on my shelves, it's definitely warmer at the top of the room than it is at the bottom.
I meant more like, I don't know if you've seen those little videos. People are like, take your shoes off, take your socks off. You got to touch the ground. Yeah, get grounded. That's I was just thinking maybe the mushrooms miss the ground. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows, man?
You don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, just been doing lots of video work too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got a couple films on the go. Yeah, bro, I'm working on a couple things with my one buddy there, Penhostelis Jones. We got something going and it's gonna be really good.
That's great, man.
Yeah, and music, been back in that, but it's just been the last week's been a little tough, as you know, like between me and you, I had a little bit of shit going down, but it's just getting back at her and keep going, right? Because that's what we do, man.
So that's all you can do. Yep.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
I'm glad you made it through the week relatively unscathed.
Yeah. Me too, brother. You know, me too. But like I said, it's about just giving her now as much as I can to get caught back up on things, and there's just never enough time in the day, bro. You know,
there's
like, I don't know where it goes. I hardly have enough time to spend with my family, let alone
I know
with mushrooms and everything else. But we try our best, right?
I mean, I'm thinking if anybody's got an inroad with, God, whatever the cosmic mother, whatever you want to call it, I'm looking for like a 30-hour day. I'd love maybe like 6 more hours in a day.
Right.
That would be great.
You could probably double it up, man, for sure. Like, I could just, I could use a lot more hours in the day.
Yeah, never.
Maybe if I spent less time sleeping, but.
Yeah, you gotta sleep too, man. Man, I tell you what, I take care of people all the time that are not sleeping enough. So get the sleep. That's all good.
Yeah, for sure.
Gotta do it.
Buddy. Right on.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, bro, I really appreciate you having me on.
Oh, of course. Make more music. I still we're gonna have to collaborate at some point in time.
Bro, we got to. 100%.
We're gonna have to. Yes,
yeah,
I
dude.
think so.
We've talked about it, so let's get something going.
We gotta do it.
Dude. Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. If you guys don't follow Mushman9000 on Instagram, you gotta just whatever you're doing, go right now.
Come say hello.
Send him a message request and, chit chat and connect with him. He doesn't just accept everybody, he wants to actually know the people who follow him. So, if you really dig him, then
say
just
hello.
reach out. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Correct.
All right. Take care. And we'll talk to you later.
You bet, bro. Peace and love.
All right, guys. That was my buddy Mushman9000. An absolute legend. He had a rough week this week, but fall 7 times, stand up 8. You just got to keep going. I know I've actually this week I had a few people reach out to me just saying, man, this week is kicking my ass. And it's what weeks do sometimes. So all we can do is be here to support one another, lend an ear so people can talk through some of the stuff they're going through. That's part of it too. It's not just about growing mushrooms. It's about connecting and really being present for the people who you supposedly are, friends with, right? That's what it's all about. Anyway, all right, we're rounding the bend. Of course, we are only halfway through the Dave Wombat picture, peek at some of the stuff. It just every other week it's something else amazing, spectacular. So we definitely got to get through that. I'll pull him on in just a second. Real quick, just want to mention I got a Patreon. It does cost a fair amount of money to put this together. It definitely takes a lot of time. So if you guys love watching the podcast, consider supporting me on Patreon. I really appreciate it. And now let's get back to business. We're going to finish things up with Dave, and then we're going to pull on my buddy Ed Grand, and we're going to do what we do. So here we go. Dave Wombat, we're back. Let me pull your... Well, I guess I don't want to pull your overlay because you're going to want to put on the... Here we go.
We're right where we left off.
There we go. Yes.
We already talked about Peng, but this is another Peng cap. This is before the spores have come in.
Those are still empty and blonde.
Right.
But you can still see that they're fucking nutso.
Yeah, man, I don't know what you're doing, but you're figuring something out. The gills must love you. The gills are just putting on a show for you, dude. I mean, you were getting some spectacular gill porn.
Well, I look at them really close, and I find even on ones that are mostly normal, if you look at them close enough, you can find really subtle differences. And and then what happens is once you isolate that subtle difference, it's like a tangent basically from the evolutionary path that the mushroom was on. Like now you've gone in a slightly different direction, and it's a small angle at first. So at first they're not very different, but like each generation it gets further and further away. And so and now at the point where I've been doing this for so long, I've got like a huge arsenal of bizarre, really inconsequential traits that I can mix and match and make new combinations of. And so they are just getting progressively weirder. Definitely.
They are, yes.
But this, I know we already did Peng, but this is a pretty picture, so I had to get that one on there. Oh, okay. This is Butters. Butters has a very rich golden color.
Oh my god, dude! I love that you said it like it was your cousin or your nephew. Like, oh, here he is. Here's Butters.
Look, everybody loves Butters from South Park. He's like a lovable character, and we've got this short, chubby little mushroom that pretty much looks like the kid. If he was wearing like a golfer's cap or something, or a beret, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, you got these. This is a cross of the Amex, which is the albino offshoot of the Mexican red spore, and my KSAT cross, which is KSSS and TAT, which makes little squats. And so this was from a Daimon cross where I had isolated the KSAT monocaryon, and then I just kind of started willy-nilly pairing it with every dicaryon I had plates of that day. And so with the Daimon cross, you have one-way genetic transfer from the Daimon culture to the monocaryon. So like you end up with like usually a couple of different genetics in that first grow, and then your F2 generation is then all the weirdness of the recombinations of those things, giving you some variety. So Butters is one of those, and Butters is actually leucistic. If we get to the next picture here, we have Butters in full bloom.
Ooh.
You almost can't even tell he was yellow anymore with the purple on top.
Yeah.
But these are little, they're short guys. They're maybe like 2.5 inches tall, really stout, solid little guys. And I'm going to go back for a second, just because that I didn't like come out the gate thinking about butter until I opened this tub on this day. And this is the color that was in my face. And it was just the first thing I thought was
butter. Yeah, I get it.
It
makes
buttery.
Perfect sense.
I mean, there's really just really rich veining on the stipes. It's a colorful little guy. I like him anyway. That's Butters. This is more Peng. You're going to see a lot of Peng. I am obsessed with these Afro gills.
I get it.
Yep, there's another one. I'm sorry. It's more Peng. There's lots of Peng. Oh, okay. Here we got something different. We got I've been showcasing stuff that I've been working on. This is not something I've been working on. This is just Melmac. If you haven't heard of Melmac, you haven't grown any mushrooms. Melmac is the pretty much the industry standard for giant pieces of driftwood you can break a tooth on.
Yeah.
And this isn't, there's a lot of Melmacs out here, but this is just the straight line continuation of my regular Melmac. It doesn't have a number after it, not Melmac anything. And somebody asked me about it because I had referred to it as bluegilled Melmac, and they said, is that a thing? I've never heard of it. And I'm like, well, no, it just happens to have blue gills. It's just Melmac. I just called it bluegilled Melmac because it was blue. It's not always blue. Sometimes it's not. Anyway. So we got a tub of these here. They are largely sporeless. Melmac is usually a low spore variety, but this batch, especially the ones that have the heavy bluing in the gills, they've got none. Like I'm looking under the microscope, like nothing anywhere. Here's an example of one of the blue ones, and this is unretouched, no saturation, no nothing. This is what color it is in real life. Like these like golden blonde gills, and then just like the richest blues. Like, so these are really pretty, but also frustrating. If you want spores, you're not getting any until here's two fruits. There were two fruits in this giant tub that had spores, and you can see that the gills are just they're not dark, but they don't have the blue.
Right.
That's like the main thing. They don't stand out a whole lot in the crowd. And I've had a lot of people in the past tell me, well, I've got Melmac, but it's sterile. Well, a lot of times it's not sterile. It just looks like it is. But these ones pretty much are, except for the occasional fruit here and there. So what I did, this was something I did in my group today for a demonstration. I took some pictures in the microscope of gill samples.
Right.
We've got the one with spores, and you can see how brown it is in this picture up close. With the camera flash, it's a little easier to tell. But so we took microscope pictures with my phone. They're shitty pictures, so be ready. But I took some shitty microscope pictures to show how much spores are on these gills. Now we've got which one's first? This is the gill surface of the neuter fruit that has no spores.
Can't see any spores there. No.
I mean, what you're seeing is like this sea of little dots, but it's just like a million little circles of different sizes, but none of them are spores. We're looking for purple spores anyway, so they would stand out. And now here's the gill surface of the other one. It's a little dark because there's actually two gills overlapping on the microscope slide, so it's a little kind of blocking some light, but you can clearly see the purple spore clusters. They're not real tight, they're spread out pretty good, so they're not generating a whole lot of color overall. So if there are even just a few less of these, you really wouldn't be able to tell there were spores on the gills with your eyes. Like, I mean, they don't really change the gill color a whole lot. But then after I had taken this picture, I was like, well, how do you let people know what they're looking at here? Like, how many spores are within a certain square inch of your life? So my next pick, this is a grain of salt at the same magnification.
Yeah.
So if you go back to the previous pick and just kind of estimate how many spore clusters are within the space of that grain of salt, there's a good 30 or 40 clusters of 4 spores each.
Yes.
So really, even on this low spore Melmac, there's still millions of spores on one of these caps.
Yeah.
There's a lot. And this isn't a particularly large grain of salt. It's just a regular one. It's average. I sorted through a few and tried to pick like the average one. But
I want the video of you picking through salt crystals. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I only actually had 4 that came out of the salt shaker into my hand to choose from. Nice. But 2 of them were the same size, and then that's one of these. So
that's a good comparison, because I think a lot of people don't quite understand, even if they buy a microscope and then they I don't know if
they're small.
It's small, but you don't really know what 400 magnification means until you
it's
go.
So hard
it's
to
a piece
conceive
of
it.
Yes, it's just
so
hard to conceive.
I was going to do one like this the other day. I had a spore solution on the microscope slide. I had squirted out a drop of spore solution, so just water and spores. But I was like, oh, I'm gonna do something for scale, so I can show everybody how small they are. So me being a genius, I went to the cabinet and I got a grain of white rice, a grain of uncooked white rice, and I put it on the slide and I poked it into the view screen so I could see it, and I looked through the microscope. And looking through the microscope, all I can see is rice starch just like flowing from this grain of rice into my spore solution. Like it's pushing the spores out of the picture, actually. It's like it's just dissolving. The rice is dissolving before your eyes. So it didn't work very good as a demonstration. So we came back today to do a dry one with the salt. So there you go. But I should actually do a video of that rice dissolving. It was pretty freaking cool. Not gonna lie.
I kind of want to see that.
It looked pretty neat. I need to hook my laptop up to the microscope so I can get a quality picture and video. Like shooting through the lens with the phone is iffy. So these are the AARP again.
Nice. I mean, for AARP, that's strong.
They've got a couple different versions. They've got that kind of like kind of flat cap version, and then these are like the longer helmet version that I'm trying to isolate separately. But yeah, like they're pretty robust. They're doing okay.
They look healthy.
Okay, here's a fun one. I've got 2 versions. This is 2 more things from that Amex KSAT cross that produced the other thing that was a couple slides ago that I can't remember because there was a lot of things. This is an albino squat, and then there's a taller version. And if you look at the gills on these inherited some of that asymmetric gill quality. Like the gills don't go in straight lines. Some of them will fork back and turn around and make a loop around the other gills. Like they've got some twists and turns to them. But it doesn't have, it's kind of like mixed with the KSAT. So it's kind of like partially asymmetric.
Right.
And then the squats are like that too. Like they've got just a hint of weirdness, but not as much on these. Some of them are a little bit weirder than others. But again, it's like 2 more out of like, I think 5 or 6 projects that came from that cross that we're working with. So there's short ones and tall ones. I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do with either one yet. This is more Mexi Melt's gills doing some spectacular things. Just
like
wow. Yeah.
I kind of love just a regular gill. Love it.
It's weird. And this is another Amex KSAT. This one, this is my Lamelle Majora project, and it was named for a single fruit that had kind of a vagina in the gills, kind of like that.
Okay.
And so like, and this is kind of like a minor feature. Like it's not really that important. The whole rest of the fruit was very normal, the parent fruit. But I was like, hey, this fruit's kind of got a vagina on the front of it, so I'm gonna try and capture that and replicate it. And this is what we ended up with, was this kind of lumpy, short, very, very nice color on these caps. Like they've got a really robust color. But actually, a lot of these caps repeated the vagina gills, and what happens is they have a tendency to bend so that the caps end up sideways by the time they're mature.
Okay.
So they're completely horizontal instead of vertical, and then gravity pulls the gills to either side because they're facing, vertically, and so it makes a vagina kind of looking thing at the top. And I'm like, well, so that's not really very exciting because it's just kind of like a gravity phenomenon. It's not a genetic phenomenon. But the fact that every fruit in the tub did the same thing, it still counts, kind of. So I don't know. I'm on the fence where
all
this
I
one's
know
going.
is I just want to swab it.
And it gives you a perfect spot to do it right in the front. Like,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
That's good. Oh, okay. I think we might have talked about this one in the past. I'm not sure. This is the cherub squats.
No,
it's
have we?
I don't think I don't know. No, probably not, because they're really hard to grow. This is a Golden Halo and Lang Cross. And the first round, I was hoping to catch the golden spore color, but I ended up with, like, in the first round, it had kind of like a weird golden purple mix color. And then after that, it went albino. So it never had color again. But this is a tiny little thing. It's like smaller than a clove of garlic. They grow really slow. They're got just really neat, weird little details to them.
Yeah.
Like there's like partial translucency on some of the flesh of the stipe there. Like it's got a lot going on. But they don't grow very easily. They have a tendency to die, pretty much if you look at them sideways. So I've never gotten more than a handful of small fruits at a time, and then like a lot of projects, they're sporeless. But I've gotten, I think we're on like maybe like 4 or 5 successful generations from spore now, but they still haven't gotten past that difficulty where, I mean, you can't have any contamination, like not any, like they just won't grow. They won't revert. They won't do anything. They will just die.
Wow.
And so even if you get one flush out of it, when the mycelium weakens before the second flush, things come in and it goes bad before you get a second flush out of it. So it's like it's a really tough project. Like, but it makes these beautiful little squats, and then it's got like the most incredible mic.
Wow. That's like Spider-Man mycelium right there.
This is a tub where I don't have to look at the label on the tub. When I walk over to the shelf, I see the lightning bolt mycelium, and I'm like, oh, there's the cherub squats. Like, I got to see if they're dying yet. And they're not dying yet. There's a lot of new little baby ones coming. Like they're trying. And but usually I'm the guy that's like multi-spore to agar and send it straight to grain. Who cares if it's dirty? Let's see what happens. And that doesn't work with this one. Like, you just can't. So you have to, I mean, and this is hard for me, but I'm like painstakingly doing multiple transfers of it before sending it to grain, because if you even try to do it early, it's a disaster.
Man, something about this photo just had me thinking that there's something that the way the mycelium kind of sets up, I'm wondering if the way mycelium myceliates in the cake, if somehow there's a relationship between its structure to how it presents in the basidiocarp, because it's almost like this one is having so much fun being mycelium that it like
it just kind of maybe makes some fruits,
yeah,
like
it's
as
like
a side project.
yes, like it doesn't
and in the right conditions, Natalensis does that too, where it'll just keep giving you mic, and you can actually harvest it and eat it, and it's potent, like because it's marshmallows.
It's not you. They call it overlay, but it's really there's more substance.
It's a growth
to it.
of some sort.
Yeah,
it is. And this one, the original Golden Halo this comes from had almost Natalensis style mycelium. Like it was very aggressive, but it would give you like a shag carpet of vertical, fuzz in your tub, like just super colonization. And it would crawl the sides of the tub and make lightning bolts up the sides. But this one is really disorganized. Like it doesn't have that nice colonization look at all. It looks kind of insane. But it is doing good for right now. So we're going to get, first flush fruits out of it, and fingers crossed for spores, and see where it goes from there.
Always fingers crossed for spores.
Always fingers crossed for spores. Now, this is another very, very special project to me, but not because I'm putting any effort into it. It's because I'm doing it in a different way.
Okay.
So this is another offshoot from the Mexican red spore. And my desire is to make a Mexican PE. And so
I like it.
I didn't really have like a PE fruit to start with, though. I just kind of had an immature fruit that had a more helmet-shaped cap than not, and in a mixed tub of other things that were all random and different. And I'm like, well, I'm just going to take this one. I'm going to call it Mexican PE. And so that's what I did. And now I'm expecting it to conform to my wishes based on that naming. And so far, it's not looking bad. The caps are opening a little bit more than the usual penis head. I mean, I'm guessing. I haven't seen everybody's, but just there's probably not too many of them look like sombreros. But there's probably a couple. There's probably a couple. Anyway,
somewhere there is. Yes.
What it is doing though is it is maintaining a fairly small cap to stem ratio, which is part of the PE thing. The next qualifier is it going to drop spores or not? Like, because if it's going to be a PE variety, it has to grow slow and it has to be stingy with the spores. So we'll see. This is a brand new one. We're fingers crossed. We're calling it. They've got a post in my group, and everybody's volunteering different Spanish-based penis names for it, just to inspire it to be more penisy. And yeah, we'll see where it goes. Fingers crossed. Mexican PE.
I like it.
We're gonna do it.
I like the color on the cap. I like the little flock. I like the overall composition of the shape. And I'm always surprised more people aren't trying to grow more stout, shorter, fatter fruits.
That's the thing. Like we talk about like the bag appeal. Like a lot of people tell you, oh, don't let the caps open up too much because when they get in the bag, they'll break.
Right.
And then you've got a bag full of crumbs and it looks like crap. And that's true. But you could just grow a mushroom that just doesn't do that.
Correct.
And let it grow all the way. Don't pick it early and get like a half potent mushroom.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's different if you have something like ape and you pick it early or late, it's still ape, but with something that has a lower range of potency, like a B plus, picking it on day 2 or day 3 can make a pretty significant difference in its development.
Right.
So they're not normal, I don't know if they're going to be PE, but they don't look regular. At least not so far. They could change.
I'm sure that this time next year it's going to look even cooler than this, is my guess.
It probably looks cooler than this now. It's been like several hours since this picture.
Oh, nice.
I'm trying not to look at it more than once a day.
Oh.
Because if I start looking at tubs more than once a day, I'll start looking all of them more than once a day, and then pretty much I just won't stop looking at them.
Yeah, man, I got pans fruiting right now, pinning, and it's pretty hard for me not to open.
Oh, I bet you can't. I bet you can't. I can't wait to go look at them.
Yeah, it's my. I'm just occasionally literally glancing over at my grow tent, just wondering, because they kind of spring up pretty rapidly. So I'm like, I wonder how many more there are in there now.
Yeah, and that's a neat thing too. We've got with cubes, and most home cultivation is always with cubes because it's the easiest to maintain and teach and all that. we talk about how like, okay, well, your potency can be related to your speed of growth, is a strong correlation. Your ape fruit that took 3 weeks to develop is going to be way stronger than your B plus that grew up overnight.
Right.
But that doesn't apply when you got other species. Like,
correct.
Some of those other outdoor different species, they do it all really fast.
They just pop up and yep, done. Yeah, same with I'm not there yet, but a lot of people in my Discord who are pretty dialed on. And another fascinating thing about pans, from what I'm witnessing, is you can have one guy go, nope, this is how you grow pans, and here's the proof, and they have these amazing, pans full of pans. And then another guy goes, nope, that's not how you do it. You do it like this. And he's also got a pan full of pans. And everybody's figured out 19 different ways to grow them. And it all is clearly working for them. And that is distinctly different from cubes, where there seems to be some general rules of thumb for growing cubes.
There is some argument as to which way is better for cubes, but we're all pretty much in agreement that they're going to grow pretty much no matter what you do to them, as long as you have some clean spawn.
Yeah, we're nitpicking. I mean, the stuff we're arguing about,
they're not that particular.
We're nitpicking. It's, it grows on a wide variety of stuff.
Cubes are like the oysters of the psychedelic world. Like oysters are like garbage, like dumpster divers. Like they'll grow on anything.
That is
literally
exactly
anything.
Right. Yes, you are right. Cool, man. Well, thanks for showing us these. Everybody definitely loves seeing what Dave Wombat is up to, because we know you're always up to something, and it's always looking pretty cool. So thanks for coming back on. Well, I'm sure we'll have you on again here shortly. I hope you can make your way. I mean, I'm glad you're in Michigan. I'm from the Mitten, love the Mitten.
Well, I'm still in Illinois. I've been going back and forth to Michigan, but I'm still in Illinois. I haven't moved.
Oh, I thought you moved. Okay, so you did not. All right, so you're back in Illinois.
No, I am.
Well, then no credit for that. All right. What, weren't you going to move,
Michigan's pretty cool, too. Yeah, well, I'm still going to move somewhere.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't.
It's fine.
It's not as easy as it sounds, it has nothing to do with my child. It's the 11 guinea pigs and the 4 hedgehogs.
Wow.
And the turtle
and the
rabbit
squirrels that you have now a deep relationship with. I mean, dude, if you left those squirrels, they would I bet they would cry.
I've got a large population of chipmunks and outdoor rabbits as well.
Right. Yeah,
they're all wild.
You're literally like Thomas Aquinas, man. You're just handing out fruit, and all the animals love you.
Well, I love life. Like life is good. Yeah. Like if you die every now and then, it kind of makes you realize that you don't die all the way. Like just kind of that ego death actually counts for that too. Like, that's one of the most commonly reported frightening aspects of the mushroom experience. Is a lot of people say, I felt like I was dying, and they have a hard time explaining what that feels like exactly. Right. But it's a very distinct, no, that was definitely it though. I don't know, I can't tell you what it felt like, but it was like I was gonna die. And you're not right. You would have to actually have a ton of mushrooms fall on you and crush you to kill you.
Now that is the way to go. If you're going to die from mushrooms, let it be from sheer weight.
Look up and open your mouth. That's just try to eat as fast as you can.
It's too funny.
But no, it's I am working on a bunch of different things, and there's going to be some neat new stuff to announce soon.
Awesome.
Both mushroom and logistically. In the meantime, I'm still kind of barely answering Messenger and filling a couple of orders a day. But I'm real busy trying to get all my other eggs into their baskets so I can pack up and relocate as soon as that's possible.
It is a chore. Yeah, it is.
It is not fun. Moving is never good.
It's not. We moved from about 5 years ago. We moved from LA to Northeast Ohio, and I'd lived in LA for about 16 years. and run a business.
It's enough to put some roots down.
Oh yeah, and it was 2 semis of stuff, and that was after liquidating quite a bit of stuff. And then we got here and couldn't find a house to buy, so we rented for 3 months, and then I had to move all over again. Luckily, only a little ways down the road, but yeah, I had to physically move again. Yeah, so I want to be done.
Yeah, back to back. That's not much fun.
Oh my God, it was brutal. Yeah. And then
Well,
our garage was full of stuff for like a year. Like we didn't park in our garage for a year just because it was full of boxes.
Since I'm a fungi, I don't have roots. I've got mycelium, and you can just like pluck me up and put me back down somewhere else, and I'll just take right off again.
Exactly.
So we're versatile.
Yeah, man. I hope you get out west. Out west is fun. Climate out there is amazing. It's gorgeous. A lot of opportunity out there right now for our community, for sure.
Especially for our community, because it's like this is like the big the shroom boom.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the psychedelic renaissance.
Yep.
And we are actually riding the crest of that wave.
We're in it. I think I forget if I was on the show or I was just talking to somebody, but I mentioned that old country song. I forget if it was Barbara Mandrell or who the hell sang that song, but it was like, I was country before country was cool. And so, you know, guys like you know, who've been doing this for years, or ads been growing for decades, Whitebeard, all the guys have been growing for not just 10 years, but tens upon tens of years. You know, you guys have really watched a lot of things change, and now to see that big upswing, I'm sure it is
kind of like about 25 years later, I'm like, hey, maybe this was a good idea to get started doing this.
Right. But I mean,
obviously I've enjoyed doing it the whole time as well.
Right.
But the opportunity to do what we enjoy and not have to be paranoid and hiding in the closet for it to actually be legal,
right,
and out in the open, and currently it's not quite legal most places at all, but the only parts that are really illegal are the sales, like the sales and the transport of you know, product for sale or whatever. There's nothing really dangerous about growing your own medicine at home for yourself.
I'm with you.
It's like victimless crime. Like you'd have a hard time getting in trouble for it.
I'm not gonna lie.
But,
I don't spend any time worrying about it. My 8-year-old's friends with a kid whose dad's on the SWAT team, and you know, I openly talk about growing mushrooms, and they don't care. Nobody cares.
There's really nothing wrong with it. It's a stigma. Yeah. It's a stigma, yes. and the public view of that is shifting.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Back to where it should be after the older generation dies off, because there was a lot of brainwashing.
Probably can't be undone. You're just never those people. When you spend 30 years of your life believing something, and then all of a sudden, right at the end, somebody goes, "Actually, that wasn't true." Those people are not going to, change their mind. They're just
if you have, what I was told is, if you have 4 hits of LSD in your life, you are permanently legally insane.
Well.
And I think I had a 5-strip my first time, so I was out.
Yeah,
that's it.
Shoot, man!
You know what? With all the money I've put into eating acid, like, when am I supposed to get my flashbacks? Like, I've invested in these things, and I'm waiting for my free trip.
Right. I mean, I did talk to one person. I forget where I talked to him, but they said that that was a problem that developed for them. But again, this is, these are these medical anomalies where they just run with this 1 in a million story.
Some people hallucinate without ever taking
anything. Yeah.
Psychedelics. So who's to say, like, maybe that's the person they tested for flashbacks, and they're like, "Oh, having another one."
Exactly.
And they're like, "Sir, you're the placebo group." It's okay.
It worked. Your sugar pill worked. Yeah.
I actually, I will confess, me and some friends, we were at a party, and we cut the corner we cut the corner off of a package of zigzag rolling papers, you know, the orange package that has a little Jesus looking guy on it. We cut the corner of that off into a square, and we gave it to my buddy and told him it was acid. And he spent the next several hours trying to convince us that he was tripping. I don't know if he really thought he was or not.
Who knows?
He seemed like he was having a blast. I don't know.
That's too funny. That's fascinating. I mean, I forget where I saw this, but if you look up a lot of these FDA drugs that go through the approval process, right, they have to be a certain efficacy. But routinely, the placebo group will have efficacy, right? There'll be 60-70% efficacy for taking a sugar pill. Lower their blood pressure just because they thought they're taking a blood pressure medication.
Right. It does make it hard to tell what actually works and what doesn't. What was the one I was reading about that I thought was weird? It was it's an allergy medicine, Claritin.
Yeah.
Whatever's in Claritin, Lotrimin or something like that. I don't remember what the ingredient is. Anyway, I was reading about the at first it was supposed to be a prescribed medicine, and for whatever reason, loratadine. There you go. It didn't get approved for prescriptions, so they reformulated it and went for over-the-counter use, and the whole marketing for it was that it's supposed to be a non-drowsy antihistamine, but during the testing it showed that by the time you took a dose that was actually effective, it was drowsy. It's just in the dosage that they give it to you over the counter, it's not enough to make you drowsy, but it's also not fully effective as an antihistamine. So it's like, but they don't tell you that when they sell it to you. They're just like, hey, non-drowsy, here you go, you know. And it's just like, well, we're the victims of all this, you know. It's a lot of marketing and telling us what to expect and hoping that we find that satisfaction in it because we expect it enough.
True. It's true, man. All right,
Lucky Charms are good for you. Did you know that? Did you know Lucky Charms are good for you? It tells you all over the box how good for you they are. Best way to start your day for a healthy day.
I mean, they are magically delicious, but
they are magically delicious, but that's sugar. That's
sugar is magically delicious. Yes, maybe that's why the sugar pills work. Maybe it's the sugar. Maybe the sugar is the greatest medicine we're sleeping on. Yeah, could be. All right, man. Well, thank you so much for stopping by.
It's always a pleasure. We'll be back again soon.
Yeah, man. Can't wait to. I hope you find a way to get where you're trying to go, so you can really spread your wings and do some cool stuff, man. Not that you're not doing that all the time, but you know what I mean. I just want you to have room to really let loose.
Gears are churning. There will be a big update soon.
Cool, man. All right, dude. Take care. Appreciate you. You do so much for the community, and you know, ethical vendor. You're passionate about the breeding. These are all great qualities. So I really appreciate it.
It is my pleasure. My ultimate, you know, my main goal is always to make people happy. When I do like informative posts, I try to keep them entertaining, you know, for that reason. I
you're
post
hilarious.
goofy stuff just to. I was like that when I was managing restaurants too, though. You know, like besides trying to make sure that the guests are having their best experience, I want my employees to be having the best time too, because they're going to do their best work if they're happy. Like everybody should be happy. And I know I didn't get paid anything to manage restaurants, so there had to be something good to come out of it, and that's what I look for, is the happiness, because otherwise I would just cry for having no money.
I'm with you. I get it. It's true though. It's fun to have fun. It's fun to make jokes and be clever and entertain people
and be positive. There's so much negativity in the world.
Yes.
You know, when you're scrolling, especially, you know, I spend most of my time on Facebook as my platform. And I mean, just scrolling on Facebook, it's all the end of the world is coming. Everything's bad. The government hates us. Everybody else hates you. You hate each other. You hate yourself. Like, it's just, it's all negative. Like, so that's when I do post stuff. I post like squirrels and bunnies and stuff, you know, because like, why worry about whether your submarine's going to implode or not. Like, just go feed the squirrels.
I mean, just pay the $250,000 and go on the submarine ride. That's what I'm saying.
I think I could build a better sub for $250,000.
I bet we all could. Yeah, I bet we all could. It's shocking. I mean, man, the crazy. Okay, one last thing, then we'll go here. I didn't know this is what filthy rich people did. They rode on like amateur submarines. I think there's a whole world of the wealthy that I had known nothing. I thought they bought yachts and just hung out with. Do you know what I mean? No, they're going on $250,000 submarine expeditions. I did not know
It wasn't even it wasn't even a good one. You're going to take me down to see the Titanic in something that has no windows? How do I see it?
Here's a picture. What the best would have been if they never left the dock. It was just a simulation.
A simulation. Now that
would have been better because
cool.
they wouldn't have died.
And then you could have even scared them a little bit with some worry, and then they would have come out of it feeling like we survived this amazing ordeal. Like it'd be great.
Like a planned dent, and then they can come out and go, oh man, it was close there for a minute. And then all the rich people go get to tell all their friends that story. Nope, instead they just get to die.
It really is sad. I mean, and it's, and there's so many jokes about it. The internet's full of jokes, and it's really just because we're all just bitter, hateful people, and we wish we had money to ride on submarines.
Because that's how we wanted to die. It's the most exotic way to die. Right? If you're up in heaven, how'd you die? I got hit by a car. I drank myself to death. I died of old age. Boring. I died in a $250,000 sardine can. That's the way to go.
Driven by a Logitech controller.
Driven by a Game Boy. Yep.
And it was honestly, that was really probably the best part of the design.
I mean, the Game Boy controller didn't kill him. I can tell you that.
No, that part actually worked. They could kind of drive it with that thing, but they just not when it's made out of Fabergé egg material, not designed for. I don't know. Anyway,
cool, man.
Always a pleasure to be on. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah, we're gonna just keep doing this, and I know you're gonna keep doing what you do. So our paths are gonna continue to cross here and there. It's gonna be good.
Also, hope to see you at the Ohio Mushroom Festival.
Oh, done deal.
September,
done deal.
Whatever.
Yep. My buddy is paying for my ticket. He said you got to go. I was supposed to speak on a panel, but then they got I don't know. They thought it was too dangerous. I think they thought I was going to show up with giant bushels of apes on my shoulders or something.
That'd be pretty spectacular.
I mean, now if
I know this is, I know this particular one is more foraging and gourmets and stuff and outdoor medicinals, and next year will be the more psychedelic one.
Yes,
but it's still going to be a good time. So
if you're going, then we'll hang. I know several people are going to be there. It should be surprisingly good time. I think
so.
Yeah, man. All right, cool. Well, until then. Good luck.
Love you, everybody.
All right. That was the one and only Dave Wombat. Amazing breeder, amazing guy, hilarious. If he is cracking jokes all day long, guys. He is really funny. He's does it all. Cracks jokes, grow mushrooms, travels between Michigan and Illinois. He's and hopefully gets out west and can really shine. Hopefully he can really just start getting all the recognition that he deserves beyond even just our community. All right, so I had a few things I wanted to say. Of course, I forgot them already. What was one? Oh, Lab 13, you want to know how to get a hold of me. Man, every episode, all 46 episodes, I got my contact information in there. You just got to look in the description, connect with me on Instagram, on Discord, on Facebook, you name it. Not hard to find me. You just got to do a tiny bit of hunting. All right. So it is almost 1 a.m. This is back to the old days, guys. We're marathoning it. The one and only, you know him, you love him. He's smart. He's funny. He might make a tranny joke. The one and only Ed Grand. What's up, dude?
Oh man, am I on?
You are on.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. I couldn't
It's
remember
working
if I flipped this.
perfect.
Dude, I was literally like sitting next to a tranny like 12 hours ago.
Well, you live in Bangkok, Thailand. It doesn't surprise me in the
guarantee
least.
this one would trick 95% of people. She
I
had
believe
all
you.
all the work done.
Yeah, man, we when I lived in Los Angeles, we used to go hang out on Melrose, and there was a old diner where after you got done like going out to the parties and the clubs and all that stuff, it was like the equivalent of Hollywood Denny's basically. And so we'd go eat there at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and there was definitely a transvestite crowd there. And usually, you could tell it was a transvestite person, but every once in a while, you'd be like, "Is there a woman with that group of transvestites?" Like, "Oh no, that is a transvestite. Just born to do that." Definitely. Makes perfect sense. Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what some people come here for. Just curious, what a Hollywood Denny's, is there like lines of Coke like racked up on the toilet bowl, or what is what is a Hollywood Denny's like?
It's funny you say that because
Grand
I literally
Slam has
I literally went into a bathroom one time and there was just residue all over the back of the toilet, and I'm like, "You guys, why did you do this on the toilet, man?" You had many other options.
No. They should have like a special mirror or something for that, don't they?
They should have a fold down mirror. Right?
Yeah, like one of those,
like the baby diaper changing. Yeah. Yeah, the baby changing station should just fold down, and then inside it there would be a little mirror that folds down.
You could like adjust the height.
And then on a string it has like a little straw. That's what it's.
Credit card with like a key, one of those like stretchy key things on it.
Yep.
Oh, we're off to a good start. Well, I think you got demonetized like several hours ago, so I guess we're okay.
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. They're all instantly demonetized, and I do the reviews now. So yeah, there's no money to be made on YouTube for me. It's all got to be the old Patreon, and yeah, it's what it is.
So I
mean,
swear openly.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Especially we're now at the 1 a.m. hour. I don't think it's not what's doing it.
Yeah, there might be some West Coast people though. It's only like 10 out there, right?
That's true.
And here it's like 12. It's like noon here, so might have some audience over here too. Who knows?
All right.
You guys had me reminiscing, kind of missing America until you talked about like things that I literally don't know anything about, like about a submarine. Like, it's so awesome on the other side of the world. Like, I have that stuff's not in my face all the time.
It's good.
When I talk to Americans and they immediately start talking about politics and stuff like that, I'm like, wow, I never have to think about that stuff.
I try not to.
I
try not to, but
it's so in your face, right? That's the thing. The only time I ever get it is when I talk to other Americans. They're like, and I'm just like, wow, I didn't know any of that stuff was happening.
I mean, we have really polarized over here. My take is it's really like a rural America versus urban America. Right. The life experience of somebody that grows up in an urban area is so radically different than somebody that grows up in a rural area. And having lived in both and all of in between, I can say that the environment informs the worldview quite a bit, and they sort of make sense. So you almost can't, you gain a little compassion in both directions for that. But boy, the social media and the politicians, ever since I think it was the first or second run for Bill Clinton, he hired this pollster, Alan Greenspan, and he started doing focus groups. And ever since they started doing focus groups in this country, the politicians, they're just catering to the whims of the focus group, and so nobody is a real person anymore. we're all just being manipulated. We're also like, we shouldn't be informing the politician. It shouldn't be that game. It should be someone has a platform. They really, know what they want to do. They know the cabinet they want to assemble, but that's all gone now. It's all, I mean, if you've seen the movie Idiocracy.
Oh yeah.
It's a documentary.
Like every other week.
It's a documentary, unfortunately. Yeah. It's sad.
Yeah, it is. But
what are you going to do? Well, you just, Dave Wombat just gave us a great attitude. There's all that crap. Let's just feed squirrels and, try to have a good time. That's really all you can do.
I should clarify something. I don't actually feed psychedelic drugs to squirrels.
Why did somebody get mad at you?
Yes, somebody actually thought I wouldn't say they got mad, but squirrels are like a metaphor, like a euphemism or whatever you want to call it. Like I don't literally feed magic mushrooms to squirrels. I don't actually have any squirrels in my front yard. They've eaten all of them.
Yeah.
So that's like a metaphor. I think if you think for a second, you can figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
They'll figure it out. Yeah, no squirrels. No Thai squirrels.
There are, but they're like really, really tiny and brown. Very brown and tiny.
Interesting.
But yeah, I live in the city, I mean, there's like concrete jungle around here. I think there's like a 3x3 like patch of grass where the garbage bin is.
Right.
Like that's just the garbage bin.
Well, dude, since here I didn't do this, but I'm gonna pull this up. It's definitely the 1 year anniversary here, but I also want to just mention. So if you guys don't follow Ed's got a YouTube channel. He's an educator in real life, and he's an educator online. He's got a YouTube channel. It's just at Edward Grand. He's approaching 3,000 subscribers. He's put out 89 videos. A lot of knowledge. I mean, I'm telling you, on the regular, I have people, for example, once people figure out grab and drag, I mean, just people are, it's a done deal at that point.
That and the diaper tech thing.
Diaper tech works. Yep.
It's incredible. My 4x8 tent now is being humidified solely by 12 incontinence pads. And it's at like 99. My little humidity meters are pegged at 99.
Okay.
Like I've been having to open the door to let some of the humidity out because I'm getting like some of the caps are getting like fuzzy.
Yeah, they
like
get that where they remyceliate.
Yeah, if you can see on the top. Oops, wrong way. Yeah, that little fuzzy part. Yeah, they're revegetating or whatever you want to call it.
Revegetating, that's the term.
Maybe. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. It all works. We're just paying attention. You got a lot of your tech and a lot of your thinking comes from, actually being in high level. I don't know if people know this, but your thesis advisor at University of Tennessee was extremely well known and very important mycologist, and the lore and the prowess of University of Tennessee is pretty well known. So you had a lot of history there, and I imagine you're just even stuff that wasn't talked about. You were picking up little things, being in those labs.
Yeah, little like I guess you'd call them like chats at the coffee.
Right.
The coffee machine, even though we didn't really have a coffee machine. But yeah, usually on the way to the bathroom or something, or outside having a smoke or whatever back when people
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's I just even remember the first time watching you, I got a bad I've lost a finger due to an injury, but I watched you like take the lid off one-handed and then do your work. It was just, it was obvious very quickly, like, oh yeah, this guy's handled a couple Petri dishes in his day, like a couple tens of thousands.
People should learn how to do that. If you, I don't have very big hands, but if you can hold, it's weird. It's like using chopsticks. Like I can use them like so fluidly, but I can't really remember how I do it.
Yeah, you just do it.
You grab, I think yeah, I don't even know if I had a Petri dish, but yeah, you can pick up the thing and open it with one hand. That way you don't have to put the lid down. I noticed that because the other day I saw a YouTube video and the guy took the plate and literally like flipped it over and like let it fly on the table like he was like popping a Coke bottle cap, and I was like, oh my God, like I almost had my heart like skipped a beat when he did that. It was like, oh my God, what did he just do? Like, I could just hear it rolling on the floor, like in my head, like, oh my God, why did he just do that? Like, it's like a baby in a stroller rolling down a hill, like in San Francisco. It's like, somebody needs to stop that. Like, stop, don't do that. Like,
I mean, but don't you watch videos all the time? I can't tell you how many videos I watch where I'm like, oh, did he just do that? Or, oh, he just... And you know,
God.
maybe 8 out of 10 times it doesn't matter, but for a video that's being used for demonstration and educational purposes, it's definitely it can be a little cringy.
I stopped commenting on them because I don't want to seem too critical, but I'm like, oh my gosh, you're showing this to other like this. They're very, very very confident in their abilities, and then I watch the video and I'm like, oh my God, dude, like. No. Like,
which I mean, for just at home, if you're not recording, and you do 100 transfers with poor technique and 85 of them work, and you're comfortable with that, okay. But when you're making a video, and the minute you make the video and put it on YouTube, you're definitely saying, I want to show people how to do this. That's when it. You know, it does matter to show that, but there's honestly not a lot of videos within the myco community that are utterly focused on sterile tech and even like a sterile mindset. I think, I don't know, working in healthcare, I have a lot of sterile procedures. You know, if you're in the OR, there's sterile field, and dear God, you get your literal head blown off if you ruin sterile field.
well, because lives depend on it, you know.
Yes.
When you actually get paid to do like sterile work, I mean, if you mess up and inject somebody with a dirty needle, like you're gonna fucking kill them, right?
You could. In the
Like, this is
ICU, you
not
could,
just-
yeah.
Yeah, this is not just like a plate you're gonna throw away. This is like life-threatening procedures. Like,
100%.
it's crazy. But yeah, if you're gonna show something on YouTube, at least like maybe do it 3 times before you jump into showing it as your tech.
Right.
Like, you can tell when people are doing it maybe the first 3 or 4 times they've ever done something, and it's like, why are you making a video about this
already? Yeah.
You're like,
I'm reading a book.
"Slow
I'm reading a book right now called Swimming in the Sacred. It's written by this woman, Rachel Harris, and she basically interviews these all these old shamanistic medicine women, you know, women that are working in the underground, you know, as trip sitters, shamans, whatever you want to call it. And they all talk about how most of them who came into doing this work didn't like seek it out. They were in their own spiritual journey and then very organically began like a mentor relationship with that person that guided them, and then eventually just very organically became a situation where it was like, oh, maybe you are meant to do this, you know, you should do what I'm doing. And several times in the book she mentions how there's a lot of fly by night, like, oh, I went on one ayahuasca retreat and now I'm ready to be a shaman.
Yeah.
And how there's just a breadth and depth of wisdom. It's same with, I work with young doctors in the ER, and I watch how they manage patients that come in versus the doctors that have been doing it for 30 years. And there is just a deeper set of experiences that inform their clinical judgment. And I think the same can go for, you know, a shamanistic type role where somebody might be, you know, playing a role in integration therapy, or at least just part of the ceremony, and that approach is different. And we see it in the cube community as well, as far as cultivating goes. It's like you grow one flush and all of a sudden you're ready to vend.
You got your B+ spores up
You're
there.
ready to vend already. Like, Jesus, just
What's it,
grow for a while. I've been doing this 2 years. Everybody's like, when are you going to sell genetics? I've only been doing this 2 years. I have patience. Just have a little patience, man.
Well, that's the thing with a lot of these people. I hate to say it, but they're driven by money. The trip sitter thing. I used to listen to a podcast. It was something like Business Trip, and there was these companies like doing online courses to train you as a trip sitter, and these people getting qualified to be a trip sitter had never taken psychedelic drugs. And it's like, what? Like they were paying thousands of dollars to get trained to be a trip sitter online and had not even like ever taken like any drugs. Like maybe they got drunk once in high school. It's like, what? This is the woman that's going to be my trip sitter when I'm on like 7 grams? Like, what? She did no.
What are you going to do? I mean, that's just like now you go on the airplane and you got to sit next to a chihuahua because they paid $100 and they got their little certificate that says it's their therapy dog, right? I mean, this is not a real therapy dog. That's just your dog. But they paid $100. They got a certificate, or right? You can pay $5. I think you can get like a certificate to be an ordained minister of some random church that's not really a church, right? This is all the just inconsequential, irrelevant, $5, and we've given you something that other people do and have to devote their entire life to, and While simultaneously in the United States, the credentialization of our country right now, everyone's got to have a degree. I mean, you want to flip burgers, you need a degree. In my field, you can't have enough letters behind. It's got to be, MycoGeeky, BSN, RN, CEN, every little. And some of these people got strings of letters so long. I'm like, doesn't it just stop mattering? You're not using all of these in any one position, so it just becomes like I'm an Eagle Scout, look at all my badges.
Yeah, I remember that back in the Boy Scouts.
Yeah. But it's not going to change. There's definitely, as this flood and tsunami into the psychedelic space continues, there's only going to be more. Like if we're complaining about the scammers now, guys, sit down, strap in. It's going to be overwhelming. And all you can do is stay in your lane and do what you do well. And if you spend all day worrying about the scammers, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, like I said, there's going to be a flood of it in the next couple of years. It's going to be just, but I don't know. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, you can't. That's, in I studied acting for a while out in LA, and there was a guy in the class who kind of had something going, but he had a lot of nervous tics, and it drove all of us crazy in the class. And this one girl one night, she's like talking to the acting coach. So Michael, what should the approach be? Like how can he eliminate his tics? What should he be doing? And the coach goes, well, let me tell you this right now. The more we talk about his tics, the more we focus on the problem, you're not going to get rid of the problem. He said, I would rather only focus on what he's doing well, being more invested in the scene, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And anyway, you can apply this to things in life, right? The more you myopically look at the problem to everything, the more you're just going to be in the problem. You're going to be too in the problem, right? So like scammers, right? There are, my buddy Brock is part of a little anti-scammer thing. It's all about, you're not going to ever keep up with all these scammers, and you can't keep up now. Just wait another year and then another year. You're never going to keep up. All you can do is just truly and fully represent, a quality vendor. Tell people, don't just say, here's my swab set. Talk about what you do. I bought a $1,500 flow hood. I do my work in front of it. I clean my lab every 3 days. Like, educate. Do the positive thing. Don't you just, never you can't tread water worrying about the negative stuff. How do you do it?
Yeah, you can. It's a waste of time if you're constantly. I can barely keep up with the YouTube like posters that are just random crap in the YouTubes. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, my Instagram, blah blah blah, and it's like, wow, I have to delete about 10 of those a day. It's like, wow, I can barely keep up with those guys.
Oh, just the for quality fruit. Go to this.
Yeah.
They're impossible to keep up.
Yeah, because I've been pretty lucky so far. I haven't had any strikes or any warnings, and to be honest, I don't know how the fuck I haven't, because I've been like pushing the envelope pretty far as
Yeah, but the tone is good. The tone is very just educational.
Yeah, I think that's it. Some of the people I've talked to that have had trouble, they tend to go in the more sort of like entrepreneurial aspects of it, and they kind of start talking a little bit about use like business terms and things like that, and it's pretty obvious what they're doing.
Right.
And I mean, not that the algorithm is perfect or anything, I mean, but it probably, I mean, when I watch the video, I can tell what their real thing is. Whereas maybe when you're watching my video, you're just like, oh, look at this nerd talking about mushrooms. Like he's not trying to sell. He's just some nerdy guy who's like lives in his mom's basement, like who likes mushrooms.
Right. Maybe that's what they think. I don't know.
That's all good. That's really, that's why that's my mom's on the other side of that.
It's just Ed's bedroom.
And they got like 14 kids in the other room next to my guinea pigs.
Yeah.
And my wife is actually a ladyboy. I had
to revealed on the next.
Yeah. I had to switch over from women after the 14th kid, so
Yeah, kids will do that.
I don't go with childbearing people anymore.
Are you anti-childbearing people, Ed?
Sorry. I don't know anymore. I know I'm cis. I guess that's supposed to be bad now. Like that's used as an insult now. A guy said the other day, another American guy, he was insulted. Somebody called him. He's like, "What are you, a cis?" Like an insult. It's like, wow, okay.
Wow, yeah. I mean, so yeah. The problem is everything always gets conflated, right? Like, yes, there are, there are men that are quote cis, but they're way more than that. They're misogynistic, they're sexist, they're just bad people. But that isn't the cis part of them.
That's the thing. The connotation doesn't need to be there. Exactly. I think incel started, like when you look it up, it's like, oh, involuntary celibate. That doesn't sound so bad. But then when you read the 20-page Wikipedia thing, it's about, I didn't know what that word was till like a year ago, and my friend was using it. She's out in Vegas, and I was like, what the hell is that? And I had to look it up on like Wikipedia, and I was like, oh, okay. Needs a lot more. There's a lot more to that term.
Oh yeah, you gotta keep up. It's easy to be doing the wrong thing these days.
Oh, I know. I got in trouble. Yeah. It's dangerous world, man. I upset people I don't even know I'm upsetting.
Yeah.
Like that I don't mean to upset. It happens like daily.
I mean, from a very early age, I was playing that game whether I realized it or not. So I didn't stop caring. I don't think I ever cared. I just never cared too much. Anyway, let's talk about mushrooms.
Yeah.
Recently we had a very interesting post from Ed on our Discord. Yep, there's what do you got there, Ed?
That's a fruit from a CKB Daimon crossed with the AMAC revert.
Ooh.
I don't know if you can see it, like bluing.
Nice.
Yeah, I just picked it a little while ago. I forgot why I went and picked one. I can't remember what you guys were talking about, but I went and picked a mushroom for some reason.
Nice.
I don't remember why.
Yeah, so Ed chimed in, and I don't know if he's got this statement memorized or not. We'll find out in a second here. But and I recall a moment when just people were really obsessed with asking about senescence.
Oh,
I think way more people ask about it than experience it. It is this interesting thing that people hear about and then start to worry about. And I don't know if it's because they're just starting to do the work. They realize, oh my God, this is a lot of work. And then they hear this concept that says it's going to destroy everything. And so then they start freaking, am I doing all this work for nothing? Is Senescence just waiting to ruin all my hard work?
Right.
I have never had that problem.
I know where it comes from. It comes from. If you read The Mushroom Cultivator, Paul Stamets goes into quite a bit of detail about how you need to be very, very careful about it. He reiterates it over and over and over again. And he goes into The Mushroom Cultivator, TMC, the blue one. He goes into a lot of detail about backing up cultures and going back. And if you've worked in any other type of tissue culture, mammalian cell culture, you know it's a problem because when you have to replicate results and they don't, it's also an excuse. Like if you do an experiment and the results aren't replicated from the previous 2 or 3 experiments, you could say, oh, the passage number, I was on, I need to go back to an earlier passage. They call it P numbers. So we call them T transfers. Other people call them P numbers, passage numbers. And so that's one of the reasons. There's the second reason now. I think it's because people are expanding liquid culture.
Okay.
Because they are buying one 10cc syringe of liquid culture and they are expanding it. So they're going 10cc to 500, and then they're taking 10cc of that and then going to another 500, and and so by the time they're at like P5 or P6, which would be transfers, they need to start worrying about it. Like if you're going to take 1 ml of liquid culture and you're going to expand it to 1,000 liters, like you should worry about it. And so when your customers start coming back and saying, well, I'm not getting the phenotype from your genotype that you sold me for $20, what's the problem? Right? That's why they're worried about it. Because I got a feeling a lot of these vendors now, okay, here's what blew me away. This has happened 3 times. People wanted to trade me genetics, and they sent me a list of 200 or 300 things. And then I'm like, well, which ones have you grown yourself? They were like, oh, like these 3, like Golden Teacher B+ and a PE.
Right.
I'm like, you mean you've got 300 cultures for sale and you have not seen fruits of these cultures?
I know.
They get them off Reddit from their buddies, and they just like, it's like some frat party, like the girl, like the Friday night frat party. It's like, who knows what room you're gonna end up in, and like you don't know where these came from. They haven't seen the fruits. I asked the guy, I'm like, how did you make your LC? He was like, from other LC, and then he went, it's just I've been like quite shocked. These people selling LC now, they've never fruited. Actually, maybe I don't want to call it. Some other people have brought this up. It's like, if you're going to get LC from somebody else, you should grow the damn fruits. You talked about this like 8-9 months ago.
Yeah,
right?
man, this was when we did the ethics segment where I think a pretty rapid consensus was that you can't really own a genetic. For example, Tim Pig just released Toke, and once it's out in the ethers, he can keep selling it and keep providing it, but it's a tale as old as time. Same with Dave Wombat, where he creates one of the most legendary cultigens with Jack Frost, and he doesn't even grow it anymore because everybody's growing it and everybody's selling it. And so why bother? There's too many more interesting things to be worrying about. He's on to the next thing. He's not like the one-hit wonder that's just playing his one song over and over again. But the one consensus that was pretty strong was don't sell anything you haven't grown.
Yeah.
And so if you get liquid culture and you expand it for the sake of, knocking up some grain because you only get a 12cc syringe and you want to expand it to say 300 cc's, and knock a bunch of bags up, grow it out, do 5-10 bins of it, clone something, grow that out, play with it a little bit. It'd be pretty hard especially if you go back to spore and then regrow that out and then start selling clone cultures that you've grown from spore, swabs, all that. Once you've done the work, it's pretty hard to get mad at anybody. I mean, you can of course just be greedy and go, well, I wish you wouldn't, but really, you know, where's your lawyers? Where's your patent? Shut your mouth. Like, there's really nothing you can do about it. I wish we lived in some fantasy world where everybody's going to do the quote exact most ethical right thing. It's just not going to happen. And if you really have something special, you can't keep up with the demand anyway. So it is what it is. But for sure, you're not. I've experienced it too, where I post something I got that looks real good, and people are like, "Oh man, I want that. Here's my list. What do you want?" And my first response is always, "What of these have you grown?" And like you said, it's a short frickin' list, and then you don't want any of the stuff they've grown because you grew that 100 years ago.
Yeah, or they'll have one swab of a set left because they use the other swab to make the plates that they're
Right.
selling.
Right.
Like they're selling like T0 plates. It's like,
Yes.
what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like these people have literally never been through the whole process of. I had another guy. He was like, "Oh, like I can't send your plates now because the ones I poured got contaminated." And he needed
Yeah.
to re-swab the plates that he was gonna trade with me. And I'm like, dude, you're swabbing plates to trade with me.
No.
Like, just send me the fucking spores. I'll do it myself, you
Yeah.
moron. Like,
Yes.
don't fucking swab me a new plate. Like, he literally was like, oh, I need to swab you a new plate. I'm like, dude, are you a fucking idiot? I'm sorry. Like,
I mean, everybody's ready to be a
so much.
superstar. Ed. Everybody wants to be right. This is the effect of social media, of all the media we're consuming. Is these kids? I see another trait I'm seeing in the ER is a lot more kids are compulsive liars. Compulsive liars. They've gone everywhere. Oh, I did that. I did that. I did that. I did. Oh, you can juggle. Let me see. Oh well. I did one weekend, and I don't know why I can't now. And everybody's a fucking liar. Everybody's making shit up because everyone feels so insecure because every day all they're doing is scrolling through a bunch of people doing amazing shit. Right, out of the 8 billion people on Earth, every day we're seeing the most amazing people, and we're just going, what do I do? I'm useless. I can't do anything. So I got to become a compulsive liar, make shit up, do something to be special. And so these people not growing anything.
Yeah, sometimes I ask my students questions that I know they're gonna lie about just to see they'll lie. They will lie. Like their
Right.
default, they will
Yeah.
lie is the
Yep.
default. Instead of saying I don't
Yep.
know or like, possibly this, or they'll just lie. That's their default.
Yep.
The default mode network or whatever it's called
Oh,
in
yeah.
neurobiology. Their default is to lie.
Their default mode network is gonna lie to you. Yep.
It's
Yeah.
incredible. Like when
Man,
did that happen?
in nursing school, because like you mentioned, right, sterile field and sterility, and when there's a direct, very severe, potentially severe consequence to not maintaining sterility, you get it. I mean, day one, it's beat into your head. The very first lecture in nursing school, for me anyway, was we're going to teach you about this concept, and the concept is that right now you are so dumb you don't even know what you don't know, and then pretty soon you're going to know what you don't know. Then you're going to know a couple things, and so on and so forth. And they hammered in very early. Don't ever fucking say, like, don't wing it. Don't make it up. If you don't know the answer to something, say, I don't know. Let me try to find out for you. And that was really hard for the younger people in that program. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to say, I don't know. Right? Because, God, how dumb do you got to be this day and age with one of these to say, I don't know? Us growing up, we said, I don't know all the time because we didn't. And we didn't have a immediate card catalog to reference in our hands to give us 4 million answers.
Well, that's what I've noticed now too. If you say I don't know, which I'm quite comfortable doing, people will just look at you like they're very confused. Like young people will look at me and like I'm the teacher, like you're supposed to know everything, and I'll be like, I don't know, but I can find out. I need to look in the book, and they just look at you like, oh my God, you don't know? I'm like, yeah, I don't know everything. You're asking me about the inner workings of like, I don't know, like a space shuttle engine. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not like real well versed on that.
Yeah.
I can find it out though, and I can help you. Like, I know where to look to find it out. That's the problem. Like you just said, they don't know where to look to find these things out.
Right.
If it doesn't come up on a Google search within the first page, like they don't know where to look after that.
Right.
Which we learned how to do, right?
Yeah, or just think, man. Just think. Synthesize information, critically think, make a best guess, form a hypothesis. This is all stuff that requires, a childhood filled with boredom and creativity and problem solving that there's none of that anymore. So what are you going to do?
No internet.
I'm going to pull
like
up.
Two old men bitching about
we do, but we're not. We're just middle-aged.
These damn kids.
Yeah. I'm gonna shout out Myco Mamas. She just said, personally, well, I don't know which one, but one of the mamas said, personally, we won't sell genetics from new ISOs until they've been out a year. We refer anyone looking for them back to the originator, but that's just us. Well, yeah, that's pretty much how it should be. If that person goes to the originator and the originator says, I don't have it, or I'm busy, or wait another 3 months, at that point, it would be fine to say, well, okay, I went to that guy. He doesn't have it. Could I have it? I don't think it's probably off base to if you want to, then get it to him. But yeah,
I think there's a practical aspect, though, to selling genetics that you haven't fruited is I've gotten cultures that were not the right thing.
Yep. 100%.
I've probably, I'd say like 50% of the stuff, the LCs I've got, especially here in Thailand, were like just a standard brown.
Right.
My friends have gotten like LC of oyster mushrooms before that were supposed to be cubes. So if you've got, and from a well-known, I know of 2 instances, well-known distributors have sent out the wrong LC because they haven't grown the LC that they're expanding and distributing.
I mean, that to me, that should be rule number 1.
I would think so.
Whether it's a plate culture or liquid culture, just warning message right now. If you are thinking about, oh man, all I got to do is just do a transfer and I can just start slinging this, don't be that guy.
Oh,
it ain't gonna last long. Your reputation's gonna suck. People are gonna figure it out, or you're gonna just sell to people that are radically unscrupulous anyway, and that's gonna bite you in the butt too. Do you want to be here for a while, or do you want to just do this for 5 months and then it gets hard and then you go, oh, I'm gonna find a new hobby? Cool. Then be whatever kind of fucked up you want to be. But if you want to be in this community, you gotta contribute.
Yeah, well, this all goes back to the senescence thing because that's where the question comes from. They'll say, how much can I expand this 10 or 12 cc's of LC? They want to do a business model and they want to know how many liters of LC they're going to make from this 12 cc syringe that they bought for $20, and they're going to do their spreadsheet and they're going to figure out the profit margins, their costs, their expenses
from their imaginary customers. Yep.
Yeah, all of this stuff. They want to do that. Like when the people are like, well, does this take 12 or 14 days to fruit? It's like, and that's like a really, really critical question for them. Like, am I going to have to wait 2 more days to fruit this? Because this doesn't fit into my business model. It's like, dude, can you just stop now? Yeah. Can you just stop everything now?
They do. Some of them do that, man. To me, that's like an immediate sign that you haven't grown anything. Is when you start asking those real odd questions like, well, is it 10 days or 11 days? Buddy, did you seriously just ask me that? You have not grown anything yet then.
I know. Yeah, in the morning of the 12th day, they're sending you a picture like, why hasn't it pinned yet? It's like, really?
Yeah.
You're thinking about your pans now, aren't you? I got pans in my tent also.
Nice.
But
I didn't get any. I had no fan for a while, and then I didn't realize that the little fan that I did have, I should say, I didn't have like any like exhausting fan to actually like cycle the air through, and I didn't have a timer. I just had one tiny little $5 fan in there. And then I didn't realize that for like 3 days it wasn't working. So my TTBVI overlaid hardcore and started turning some real weird, like I think I saw a color I never saw before. It was kind of magical and amazing, but obviously clearly something was brewing under that overlay that I did not ever want to see. So I tossed those, but the HV trays are doing great. So hopefully, Geeky got that dialed in finally. But they are definitely more work and a little more picky. For sure.
I'm trying to do it the lazy way. I'm just treating them like I do my cubes, but they're open air and shoe boxes, so I don't know.
You'll be okay. Yeah, a lot of guys on the Discord channel, on my Discord channel, some people are growing them in bags, with no anything. And do the flushes look as amazing as Jake Onsed's? No, but they are growing pans for sure. So,
yeah, that's not. I mean, if you just, it's probably not the kind of. To be honest, there's not a lot of market for them. So it's just gonna be personal use, right? So I don't see people like them.
Yeah, I know a couple people that are thinking they're gonna. I had somebody make a comment that was really poo-pooing cubes. Like, cubes are horrible trip, and pans are where it's at. And I'm just like, bro, dude, that's like going, pizza sucks. Okay, you don't like pizza, but most of the entire world does. So, you're not gonna convince everyone to stop eating pizza, buddy. It's just not gonna happen.
It's like you were saying earlier. These things have been going on for decades.
Yeah.
20 years on the shroomery. People were just, oh my God, you'll never do cubes again. They're garbage. It's like, really? And you know what? Guess what? Those people were selling pan spores.
What do you know?
Surprise!
What do you know? Now this, I'm gonna pull an Ed here. If you just spend if you just spend a lot of time and energy figuring out how to grow a very difficult to cultivate species, and it costs you a lot of money and a lot of energy and a lot of time, it would make sense that if you want to, and oh my God, I mean, these things, it's like harvesting toothpicks. They are really small.
Yeah.
There's nothing to them. Then they dry into less than, if you could quarter a toothpick lengthwise, that's what these things dry to almost nothing. So it's easy to go, man, a pound of pans are going to be worth 10 times what a pound. Sure, it's going to take your lifetime. The amount of labor involved is going to be pretty high. But they're smooth. They are different. They are unique. I'd love to, as we learn more about these alkaloids and all that stuff, there is something definitely different about them. And Dave might have hit on it, saying that some psilocybin containing species, the way they're synthesizing the psilocybin is different. And I think even that Alistair guy, McTaggart or whatever, the guy from Australia, I think he actually figured out that the way some of the New Zealand cubes, or not cubes, but some of the psilocybin containing mushrooms out there, I guess it synthesized it differently. They found a different pathway or something. I forget, but
yeah, there's something about multiple gene clusters or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was from different gene clusters. Yeah. Yeah, but who knows?
Subaruginose or something.
Yeah. I think that was it. So yeah, senescence. But I like the statement that it wasn't just about liquid culture. It was more about just this idea of, I sent you a message today saying, oh, well, it's kind of different than people. People, we don't mutate. And then I was like, oh, well, we do get cancer, which is kind of that. So, that the amount of meiosis that's occurring, the amount of the clamp connections, who knows? Maybe every once in a while it makes
mitosis.
I'm sorry, mitosis.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with those two words.
You're the scientist.
Mitosis is just the MIT one. Is just divisions.
Right.
So it's pretty simple.
Yeah, so
it's
meiosis in the fruit. Yes, mitosis. Yes.
Yeah. Some people say meiosis. I like to emphasize it by saying meiosis and mitosis. I don't know.
Okay.
To me, it sounds more clear. When I go from my to me, it sounds weird. Like meiosis. Some people say meiosis or meiosis.
I just see that E, and I just say E.
Yeah.
But yes, okay. Get selfish about it. It's mitosis or meiosis.
Could be, yeah. I've seen
not
that
everybody's
word
osis.
Tens of thousands of times and heard it pronounced quite a few times. But But yeah,
yeah,
there's just when you, it's like a carbon copy,
Yeah,
right? It's like a
right.
Xerox machine. Every time, if people remember what Xerox machines are, or that duplicate, the
Yeah.
little thing we had back where you roll. Every time you run a copy off that first one, it's gonna get a mistake. And if
Right.
you use that copy for a new copy, more mistakes.
Right.
And then you use that third, so that would be like the passage numbers, right?
Right.
It's like a copy of a copy of a copy. Once you get to about 1,000 copies, there's going to be a lot of errors that accumulate. And that's I think in a nutshell, that's what senescence is. Because every time you expand mycelium, either on a petri dish or in liquid culture or even in a grow, and like a lot of people are like, well, if I clone a grow, if I clone a mushroom from a grow, does that reset? No, it doesn't. Because that clone is literally, if you're taking tissue from the stipe of a mushroom, you're just essentially perpetuating the mitotic divisions.
Right.
So that's not, and the only time you can reset it is when you go back to spores, which is, like you said, the when you recombine the two haploid nuclei and they undergo, their genetic reassortment, and they produce new spores. Like all of that molecular machinery basically like kind of resets. Yeah, it's just like a video game or whatever.
It's
You
like
press
when
reset.
women go to the bathroom and powder up and freshen up. That's how mushrooms freshen up.
Yeah, well, it kind of is. I was reading more about it earlier this morning, and yeah, there's all these crazy repair mechanisms, and I was reading about the histones and things like when as we age, our cells don't undergo thousands and thousands and thousands of mitotic divisions. Not the single, not one cell. So you don't go 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. There's probably a couple hundred divisions that, if you grow mammalian cells in culture, you have to be very, very aware of the passage number, which is essentially how many times you've transferred it. Our body cells will develop cancer after a while. That's what happens. That's what cancer is. You accumulate so many mistakes that cell either goes through apoptosis or programmed cell death, or it just stops growing. Whereas fungi are a little bit more, they can do that for a much longer period of time. But there is a certain point at which it acquires or accumulates so many mutations, so many errors, there's modifications, there's methylation that happens, and there's different like changes in the bases, and you get mismatches, and there's a lot of stuff. The telomeres.
Yeah, because that whole process for fungi is completely different.
Yeah, it's very different.
Like even comparing, even for sexing and I mean, it's so nuanced and complex. I was reading, Rizzy posted something from your old buddy Ronald about speciation, like how species are identified, and he says right up in the beginning of the paper, the sexual or asexual reproductive cycles that occur in various, whether it's Basidiomycota or just other fungi in general, it's so complex. It is so evolving. Sometimes it's sexual, sometimes it's asexual. He's like, there's just a lot to this. And trying to, say, is it mating? Is it not mating? Sometimes that's a slam dunk that helps figure things out. And other times that is not necessarily helpful. It just depends upon what specific species you're looking at. And just reading that, I was like, oh, okay. So this is, you can't just go, well, human beings, and it's just a little different.
Yeah, like you said, the sexuality, there is no sexes, and the whole life cycle is much like it's just different from humans. I think one little analogy maybe to humans is like if you go to spores, it's kind of like a newborn baby.
Right.
Like, like Arnold Schwarzenegger's baby's not gonna like he's not gonna be born all ripped, like Terminator 2 or whatever. Like those are, although I saw a rather scary podcast about epigenetics and how it can jump to the next generation, like almost like some memory from the earth, but I was a little bit out there. But basically when you go back to spore, it's like a newborn baby. They're not gonna carry on any acquired characteristics from their mother or father. It's basically genetic.
No mistakes. I think my takeaway when I read your post was you really clarified that senescence is a result of just a compounding of these little errors of mitotic division that as soon as you go back to a spore, now it's gone through mitosis, karyogamy, and you have
meiosis.
What did I just say? Meiosis again?
You can say meiosis or meiosis, but you said mitosis.
Sorry, it's 2 a.m. I'm trying.
I know.
Yeah, meiosis. You know, you've reset now, so now you're starting over, and there's no mistakes now. So when you germinate that spore and it finds another haploid and it starts fresh, there's no mistakes have been made yet. So I thought that was a really clear way of explaining it. And then also more importantly, it hits on an important trait of good cultivators, which is they're frequently going back to spore.
Yes.
That's, I mean, I remember when, for you guys watching, Ed was like, man, I got all these F1 swabs. I don't know what to do with them all. Sure, I'm selling some, but let me send you some. And so we started a little group and we're growing out a lot of F1 and F2 swabs. And why was I talking about that?
Going back to spore for.
Oh yeah. Oh, anyway, so Dave was in the group and we're all talking about, oh yeah, we're gonna grow it out on the plate, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And Dave Wombat, first thing he said was, oh, I'm probably gonna multi-spore syringe it. He's immediately like, I'm gonna try to play the genetic lottery with these. So I was like, yes, okay, this is. If you're really trying to hunt for something interesting and all you're doing all day is cloning, the cloning process, that's like going to the gym so you can look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? You're trying to perfect a form. But if you're looking for something new, something different, if you want to hunt for some albinos, whatever, spores.
Yeah, and I think another thing that is a relic of the last 20 years of the shroomery is that people focus so much on stabilization.
Right.
You got to get it to your F2 to F3, F4, go out to F9 till you get it stabilized. What we're realizing now is that things that are on F8, F9 are still not stable.
Right.
And so a lot of these cultigens, what was the one we were talking about earlier? These the Gandalf. Somebody gets some sort of line and it's stable for a while, but inevitably these things want to go back to their sort of natural phenotype, or and it just happens. The reverts, how many reverts? Every other thing people are selling now is a revert. It's like, yeah, these things kind of want to go back to being
They really
a
do,
normal
man.
mushroom.
They really do. If you get something that's even consistent and popular and is being widely distributed in the community for a year and it remains stable for a year, that's honestly impressive.
Doing well. Yes.
Yeah. Like Dave just said with the Gandalf, Gandalf's losing its beard. And now only being in this community less than 2 years, I have frequently started hearing phrases like, well, I had to go back to one of my old spores because such and such doesn't look like such and such anymore. An example of that would be stormtroopers. Dirty South was saying to me, I don't really have any old stormtroopers anymore. Now they kind of look like stacks. That's just, that's it. Like, yeah, sure, you can want to stabilize something, but just know that it's only going to be stable for just so long.
Yeah, for real. And I think also that there's this sort of weird kind of this zone between people that use LC that are from clones that are stabilized because they're a clone.
Right.
And there's the people that are getting swabs. And after you've done this for a while, you realize there's two ways to look at swabs. You could hope that it's stabilized and get the same exact phenotype that you saw in the Instagram post, or you could get 1,000 new phenotypes. And this could be, go back to that first TAT print, right? The first TAT print swabs, whatever the hell they did back then. That little swab that you have and that grab and drag or a multi-spore dilution or that T0 plate, that could be the beginning of a lot of new stuff. And you like one swab now. Back in the day, I used to think, wow, you only get one swab or two swabs. Oh my God, that could be literally the rest of your life's work. That
It could. Yeah.
One swab has like tens of thousands of spores on it.
Yeah.
And then
Man,
when
I tell you what, after seeing some Dave's stuff today, and also old Mushroom Maniac from the Fungus frequency, and I think you and I talked about this briefly before, I'm starting to feel like, right, so for cubes, you know, they have a playbook. They have a genetic morphological playbook. And so what we're really seeing is, let's say there's 50 genes for morphology. You know, you're just, every mushroom gets dealt its hand, right? And so we're seeing things like, I thought it was really interesting that Dave had those little popcorn kernel looking things. I forget what he called them now.
Oh, derp.
Was it derp? Oh yeah, it was derp, wasn't it?
I think something.
Yeah. And he said, oh, this guy, you know, has the exact same looking blobby, fruity things, but came from an entirely different cultigen. But in the first thought I had in my head was, but it came from a cubensis. Because at the end of the day, we are working within the same species, right? With these cubes.
It's like you said, maybe there's 50 different levers that you can turn them on and off, on, off, on, off. It's like a big, like one of those old switchboards, you know, some of them are on, some are off. And if you turn these 2 on and those 4 off, you get like, oh, Melmac. If you turn those 3 on, those 4 off, you get gold spores or like, but they're all there. They're all always there.
Yes. Those
genes. When I hear people talking about, oh, well, these things are degrading, that's bullshit.
Right.
That would be the same if you go back to Idiocracy, the movie. Like, why aren't we all like really stupid? We're still, well, we're sort of doing okay, right? But those traits are always gonna be there. Right. Like all of those like Tat family traits, they came from a GT.
Just came from a golden teacher. Yep.
Yeah.
And what is a golden teacher? It's a cube that somebody found somewhere.
Yeah. It's just out in some cow field in, you know, East Texas.
It's just a cube. Right.
Yeah, so these people that worry and they really get like genuinely worried, like, oh my God, we're losing this phenotype. It's like, can you just stop?
Right.
Though you don't need to like, this shouldn't keep you up at night.
Right.
Like, oh my God, we're gonna
It'll come back. It'll come back.
PE, yeah, like Dave's Mexican PE. It's like there will be another PE.
Yeah.
There will be another golden halo.
Yep.
There will be.
There
I know because I used to worry about it like two years ago in the Pokemon thing, or year and a half ago. It's like, oh man, I better get golden halo for before it disappears. Like, it's not really disappearing.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, it's easier if you can buy
You know
it
what
for
it's
10
actually
bucks.
like? You just saying that made me think. It's like, you know, the old synths from the 70s, where like you're turning on different oscillators and gates and all that. But at the end of the day, you're playing the keyboard, right? But you're adjusting different sine wave parameters, and it's making it sound different. It's exactly, I think, what is probably on a genetic level happening morphologically for all these expressions. You're just, like you said, different switches are being moved. But man, a simple synthesizer can generate endless combinations of sounds with just, you know, let's say 17 different mechanisms for adjustment.
Yeah, even one of those crappy little Casio ones that,
you
know, like,
yeah,
it's almost infinite.
I mean, literally, yeah.
Yeah, they're all gonna follow that same basic, you know, mushroom format, but
which is also why this whole like almost more progeny of the breeder is almost impossible to. I mean, the level of genetic work it would take, no one is ever going to spend the money on it. The whole going like, this is mine. This is mine. I isolated this. Well, but you don't know if somebody else wasn't working a similar thing, right? And got something that looks similar to it. You just really don't know unless you were doing some extremely sophisticated sequencing.
Yeah.
And even then, you'd have room for error.
Well, that's why I don't personally want swab plates from somebody. Like, if they're going to advertise something as what they have and all they have is swabs of it, like, I don't know, like, just give me the swabs. Like,
just give me the swabs.
That's kind of that's what I want to do. But if you're taking a T0 plate and then chopping it up into 50 little pieces of agar, you might as well be selling 50 different things.
Oh, dude, don't you do that when you look at your T0 plate, especially if you grab and drag, because you just see every little colony. And then
tiny.
But do you ever have the existential crisis moment where you're just like,
oh yes,
but how do I pick? How do I know? Did I just leave like the next toke on the plate?
Mm-hmm.
And so now, you know, I'll take some strong clusters, the whitest ones, maybe do a few of those. But then I'm really trying to toss the T0 on the grain as many times as I can.
Yeah, same here.
Because
that's how I get around that problem.
That's where it's going to happen, probably.
Yeah, I was just doing the transfers from T0 plates yesterday, and I was like that same dilemma, like, wow, you're just staring at it, like trying to get some psychic vibe from the plate, like, where do you want me to pull off a 1/4 inch from? You know what I do sometimes? I'll put strips, I'll do the grab and drag, and I'll like go on, like, I guess parallel to one of the creases or the trench. I'll like cut like maybe an inch long and like maybe an 1/8 of an inch wide strip, like a piece of spaghetti, and then I put that on a new plate. So
I do. Yeah, I stole that from you. I do that all the time. Especially if you grab and drag. As you start getting your grab and drag technique down, you kind of know exactly how much space you want between them, so that you can take that cutout and never. Also, pro tip, guys, if you are doing the grab and drag, don't ever transfer the actual trench. Try to cut away from it. I don't know if Ed does that or not, but I don't take that, just because I don't, in the event there's a little something in that trench that I don't want, I want the more leading edge growth. I also happen to believe that that's probably slightly more vigorous than whatever, you know, primordial soup hyphal nodding is happening in that trench, right? I want the mycelium that got out of that trench, and
yeah, that's definitely a pro tip, man, because you're like you said, if there's anything in that trench, that's the stuff you might, that'll be where the bacteria and stuff is.
Even I got to the point where I used to want to leave the tuft on the T0 plate. Dude, I don't even leave that tuft in there anymore. Because that tuft is always going to turn a color, and I'm not going to want to transfer it anyway. So I don't even leave it in there.
Yeah, exactly. So just in case you can see, so what he's saying is basically the S there, like you want to take this silvery gold thing, you want to take that part out, but wait until the little fuzzies, like the little fuzzy things have gotten into. Like you want to take that square piece, take that out and put it onto a new plate.
Here, dude, I'll just grab a plate real quick.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm gonna go to PP real quick. I'll mute my microphone, but I didn't know when I was going on, so I've been sitting for a little while.
All right, crap. This might not be a good one. The zap grew too fast. Never mind. Yeah, it's not a good example. But basically, I'll use this to show it anyway. If you look down here, where that leading edge growth is, so as you're doing your grab and drag, right, these little colonies will grow. Sorry, give me a minute. This won't take too long. So, right, you got... So the colonies are growing where the trench is, and then as they grow out, right, then they start growing out towards each other in that space. I'm going to take a square that just has a little bit of all that growth on it, and then when you transfer it to a new plate, you have literally maybe 12 to 20 different dicaryons, distinct dicaryons, that now you can see, you know, what they're going to do in that next plate. And then you got some that'll just pop. And it isn't always necessarily one that maybe looked really strong on the plate. It might not necessarily be that, because once you've taken it out of that context and put it in a new spot, Sometimes it's like homeschooled kids, right? They're kind of weird, but then they grow up and they get a job and then they start, then they're like the boss in 1 year because they know who they are and anyway, sorry, too many metaphors tonight.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. It also kind of gives you a second chance because you've got your original swab plate, and then when you take only like half of that little fuzzy from the middle of the S,
right,
you still have like the rest of the stuff sitting there. So it gives you like sort of a backup if you think you might have messed up or something.
Yeah.
You still
and
have.
The other cool thing about the T0 plates is there are probably, I don't know how many distinct colonies, but a lot of distinct colonies off a T0 plate. So you toss that in some grain, and it kind of goes along with what Dave was talking about when he was just saying that he felt like something is happening, even if you do a double swab, and it doesn't seem like it took. He said it does, however, seem like in many instances it will affect the morphology, the expression of whichever of the spores you think won the spore battle, right? Like, because and I've seen this too, and I've kind of been inclined to believe this, but that would also then apply for your basic T0 plate, right? Like if I get a toke swab, I swab it on my plate, I take a couple little transfers, a little rectangular transfers, try to look for something great. But if I toss that T0 plate on a grain and I let it grow in grain and then I spawned a bulk on it, something in there had to win. Maybe a few things will win. You do see these tubs where there's like 3 distinct phenos. That could just be 3 strong genetics that never really, beat another one out. But that is where you let those different genetics kind of compete with one another. And it's a good thing. A lot of interesting things happen that way.
Yeah, for sure. And I think maybe if people are doing the K cups, which some people still do, maybe don't put the whole, don't do the tiger drop thing. I think I worry about that a little bit too. People maybe don't put the whole puck in if you can manage to cut out part of it and just use. I don't know, maybe that second plate, that T1 plate, it gives maybe like you're saying. I don't know. There's different ways to look at it. Maybe it gives some of those slower ones like a chance.
Oh,
Like
for
if you
sure. To reference idiocracy again. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you don't want to, yeah, it's like too much competition if you just throw everything in there all at once. It's
Right.
But I don't know. Depends how many, I guess
I
what
think
your
a lot of that
strategy is.
depends. Same with if you toss a T0 plate to grain and the grain gets a little funky, not like super funky, but just obviously there's a little something in there, and you spawn that to bulk. Now and there are multiple dikaryotic little colonies present. Now you get a chance to, maybe in the grain jar, let's say there were 4 discrete dicaryons competing with each other from this T0 plate. But now you spawned a bulk on it, and now you're giving a chance for maybe some latent bacteria to proliferate. Now it might just knock out hardcore a couple of those dikaryon cultures, and maybe one happens to be able to kick its butt. This might be why Dave's getting all these cool things, because he's willing to, he has said on the show, he sends stuff that, maybe shouldn't be sent just to see what might happen.
Yeah, or you could just do like you do when you're beginning and you got 1 spore print. You just like isolate 20. I remember at one point I had like 20 GT isolates, like because that was the only spore print that I had. I had like GT1, GT2,
Right.
GT3, GT4, and I was also putting them in like water storage vials and like backup tape. I had slants.
Long term, Ed. You gotta
Yeah,
store those long term.
my GT number 17 isolate.
Right. Yeah.
That's back when I thought spores were, I don't know, I thought people stopped growing cubes, I started growing cubes like 30 years ago. I thought people were like done growing mushrooms. I didn't discover the community until like 3 years ago, and I was like, wow,
I'm
people
with
still
ya.
do this? Like I thought once Terrence died, like it was all over,
No, he lives on. He lives on in his linguistic
Oh,
poetry that graces us through YouTube.
It's so funny the amount of time we dedicate and the amount of money and the sacrifices we make for this damn species of mushrooms, or 2 or 3 species of mushrooms.
Yeah. Well, I'm really hoping, I'm really trying to, I want to learn about pans. Not because I think they're going to replace cubes, but because they're very, there's a quality to them that I think will appeal to people that maybe might occasionally have trips on cubes that they don't care for. It is a little smoother. Yeah, so I think it's worth pursuing. Boy, I can already tell they're going to be a brutal pain in the ass to harvest. Like anybody that wants to become a bulk pan grower, oh my God, it's going to be like trimmers in cannabis. Just going to be a room full of people sitting around just plucking these little miniature things
Get one of
all
those
day.
hedge trimmers, or one
Pretty
of those
much.
like salmon fillet knives.
Hold it sideways and just shear it off with a samurai knife, basically.
Oh, yeah. I grew a Paniolus cambodgiensis. It used to be, I think, Sporeworks. It was like 20 years ago, and they were much more robust fruit bodies, but still, yeah, when they dried down, you like looked at the dryer and they're like falling through the grates of the dryer. You're like, oh my gosh, like I have to put them on a piece of paper.
Oh, you'd have to put it on a fine mesh screen, pretty much. Yeah, yeah, and Michael Mamas just mentioned peanuts. Are interesting in different trip. Agree there. And anti-inflammatory properties. So I do think it is worth, and I mean, look, I'm trying to get down to Mexico in September because I am quite interested in these zaps. They seem to be extremely potent. They are very unique fruits. I would love to find them in nature and, try to have the experience of understanding precisely where they grow. I know when you go foraging with people who have consistently or on multiple occasions found a certain species, they tend to have whether they can verbalize it well or not, but you just know when you're out foraging with somebody and they found morels, for example, they might be walking in a different direction than you. Like I might be walking a certain way and that guy's walking over there and I'm thinking, why is that guy going over there? Like they're going to be over here. Right. And whether you can verbalize all that or not, your brain remembers where it's found these things. And so anyway, I want to be in a prime subtropical zone, feel what that feels like, see what's there, understand maybe some of the botany that's going on there. And one day maybe we can, cubes are fun to grow, but who knows what else we can start growing if we spend more time trying to dial in our techs. I mean, do you guys ever just think about the amount of man hours this community puts into cultivating cubensis? I mean,
was thinking about that yesterday.
A lot, man. That's a lot of man hours. We've figured a lot of stuff out because there are more of us than there are actual mycologists worldwide. Like there are a lot of us growing this single species. So we're figuring a lot of things out, right? Like it's just power in numbers. So if we could have more people growing more species, that's why I gotta love these people in my Wood Lovers channel and my Pans channel. They're trying to figure out some of this other stuff. Josh Barnhart trying to grow Gemophilus. It's good. It's good. Let's dial in some techs and see what we can figure out. It's all fun, right?
Yeah, and like you said, it's also it drives innovation. People need to find out solutions to new problems, so it's all good.
Yep. Yeah, and growing something like might be, I forget, somebody earlier on in here asked the question, like, why can't you grow inky caps, and why can't you grow this, and what was the one? I read somewhere that, even in the academic world, you might know about this, Ed, I guess Russula genus is really hard to grow. Like no one can basically germinate the spores in a laboratory setting. All these little things, right? There might just be one little thing that hasn't been figured out. And if you figure it out, then you can grow it.
Yeah, the mycorrhizal stuff, a lot of people want to get rich from that. Because all the chanterelle, boletes, truffles, all that stuff, they're all mycorrhizal.
Right.
You got to also figure the amount of people, like say in America, that are working on cubes. There's probably 50 times that working on truffles in China.
That's true. Yes.
Like you got to remember
there are a lot of Chinese people growing mushrooms. You're right.
Yes, everything that we've ever thought about has probably been thought about by 500 other Chinese people. It might not have been for growing cubes. It might have been for agaricus or wood ears or shiitakes or tremella, but they've probably thought about it too.
Right.
But that being said, they have everybody's got different goals, I guess. You might not want to be, growing 1 million pounds of one species a year.
But they are, yeah.
Yeah, well,
they're growing a lot of mushrooms. They're definitely, I mean, that culture in general has had an affinity for and a respect for and a reverence for and an interest in cultivating mushrooms for thousands and thousands of years.
I was curious, the Microppose guy, I forgot his name. He was talking about, the Dan, but people ordering like thousands of monotubs. Like that's how they're gonna do it, I guess. Thousands of monotubs, and I don't know. It's gonna be kind of funny. Yeah, see those stacked up 20, 30 high in a warehouse somewhere. I feel sorry for whoever's got to do that job.
It's a lot of work, man.
There's a certain point at which, yeah, my 4x8. All that, I'm loving that thing though. I'm definitely a pro tent person now. That thing is the zipper. I was just like, oh wow, like,
dude, you are really into your zipper over there.
I love it, dude. This is the first. No, see, because I never grew weed indoors. Like, so a lot of the people who are familiar with tents, it's because you guys all grew weed indoors.
Right.
So I've never owned a tent. Whereas, like, if I would have grown weed indoors, like, you guys all know what tents are. You've been using them for like the past 20 years.
Yeah.
I have never had a 4x8 tent inside a house. Like that's such a weird thing to me. So
it is weird, yes.
Yeah, when you just look at this big monolith in your like bedroom, it's like, wow, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I have a room inside of my room. And again, if you've been to a lot of indoor weed grows, that would just be like, it's a tent. It's like, like the toilet bowl, but it's not normal to have a fucking big black canvas bag in your room.
It's not normal until it's normal. Yep. And now for Ed, it's normal.
Yeah, I know. It was quite nice. I go in there and just kind of sit down and like chill for a while. It's like, wow, it's nice humid in here. It's like a little spa.
Yeah. Man, I don't know, but with the pans, it's not an environment I'm trying to stay in for too long.
The smell of shit.
Yeah, it's just a little dank. I think if I was growing, I've never grown cubes in an open air tent, so I have not had that experience. But I can tell you with the flat trays of horse poo, it's got a little like dank old high school gym vibe in there.
Oh yeah, I did 2 last week. I used worm castings for one, and I had some cow poo for the other. And like I did 6 shoe boxes, and 4 of them they colonized quite quick, and the smell kind of went away. The other 2 like took longer, and those I had to get rid of them. Yeah, it was too much. So I don't know.
Yeah, the other thing I'm seeing with the pans there, and I think a lot of these pans are going to be this way. I think zaps are going to be this way. Is when the fruiting cycle is very dependent upon a very precise amount of condensation. It's not just about humidity. It's about, I think, like the moisture hitting the overlay or the cake and then evaporating. I think that's a part of it. Because I did notice the 2 pans that were doing well, the 2 pans of pans. The one that was closest to where the fogger was just dropping, the fog down, it pinned first before the other one. So then I kind of rearranged them. And I know other people on the channel have been talking about, they got these extravagant contraptions to get the mist everywhere. And so, this is why not everybody's growing pans, man.
Yeah. I imagine you're going to have to clean quite often, too. There's going to be a lot of free water, like, sticking everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Every once in a while, I got to just just mop it up, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can tell in between the cycle, I'm going to have to completely clean the hell out of it. Whereas with the cubes and bags, I don't have to do any of that. Bags and tubs, I don't got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the open air cubes would be fine if I just get them before they fully mature, the caps. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been growing in Martha tents so far, and I've got like a couple Marthas outside where if something's getting to where maybe I can't get to it in 12 hours, I'll just put it in one of the smaller Marthas.
Right.
That'll work.
It's all good. All right, man. It's like 2:18
Probably
over
pretty late.
here.
Yeah.
It's getting
Yeah,
pretty late.
we
We
can
only
all,
we did another 5 hour though. You know, for all
I
you
know.
people that complain every time I only got a 1 or 2 hour episode, we're doing an occasional marathon here, guys. I had somebody just message in the chat maybe an hour ago that was like, "Yep, this is good. Next year for your 2nd year anniversary, you got to have twice as many guests and you have to be on for twice as long." Like, you want me to go on for 10 hours, dude?
Yeah, who's
Like,
gonna?
I've
who's
not
gonna
peed in 5 hours, guys. This
Oh
is,
God,
you know,
I forgot, dude. I've peed like 4 times at least.
Yeah. It's like the amount of times I've ended this podcast where the last hour I'm just like, you guys don't see it, but we turn off, and there've been a lot of times where I end the broadcast and then Ed and I both immediately run to the
You go
bathroom.
pee. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about. Just before we got, so you guys don't worry. Can I just say I'm gonna do some more of those live streams later.
Ooh, do them. Yeah, dude. That's
Yeah,
great.
people are loving those live streams. So
They do.
I was wondering, how should I advertise them? I don't know. I'd love to pre-announce. Should I go on the Discord and say it, or should I put a, like, how should I
Since,
let people
well, I
know?
know you didn't want to schedule it. I know you wanted to just.
I'd like to give people like an hour ahead of time. Yeah, I don't want to schedule it.
Man, I
Like,
tell you what, you just do it on Facebook.
Okay.
And
So
if
if you guys-
if you had a few key groups, you know, like if you got approval to post in Wombat Labs or one of Brock's groups or something like that, you know, if you just had like maybe 5 groups where you could message that person or a mod in that group and just say, I'm gonna go live in about an hour, because I know you, it's more dictated by time and all that. It's harder to schedule it at a formal time. Plus, I'm imagining your desire to go live is being dictated by what you're doing with
Yeah.
regards to mushrooms. So
Yeah.
I think you'd do all right.
Okay, cool. Yes, people seem to like it. People were pretty civil.
Plus, it's still there, right? It doesn't go anywhere. So
Oh
they just-
yeah, it
so it's all
automatically
good.
like it's really easy
yeah.
now. I didn't know it was that easy. It
So,
just
yeah.
uploads straight away, like
It's
to the
immediately
YouTube
there.
channel.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you're using StreamYard, you can simultaneously do Facebook and YouTube, so it's all good.
Oh,
Yeah, so
yeah, I
people
might-
can actually watch it through Facebook.
Oh wow.
So yeah, most people use YouTube, but it can actually be watched on directly through the Facebook app as well.
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah.
I saw somebody doing that. Cool. Okay, well you
Yeah,
guys,
man.
I'll do that, and probably maybe not today. Probably I actually got to go to real work today. For a
Uh-oh.
little bit.
Real
It's a-
work, yeah, I got to do
real
that
work in
Wednesday.
about
I'm gonna enjoy my not going to real work tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always there. It never goes away.
Real work.
Hey, aren't you gonna get rich from growing pans, man? $300 a zip, brah. That'll pay.
Right. Man, it's so funny. It's like we've been spending all these times talking about decrim legalization, which I definitely want. But man, I've already seen people in Michigan where they're like, you know, it went from $300 to $150
Yeah.
to $60 to they can't
Yep.
give them away. They're rotting
Yep.
in their dresser.
Exactly.
Wait till it's legal.
Shit, man. Dude, that'd be like
It's gonna-
one.
Yeah, it's gonna be
one
like
farm
just given
will take-
away. Just gonna
Yeah.
be easy to get. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
that-
like
it's gonna
cereal.
be ridiculous. It's like
everywhere.
weed here. Shit, they
Yeah.
can practically, they like give you, they're like buy 2 get 3 free. They just want you to give them any money at all, like any pocket change you have. Here's some free weed. like,
I know, man.
take it off our shelves. It's
Buy one
fucking-
garbage bag, get 3 free. Yes.
Exactly. That's it. That's literally what they're. it's out of control. Yeah, it'll be the same with mushrooms. Jesus.
All right, Michael Mamas just said, gonna need one of Ed's diaper pads if you're gonna go on any
That's
longer.
what somebody suggested for me during the lives. No, I prefer Gatorade bottles. If
somebody,
you see me like getting really like this, like
That's
every guy will know this.
Yeah. I only had to do that once in a car, and it was a little awkward, and I can't say it was something I decided to ever repeat. It's a little tricky.
I was on a trip for spring break to Florida with a rugby team for like 14 hours. We generated so much urine. We stopped once for gas, and then a guy decided to throw it out the passenger side window after going down the highway at like 65. It was awesome. All the back windows were open.
I'm sure.
Great. It was great. Yeah, rugby.
And you'll never forget it, will you, Ed?
No, it had like chaw spit and like all kinds of other fun stuff in it. It was like the most disgusting thing. And we couldn't do anything about it till we got to the next gas station, which was like 3 hours later. That was fun. College is fun.
It is, man.
See, I don't have persistent hallucinations. What is it called? Persistent hallucination. I have flashbacks from like, oh yeah, that time I got piss all over my face. That was fun. Oh wait, that's like every other weekend.
Yeah, don't work in a hospital. Bodily fluids are just being sprayed at you constantly.
Constantly.
Yeah. It's really true, man. It's pretty true.
It's like some initiation.
Right. Kyle de Jesus, my dog's giving birth right now. No, the MycoGeeky on the MycoGeeky anniversary. There you go. Well.
Oh wow.
All right, Kyle de Jesus. If you don't name one of them puppies Geeky, I'm gonna be really sad and disappointed.
Cool.
Puppies are nice. I just drove by our local car wash, and instead of advertising a car wash special, it just said Pitbull puppies available, inquire within. And I'm just like, okay, this is getting weird. Seems like not what your car wash is about, but so what are you going to do? Entrepreneurship, small business, right? It's where they make those decisions.
They'll probably give you a free bag of weed too. It's like
sooner or later.
Take one of these puppies off our hand. Here's an ounce of weed. Go. Like,
yeah, man. We just got a new golden retriever. And man, I know Dave Wombat said he just loves life and honoring life, but this golden retriever is. I feel like in 2 years my house is gonna be like gone. It's just gonna get chewed up by this dog. The dog is chewing everything there is. If we turn our backs on some food for a second, this thing can jump up and reach almost anything anywhere. I gotta put it like on the top of the like into the microwave or on the top of the refrigerator. It can get anything. It can jump up on our actual counters and get. I'm going crazy. This dog's going to be the death of me, or I'm going to be the death of it. We'll find out one way or the other. Or hopefully it just gets over this teething problem and I don't have to deal with it anymore. It's getting bad. Geeky's getting real stressed out over here over this dog.
Oh, I know. Pets are supposed to be fun and make you happy, not stress you out, but sometimes they don't.
Oh, sometimes they really just do, though. And Kyle de Jesus is about to have a bunch of little puppies, so good luck, buddy. Sell them fast. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, yes, exactly. People don't want.
Fast. All right, man. 2:30. I should go to bed. I had to take all my kids to. I got to take 2 of them, not all of them. They got camp and daycare and all that crap to go to.
Oh yeah, it's like summer break now there, right?
Still summer break, yep.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm totally, it's side of the world, different schedule.
Totally different, I know. All right, man. Well, thank you very much. 1 year, we'll do another year and then another, and we'll just keep doing this because people are going to keep needing to know how to grow this stuff, and hopefully we can help them do it.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't imagine how many people you have helped. I mean, it's pretty
And you,
remarkable.
dude, I mean, you got thousands of subscribers. You're helping people too. That's what we're doing. We're doing good work. We're
Feels
helping people
scary.
out.
These people are like listening to me. Fuck. Like I bet
That's what
you're
they,
trying to figure out what the hell I'm saying.
dude, you're a professor. They listen to
Yeah,
you all day
yeah,
anyway.
yeah, exactly. But those people have to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but there you have authority, whereas here everyone is just voluntarily choosing to listen to you. So
that's better,
it's nice.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
It's true.
I need to play an instrument or something. I need to get some music. I don't know.
Yeah, man, dude, you gotta get a theme
I'll start
song.
playing death metal and stuff like.
Yeah, dude, you gotta get some pyrotechnics.
Yeah,
You
some
gotta
old
get
NWA and death metal, maybe some Cannibal Corpse.
definitely or Guar.
Yeah, some Guar.
Some
Yeah.
Guar, some Sepultura.
I'll throw in some
Iron
like
Maiden,
Lynyrd
something like
Skynyrd,
that.
Iron
Yep.
Maiden, yeah, some old Metallica.
Yeah, Pantera is
Master
back on tour.
yeah. Oh, there you go. We got a playlist right there.
Yeah, you're ready.
Throw in
Of
some
course, you can't
bluegrass.
put any of those songs up, or you'll get a letter, a cease and desist immediately.
I asked and I don't know what he's call himself. Stay shroomy. He said that they'll just demonetize you.
Yeah. No, that's not true. We played a cover. This was like completely separate, but we did a little remix of Van Morrison's song, and it was pretty remixed. We'd never thought it was even going to get hit, and like 2 days later, we literally got an email from his lawyer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
That's
I mean,
what I thought.
the YouTube algorithm might only just demonetize you. That doesn't mean that if they have a team that's actually hunting people down doing this, that they can actually cease and desist you and tell you to take it down. And if you don't, then they will pursue, legal.
Well, I'm not monetized, so that doesn't matter. But yeah, I thought it was much more serious. I don't think you can just be playing because I heard sometimes when people do videos like walking around, if there'll be like
They'll
a
just
bar.
hear it, yeah.
Yeah, it'll pick up the YouTube algorithm. Will pick up like
Yep.
from a bar or a restaurant some song, and you get
Yep.
like a copyright infringement.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe no music.
Yeah, now you have the right because they will tell you why you got demonetized. Of course, I can't fix when I get demonetized. It's because of everything I'm doing. So there's not really anything I can do.
The whole show is the reason.
If you just edit out from minute 0 to the end, we'll be good. I can leave on the beginning where it's just like, yeah, the beginning, the MycoGeeky podcast disclaimer. That is the part I can play. Fully okay.
Yeah.
Maybe just the intro. Yeah, but the minute we get into it, nope. At that point, done.
Okay, you're gonna get rich from pans anyway, so it's okay.
Oh my God.
Scarface. You get the Scarface scenario.
Right.
The Scarface, whatever.
But instead of a pile of money and coke, it's just like the little toothpick piles.
Toothpicks.
Yeah.
Like a garbage bag that's got like 4 ounces in it.
Yeah. It's like if you take 2 grams of those, it's like eating a handful of needles.
Oh. Yeah, well, the time I forgot what it was, the Mexicana or it was the pans. I had like 1.7 grams. It was like 40 mushrooms.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? Yeah, I was like chewing straw. It was like wow. But they work. They definitely work.
Oh yeah.
It was a lot of baby little mushrooms to swallow.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, right? People are lazy, so if it's too much work, it's gonna be a hard sell. But
well, good to say you did it.
Yeah. Gotta grow everything. Gotta try it. Gotta see what it's all about.
Sure.
And sometimes growing other things inform, your process and your understanding as well. So
yeah, because like I had extra substrate, so I just threw some of my cube spawn in with it. Like who knows? Maybe I'll figure out that worm castings are that soil amendment that I been dissing for the last year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll get like this cubes this high. Who knows?
Yeah, the problem with all that stuff, every time everybody now talks about any of that stuff, in my head I'm just going, if you're not conducting these experiments of like minor adjustments that you can make to growing parameters. If you're not doing it with one single fruit exclusively and exhaustively, you're probably not figuring much out. Is the problem.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
all anecdotal stuff.
it's too anecdotal. There's so many variables. It is some of the stuff that we don't know about this stuff. It's like you were talking about have to know your P number because you know don't want to be off and you got to keep track of everything. And yeah, you can't keep track of everything.
Yeah, and those guys who are running maybe 2 or 3 monotubs every month or so, that's not the way. That's not scientific results of yeah, you got bigger tubs you got bigger fruit this time, but the last time you grew was like 2 months ago. Like that's
I mean,
a lot of things could have changed.
Yeah, my example of this is if I walk out on the basketball court and then I sink a 3, right? And then I go, see, I'm as good as LeBron James. Right? Like you did it one time. You can't draw that correlation because you got to have a huge amount of attempts, right? So you just what are you going to do?
All the younger
one time
younger guys. It's like when Dave sees something weird, you know, like that's probably a weird thing. But when you see another picture on like the Discord, like look at my mutation,
right?
It's like, sorry guy, that's like, look, my fruit was crammed up against my liner between the and like it's like halfway rotten from bacteria. And look, it must be a mutation. Should I clone it?
Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, guys making like 20 clones off their first monotub because they're all like mutations. It's like, oh, save your Petri plates, buddy.
Yeah, man. If you don't want to get rich off of mycorrhizal fungi, if you can figure out how to just get rid of Pseudomonas in a tub, that would be great too, because that's a real fucking problem.
I saw a 2-hour webinar. I started looking for it, and the agaricus people, they have a problem with it too.
Yeah.
And they were talking about using bacteriophages to like kill off the Pseudomonas. Like that could be another thing. They were trying to basically bait traps that they were putting out in river water to get phages that would attack the Pseudomonas that was indigenous to their water supply. So bacteriophages are viruses for bacteria, and some of our lytic.
How do you go fishing for bacteria?
Yeah,
phages.
The way they collect oomycetes, water molds, it's kind of like really old school. You put a little piece of food basically there, and then that's like a whole other podcast. Maybe we should stop.
Yeah, man, let's get into it. Let's figure it out because that's about the only thing. I don't even consider it contamination. Like when I say it, I never get contaminated. I do occasionally get a tub where I let it go a little too long. I get a little brown at the bottom. Okay. It's running, running up the sides. Might be a little Pseudomonas. I think it'd be cool to figure out how to get rid of that.
I think it's always there. These were like the people from like Phillips and Campbell's mushrooms. Like they didn't know how to get rid of it.
Right.
So we might just have to live with it.
Right. So we're not gonna probably figure that out since they couldn't.
Yeah. These commercial they grow millions and millions of pounds a week. They can't figure it out. So I don't think we're gonna figure it out.
You're right. Probably not. Gosh dang it.
Deal with it. Try not to give anybody food poisoning. That's all.
Right. Yeah. That's definitely step one. All right, man. Good talking. I'm gonna I might just fall asleep right here.
You sound like you're about to pass out.
Laying in front of my flow hood here. Thank you so much for being
on.
Go
in the tent.
The 118 people that made it all the way to the end. 5 hours, 37 minutes. I applaud you. You guys might be asleep right now too. I don't know. You may just be like sawing logs in front of your computer. It's possible. I don't know how many actually made it. Congrats to all the winners. Also, be on the lookout this week. I'm going to start, doing the little auctions for the hats, trying to raise some money, get down to Mexico. If you guys have been wanting a hat, I know a bunch of people have been asking me. If you want to help me get down there, you get a hat out of the deal. Think about it. All right, Myco Mamas, they stuck with it, but they're Pacific Northwest, so they don't get quite as much credit because it's only midnight. Myco Mamas, midnight. Give me a break. No, I'm teasing. Thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate it. Next week, speaking of Myco Mamas, you guys are gonna get to meet Myco Mamas next week. Mama S, Mama D. It's going to be a good time. We're going to have the Ladies of Mycology Facebook group on. Missy Myco and Susie Greenberg, after doing one of the podcasts, announced that they were going to start a little women's Facebook group. And it's taken off like wildfire. They got over 5,000 members. They just had they called it a camp out. I call it a rave in the woods. But they just had a big shindig out there and looked like a real good time. And like Lauren was mentioning, there's a really cohesive, amazing regional group of people up there. It's really cool to hear what's going on. So you guys are going to get to meet them and a couple, we'll see, maybe one or two other people next week. Got to see what falls into place. But yeah, it should be a good time. All right. Till next week. Grow some mushrooms. See ya, Ed.
Bye-bye. See ya.